in the
We need some
evening
levity on that, don't we?
on Wednesday, March 29th, 2023. I'd like to call to order a regular meeting of the Planning Commission. Could we have a roll call, please?
Again. Okay. Commissioner Lamb?
Here.
Commissioner Hensley?
Here.
Commissioner Hazelton?
Here.
Commissioner Godin?
Here.
Commissioner Boswell?
Here.
Commissioner Barron?
Here.
Chair Gaddis?
Here. And we're going to have a salute to the flag. And Commissioner Hazelton, could you lead us?
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. All right. I'd like approval of the order of agenda. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve the order of the agenda.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All those against, say no. We have a unanimous approval. We have blue folder items. Blue folder items are additional backup material to administrative reports and/or public comments received after the printing and distribution of the agenda packet for receive and file. Do I have a motion to receive and file the blue folder items?
Motion to receive and file the blue folder item.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All those against, say no. Motion carries unanimously. We have the consent calendar next. These are business items, except those formally noticed for public hearing or those pulled for discussion. And the commission members may request that any consent calendar item be removed, discussed, and acted upon separately. Items removed from the consent calendar will be taken up under the excluded consent calendar section, and those items remaining on the consent calendar will be approved in one motion. I'll call on anyone wishing to address the commission on any consent calendar item on the agenda, which has not been pulled by a commission member for discussion, and each speaker will be permitted to speak only once, and comments will be limited to a total of 3 minutes. Do we have any interest in pulling a consent calendar item? We do not. Okay, do I have a motion to approve the consent calendar items?
Motion to approve the consent calendar items.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in
Oh, wait,
favor,
no,
say
we gotta
aye.
make sure if there's any public comment.
Oh, public comment on the consent calendar items, yeah. Do we have any public comment on the any of the consent calendar items?
There's no, oh,
Okay, we do not. Anything online
yes, we have 8 people online this time.
for consent calendar items?
Oh, you know what? I'm sorry. It's not for non-agenda.
Okay, all right.
Crowd.
All those in favor of approving the consent calendar items, say aye.
Aye.
All those against, say no. Unanimous. All right. Next is public participation on non-agenda items. This section is intended to provide members of the public with the opportunity to comment on any subject that does not appear on this agenda for action. This section is limited to 30 minutes. Each speaker will be afforded 3 minutes to address the commission. Each speaker will be permitted to speak only once, and written requests, if any, will be considered first under this section. Do we have any written non-agenda public participation items?
There's no e-comments.
Okay. Do we have any slips from anyone who wants to speak?
No. Does anyone from the,
We didn't have the slips printed out for tonight,
Well, that
so
would,
we'll just.
that would explain
We'll
the
just
lack of
ask,
slips.
you
then.
know, if anybody from the public wants to speak on non-agenda items.
Okay, we do not. All right. And no e-comments, nobody online who
yes,
wants?
we have 8 people online. If you would like to speak,
Are they
please
all
raise your hand.
non-agenda?
It doesn't say.
So just ask them if
Okay.
they want to.
Does
they
anyone
should.
from student would like to speak? Please raise your hand.
On non-agenda.
On
Non-agenda item? Okay.
Nobody?
Nothing. Nobody.
Okay. All right.
Thank you.
Now we are going to discuss for just a second ex parte communication. This is intended to allow all the officials up here the
If
opportunity.
I may, Chair?
Yeah.
We do not have this is not a public hearing, the main item, so we don't have to do the ex parte.
All right,
Yeah.
then we will skip that. So we will move quickly to the public hearing.
Hearing,
Pardon me?
not a public hearing.
No, it says public hearings on here.
Yeah, but the
Okay.
next is, yeah.
We'll move to our item, to our agenda item.
Right, items for
Okay.
discussion prior to action.
Okay.
So,
This is a
We'll get you
discussion
there.
and possible direction at a community workshop on an update to the city's residential design guidelines to objective residential standards. And I presume we have a staff report that we will start with. And Director Forbes will lead.
good evening. For those in the audience, I'm Brandy Forbes. I'm the Community Development Director for the city. I want to welcome all of you to the second community workshop on the objective residential standards. The project is updating our residential design guidelines to objective residential standards, so going from a more subjective plan to a more objective standards. We have from staff, Planning Manager Sean Scully, and then as well, we have our consultants from for this project from CityWorks. We have Lisa Padilla, and she'll be working on the presentation with me, and then also on her staff are Pat Smith and Michael Nahara. And we can go to the next slide. We have put together an agenda for tonight's meeting. To start, I'll go over the goals for today's workshop and an overview of the Objective Residential Standards, or ORS, and the process that we have had to date to bring us to tonight's meeting. And then CityWorks will walk you through. Lisa's going to go through the summary of the key changes from the existing residential design guidelines to the Objective Residential Standards. And then we'll go through the comments heard to date on the plan. We've had a robust feedback from the design community, from the public already, online comments, and as well we have a subcommittee of the Planning Commission with Commissioner Barrett, Commissioner Hensley, and Commissioner Lamb on that subcommittee have been really great in guiding this process. We're going to note the key topics that we still need to decide on and then open it up for comments. And we greatly appreciate all of you taking your time to participate in this discussion, both here and also I know that there are some on the Zoom. For tonight's workshop, we have a few things that we're, let's see if I got this. A few things, goals for tonight, yeah. A few things that we're looking to accomplish. We want to share the key changes from the current design guidelines to the draft objective standards. We want to hear from you, the community, on what works, what might be unclear or need more revision. The more detailed you are in your comments, the better we can address those issues. Then we want to, once we've heard from the community, we're going to then seek direction from the planning commissioners on for their consideration on finalizing the documents. There's a few topics where our feedback has been a little undecided, and so we want to try and get through the meat of those and get some direction from you. If you aren't able to express your comments tonight, for some reason you haven't thought them through or you're a little nervous about speaking in public, or if you've thought of something after tonight's workshop, we are going to accept written comments via email. It's the RDG update, rdgupdate@redondo.org. So you can send something to that email. And then we've also provided a link to the document here. It's also in the staff report for this agenda item if you want to review the draft document after the workshop tonight. Next slide. So updating the current residential design guidelines was initiated by the City Council direction in their strategic planning. This was driven by various residents who expressed concerns about developments that were going in. The mayor and city council members started learning about the issues, and then they realized that the guidelines needed to be updated. The updates that they're looking for is creating objective standards rather than the subjective interpretations that we've had on the existing residential design guidelines. The City Council wanted to add the standards for the R1A zoning district. This is what they reference as the tall and skinnies. They're smaller lots, so a little bit more condensed development, and there had not been residential design guidelines in the existing guidelines for that district. And then they were recognizing that there were outdated guidelines and that those that were ambiguous and needed to be cleaned up. And we'll end up going through a little bit of that as we talk through the topics tonight. And then as part of the grant opportunity, this is funded by grant funding from the Department of Housing and Community Development at the state level. And part of that was to give some better direction and put it more in layman's terms, the accessory dwelling units regulations, so that that's a little clearer for those who are developing an accessory dwelling unit. Next slide. And here is the process to date. We kicked things off in December of 2021 with our first focus group meeting with the design community, as well as an introduction to the project to the Planning Commission. And then in January of 2022, January 10th, we held our first community meeting, and that was virtually. I think at that point it was the Delta? It was the first Omicron variant that came out. So we ended up holding that virtually and had a good community turnout. And then we ended up having a public survey, and we had that through the month of January of last year so that we could really get the feedback on a lot of these topics that are in the residential design guidelines. And that's where we saw a lot of differing opinions on some of the topics, depending on the person's perspective. And then in early and mid 2022, CityWorks had developed the first draft of the objective residential standards. This past fall, the Planning Commission authorized a subcommittee, and they have helped working with staff and the consultant to help refine the document and get a draft document to the public. And we released that in January of this year, along with frequently asked questions, FAQs, to help the public understand the document. We have collected feedback on the draft document, including requests for we've done requests for email comments in every one of our community blasts about the meeting tonight, as well as when we initially issued the draft document. And as well, we've received the input from the Planning Commission subcommittee and then the design community focus group. So it's people who are in the design community, architects, designers, and developers, so that they could give us some feedback on what they see that works and doesn't work. The comments were in the agenda packet. Those were collected through March 22nd when we had the agenda packet out. And then the blue folder items included the additional comments that we had received since then, as well as subcommittee, the Planning Commission subcommittee member Barron's additional comments. Next slide. And then this shows what we have next. There's a lot to accomplish in a very short period of time. So in April, when we'll take the direction of the Planning Commission tonight and work on revising the document so that we can get a final draft prepared. And then we're going to meet with the subcommittee just to make sure that we work out any necessary tweaks that we need to on that, working on that final draft. The final draft will be presented to the Planning Commission at the May 18th meeting and then we'll have implementing language that we have to put into the zoning ordinance. We'll bring that back in June, and that will be by resolution where they're going to recommend those changes to the zoning that authorize the implementation of the plan, as well as the recommendation to the City Council to adopt the objective residential standards. And then in that resolution, if there are any last items that the Planning Commission couldn't agree on, that they can recommend that the City Council take that into consideration as they finalize the document. And then it'll go on to City Council in July for discussion, and then we're looking at adoption in August. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to CityWorks team and Lisa Padilla.
Thank you, Brandy. Good evening, commissioners. Good evening, those that are here in person. It's a great turnout, so appreciate your interest in the project. So can we go to the next slide? Thank you. So there was an incredible turnout for the community survey that, as Brandy mentioned, was initiated last January. And what you're seeing is a summary of the topics that got very high response rate on a number of questions that we posed. I think there were well over 900 respondents that completed the survey. So maybe what's important to point out on this slide, I won't read the whole list, is that the top 5 topics, including height, setbacks, massing, lot design, those got a large proportion of the comments in the survey. So we're seen as very telling in terms of the topics that residents and stakeholders were most interested in. And a lot of interest with those topics relate to the sense of neighborhood and how residential buildings fit into the neighborhoods and with their neighboring properties. If we can go to the next slide, there were also a number of other topics that were covered, and those are listed in order of prevalence. So there were quite a few write-in comments. So we went through and tallied those thematically by topic, and you can see they range from density and height came up again, neighborhood compatibility, setbacks, sustainability, views, and balconies. So the full survey for anybody that's interested is actually available on the city site, and you can see the kind of the range of answers to all of the survey questions. Next slide. So I'm going to go through about a dozen slides, which are meant to really encapsulate just the key changes from the current design guidelines to the current draft version that you've been asked to review. So those include converting requirements, what is being enforced now as requirements, into a shall statement, or what is considered an objective standard. So not really a gray area, should be made clear enough that an applicant, whether it be a developer, architect, or resident, understand what is being asked or required, and then also city staff has a clear sense of how to evaluate that. And as Brandy set up in the objectives, that's to help streamline the process. Where the guidelines were confusing, as we heard from staff who've reviewed a number of applications, we've looked at certain requirements and tried to add clarity to those in the interpretation. I think we still have some more work in that regard to do based on some good comments we've received to date through the outreach process and the designer and developer focus group that we had recently. I think where the community seemed to suggest through the survey or through the public meetings that more restrictions could be helpful to achieve certain results, we tried to propose that. Or in some cases, they may have said things were too restrictive. We've tried to accommodate. So again, these are really the substantive changes that I'll be walking through. So if we go to the next slide, this one's with the height. The maximum height overall in the city is not being proposed to change for the R1 and the R1A residential districts. That would be the 30 feet. For the pitch roofs, we try to add a clarification that would be to the very top point of the ridge. And that for flat roofs, we've proposed that it clarifies that parapets above the actual roofing surface level and any rooftop structures, be that stairwells or elevator structures, if those are being provided in an R1 or R1A proposed project, would fall within the 31 feet. And that's to kind of equitably consider any structures within a proposed project fall within that 30-foot height. For the next slide, This encapsulates changes in the side and rear second-story step backs. So for the R1 zone, we're proposing on the side an additional 2-foot average step back from each side of the property. And this has gotten a range of comments. We'll go through in a few slides, kind of a summary of the comments we've heard so far, but that is something new from the current design guidelines. And then in the rear parcel of an R1, 50% of the rear elevation would need to be 30 feet in average from the rear property line. So no point of a second story shall be less than 25 feet from the rear property line. A number of these, what we've added, were in response to comments about privacy and a little bit more where there were concerns or comments related to adjacent parcels or properties. So that was generally our intent in some of these proposals that are before you. In the rear for R1As, there's a 25-foot average from the rear property line, and you can see the details there. The draft was meant to be pretty illustrative in how things were shown. So if we go to the next slide, these get to an important topic that's had a lot of interest, and that is roof decks and front porches. So for the R1 zones, we're proposing that the roof decks be set back 10 feet from the building edge, and that covered porches be allowed to project up to 6 feet into the front yard. And then there's also a stipulation about the proximity from the front porch and entrances with the front-facing garage. And you can see some of these details, maybe not in the slide, but in the published public draft with the illustrations and the tables that are provided. For the R1A zone with the roof deck, we've proposed a 250 square foot maximum. It was 500 square feet, so we're curious to get comments or input in the commission's thought on that. And an additional clarification on the covered porches and how they can extend 8 feet into the front yard if tandem parking is provided. Next slide. So there were some changes to the required off-street parking. For the R1, parking in the rear may be covered through a carport or enclosed garage. If you have a 3-car garage, which some large projects do, it can't face the front of the street in order to just try to minimize that impact of a large garage frontage on the public street frontage. And then we've added landscaping and what's called permeability requirements having to do with how water is retained on site and takes pressure off of your overall infrastructure system of the city. For the R1A, it provides some options with parking, side-by-side or tandem, and we'd love to hear more comments or thoughts from the commission and the public on that tonight. The next slide is just an overview of modular construction and prefab. This is definitely an all-new section in the guidelines. There have been some modular prefabricated projects that have been introduced into Redondo Beach. The intent of this is we were trying to add some variation. We heard there were some concerns or questions about the potential boxiness of a modular constructed home. So that is why those draft regulations or standards read the way they do. The next slide is a summary of where we have new definitions and standards. The first one is hillside sloping lots, and the intent there, you have a number of sloping sites in Redondo Beach is to reduce the visual impact of the front garages and basements. And this, we got some really good comments I'll go through in a minute from the developer design community. I think we're going to be adding some clarifications to those. And then also the mezzanines. This one is a very important topic because there's been a definition related to the building code, but there hadn't been really a clear definition in the current design guidelines. So we've taken a draft pass at providing a definition for how the mezzanines would need to be handled, and curious to hear more thoughts on that. And then requiring step backs in order to alleviate what might look like a third floor. And this is one we're hoping to hear more on tonight. The roof decks, again, the main changes are related to trying to address concerns about privacy with outdoor roof decks, where just, the activity you might get with a residential roof deck, that we're being sensitive to neighbors that are adjacent. The next slide is a summary of the landscaping and permeability requirements. These are new, and it's proposed as a point-based system. It meets current standards that are required for reduced runoff of water, and so that's something entirely new you'll see in the draft. And then there's more standards and materials related to plantings in the R1 and R1A zone. So if we go to the next slide, this is a change in that in the previous design guidelines, there were 2 character areas that were noted. We've added 4 more, and there's definitely been comments we've heard about considering adding others. And maybe you can see from this map, we did some GIS research of what had been recorded as permitted remodels or new projects. And those areas you see called out, like Beryl Heights and Fremona South, for example, on the map or the slide, those had a lot of consistency in the structures that are there as it was recorded through permits. And in driving around, we were observing the character in those areas seem very well intact. So the proposal is those get recognized and that we have design guidelines for them. Design guidelines not being standards, but suggestions and guidance for design in order to help protect some of the character that's there, but again, not a requirement. So curious if there are more thoughts on that tonight. And then the next slide are the multifamily districts. So that's your R2, R3, RMD, and RH. And we're trying to translate the guidelines into objective standards. There are many guidelines we notice that were not real specific, and they're actually in some cases difficult to impossible to make into objective standards. But we're curious to hear if there are any you feel or can suggest can be made into crisp, clear standards. And in some cases, they can probably be added to those if you feel they're lacking in some of the areas related to the higher density areas and the multifamily. So they address things like front setbacks. Again, landscaping standards were added, building orientation and massing, especially to avoid very large residential structures on large sites. We added a standard to sort of break down the scale into more multiple structures. And then some standards about design variation, and open spaces. The next slide. Other categories that had changes were related to pedestrian paths, preserving street parking, which is important, especially where you have mixed uses, not only residents and visitors, but if you have commercial uses on the ground floor, that's an important sort of urban principle to still preserve your street parking. And then some architectural requirements. So I think there's one more slide on the multifamily. And again, these are just highlighting the changes having to do with some height variation, the mezzanine definition, which would be the same as R1, roof decks, roof style, carports, and then single family, if they are introduced into these zones, that the R1 standard would apply, except in cases of setbacks. The next slide this is sort of a mixed set of topics, which is just noting that we've added the landscape matrix for the multifamily, and that there is a chapter on accessory dwelling units, and that really is consistent with your current ordinance. It was added, and I think it was a requirement as part of the grant application that we include that. So the next couple slides are an encapsulation of comments heard. And I think Brandy may have said, but I wanted to reiterate that these were up to the point, so not the most recent ones that probably came in the last week or so, but we wanted to at least give a flavor of some of the comments we've heard. And I know there's going to be more robust commission comments shortly as part of tonight. So the second story side setbacks and the proposal that those average 2 feet across an entire project side property, we heard comments that range from it was a great compromise, can help increase separation and privacy, but could drive up the cost of construction, might result in bad architecture. So I'm giving you these almost verbatim. I mean, they're not quotes, but want to give you a fair sense of the variety of comments we've heard. With roof decks, there was a question of why would you prohibit them on lots less than 50 feet? And again, our intent was to try address issues that we heard through the survey related concerns about privacy, from neighbor to neighbor, parcel to parcel. And for the rear yard and second story step backs, again, there was a question, why is this the best place to allow, if for privacy and massing, is this the best place to allow more massing? And maybe the 9-foot step back is too restrictive. So specific comments on some of the dimensions were noted. And then rear yard setbacks in R18, there was an observation that a lot of projects are already built out closer to the rear property line. So is that something that should be included in this new version of the standards? The next slide. For hillside lots, there was a comment about clarifying the plane of the garage and also how to measure the slope, which we've taken to heart. I think that's going to be something we can definitely address in our next stage of work, and to integrate any other comments we hear tonight related to the sloping sites, and comments about removing the requirement on where the front door is located. For basements, there was a comment about feeling they were penalized in the way the standards were written. There's a case where they need to be counted as part of the floor area ratio. And so I think that was a comment related to that. And then with mezzanines, the comments were why regulate them if they don't affect the building mass, and a comment that came out of the focus group asking why plumbing mattered. The next slide. Sorry, I'm trying to keep this moving so we can get to the discussion. Balconies were definitely a comment. Probably the one I want to point out, because I think it's a question for the commission and the public tonight, is there was a comment that maybe balconies should be able to face directly to your neighboring side property line. We had proposed that not be allowed. Again, it was addressing a privacy concern. So that probably warrants some discussion. And then the ADU maximum height was a question or comment, a comment on tandem parking, and then comments about the front yard landscaping. So, and we can return to these if needed. The next slide. So these were comments about the character districts that I mentioned, general comments, valuing that it is important to acknowledge the different character between the neighborhoods. There were definitely comments that maybe some of the proposals were not ideal, including in the TRW track or in Beryl Heights. Comments about the tree height related to views and setbacks, which is a common comment, as you've seen. Next slide. And then I think, so this is a key slide, I think, for the public and for the commission tonight. I think this summarizes where the team feels we need most clarity or direction, if possible, tonight. And that includes sort of a sense from the commission on second story step backs, which we had proposed with some changes. And is that tool, should it be used to help control massing and address privacy? For balconies, should they be restricted from directly facing adjacent properties, as I mentioned? The mezzanines, we want to get a confirmation on the proposed definition, how you feel about that. With height, should the flat roofed homes have projections within the 30 feet as proposed or be treated differently? And then roof decks, should these be set back or limited in size as we've proposed in the R1 and the R1A? And then the character areas we'd like to know, are the special standards appropriate? Should there be more? Curious to hear the commission's thoughts on that. And then for the driveway and garages, should carports be an option for rear covered parking? And then should uncovered rear tandem space be allowed in the R1A? And then any other topics the commission feel are important to give our team direction on this evening. Brandy, that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Great, thank you. So what we wanted to do is, we have the portable mic, so being able to open it up for the community questions, input, feedback, if you guys are open to that. Yeah. Okay, great. And Lisa, if you want to hang out here, and we'll make sure to answer any questions. Anybody from the public? All right, and go ahead and state your name, and then so we have that.
Yeah, my name's Scott Smith. I live at 419 South Gertruda in Redondo. It's a newly developed project, and there's just a number of things here that would just be a concern. My wife's lifelong Redondo Beach. I own Floors, which is a flooring contracting business, Torrance and PCH. It's been a lot of good fortune and a lot of hard work that allowed us to have that property. There's a number of things. We do have a full basement and we have a roof deck that wouldn't be able, if all of this passes, to go into place. We consciously chose, for the amount of money we spent, to be in Redondo Beach because we love it here, as opposed to Manhattan or Hermosa. Not just because of what we could build, but views, neighborhood, community. I mean, we truly, it's a dream come true living where we live. It really is. If all this went into effect, I probably would not buy that property because of, roof deck. If it's too small, like our previous home, you're never going to use it. So we have a roof deck with some of the best views in the entire South Bay. I do a lot of the floors in Manhattan Beach and Hermosa Beach, probably over 50% of them. And short of properties topping $20 million, nobody's got a view like what we've got over there. The roof deck, it's a bomber. It's 280 degrees of just perfection. If you made it too small, nobody would go up there. It wouldn't even be worth it. None of the neighbors have a problem with it. Neighbors love me in general. Basement allows us to make it make sense financially in terms of the square footage. At least it hasn't been touched on here, but I've been told that now I would need to be choosing between one of the two. And I think ultimately that would limit the property values. It would limit the types of people that are moving into these homes. And overall, it's just a huge concern that a lot that I bought, I don't know, 2 years ago, now I would just pass on and I'd just say, hey, I'll do something else here. And all it's doing is bringing, it's not like our basement affects any of our neighbors. Nobody can even see it. Everything's above grade that would be allowed to be there either way. And I guess it's just a little bit concerning that you wouldn't be able to replicate what I've dreamed about and worked my whole life for. We wouldn't be able to build it if any of this stuff goes through. And we might need to pick a different city or.
Time.
Motion to extend?
Second.
All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All those against, say no. So another 2 minutes, say?
No, I'm pretty much finished, but it's just like we love, I work Manhattan, Hermosa. My wife's an occupational therapist for Redondo Beach Unified. We love this community. We live here, we work here. My wife's part of the education system. And it's just, when I hear stuff like this, it's just a little bit disheartening because, not that we're super old, but we could live in any of these beach cities. And we choose to live here. And if certain rules between roof decks and basements and all this sort of stuff goes through, it would just be like, well, I'll just go somewhere where I can do what I want to do. And like I said, I mean, our neighbors love us. There's no sort of contention between what we build. I mean, like I used to, at my old house, in the 4 years that we lived there, we knew less neighbors than we knew in the first 2 weeks of living in our new house. After a year and a half of construction, I got 2 little boys, and my neighbors are bringing chocolates and coloring books for my 2 and 4-year-old. It's like, there's definitely not an outrage in terms of, I mean, every neighbor, their biggest question was, can we see the house? It wasn't like, you monsters, you built this thing. You know, I mean, one of my neighbors made a whole book and like documented the process and then gave it to me, of saying like, it was just so cool seeing it done. And like I said, if you limit certain things, people with the means to build or buy these houses, they're going to go elsewhere. So
I have a question. Scott, where's your house located?
On Gertruda.
Gertruda.
it's Gertruda, right off of Ruby. We're 2 in from Ruby on Gertruda.
Uh-huh. And so it's already built.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's already built. So it's not about, it's just
Tear
that
down,
other
sorry.
people wanting to build. And your deck is bigger than 250 square feet, I take it?
Yes.
And it's a rooftop deck?
Uh-huh. So at my
And-
old house,
Yeah.
which was also in Redondo Beach, but it was North Redondo, and there was a view off of there, but the deck was small. So short of like a morning workout for my wife, bless her, works out every morning, it didn't really get used for anything. And then part of that was not having a reverse floor plan. So I'm speaking specifically to the area that I'm in right now.
Right.
There was a couple of different issues, but when you deal with this area, South Redondo, specifically this Gertruda, Alberta, you know, that I'm in, because I can speak to that, the lots aren't 50 feet wide. So now we're saying there's no roof deck. And then it's got some of the best views in the South Bay. I mean, I'm not kidding you. The only house that I've seen that has better views than the little area that we're in, it's Hill Section Manhattan Beach, and they're $20+ million houses now. And so you're sitting there and you're like, well, we can't have a roof deck. Even though it's reverse floor plan, I've got less than a full flight of stairs to get to a roof deck that has panoramic, unobstructable, like given from God type views. I mean, literally like magical views. And so it's like, okay, so you can have a roof deck, but it can only be so small that you can't put anything up there. So you're never going to go up there.
Mm-hmm.
So we can have a tiny roof deck or no roof deck. And you're taking away literally one of the most beautiful things of South Redondo, which are these amazing views. And then, at least in my area, most of the streets, Gertruda, Alberta, the east lots are elevated. So the whole idea of like, hey, you're taking away privacy, you're blocking, you're this, you're that, well, they're already higher than you anyways. So you're not really blocking anything at all. So, you know, like I said, I'm just talking in relation to my own, like our house has been a dream of ours. And I look at so many things I love, one being, you know, on the slope, basement opens to the backyard. That's the trend in terms of the new construction because of the cost of the dirt, cost of the construction in Manhattan Beach. Everything's going there. You don't see anything in the tree section without a full basement. Mm-hmm. So it's like now, given the cost of everything, a basement's almost a necessity just to make it pencil. But then if you get the basement, at least from what I'm hearing, then you lose these like forever magical views that you can't find anywhere else in the South Bay. And, you know, through COVID, we've seen the price of these South Redondo properties go through the roof as these other people, it's like, hey, you can have this Manhattan Beach where you're on top of your neighbor, tree section, full basement.
That's the key. So I'm actually your neighbor. I live on Alberta.
Oh, cool.
And when you look at the east side of Alberta now, and just sharing, every one of those homes are rectangles. All the new ones that went up are lot line to lot line, and they're literally rectangles across the street. So, I appreciate a lot about what you're saying, but there's something else. So I grew up here in South Redondo, and when it was time to build a house, we literally said, okay, Hermosa, Manhattan, which I've also lived in as young 20s and all, rented everywhere. And one thing was that we wanted more space, so if every home in our neighborhood was as big as the ones that have gone up on Alberta, we really don't have the space that we really all want, truly, do we? If every house on that street is 6,500 square feet, where's the space? No, we're now Hermosa, Manhattan. So that's why these things have to be gone through and digested. And I'm not so sure 250 square feet is small for a rooftop deck. I don't know, 250 square feet, that's 25 times 10. That's kind of like, it's not tiny.
Well, I think once you put a jacuzzi up there, which is the only way you're ever going to go there, and you do
Okay,
these
that's
other
another
things.
thing. So I know a lot of people that have rooftop decks that are friends of mine. They never ever go up there. So I mean, in theory, they're all really great, but they're too cold because it's windy and on and on. So do you guys actually go up there a lot?
Out all the time, and that's the thing, is like the reverse floor plan that gets you closer to the top floor, and then having it large enough where it's actually usable. That's my main thing. At my old house, my roof deck was half the size of this, and we barely ever went up there because there wasn't enough space to put anything up
So
there.
you're not really using your yard and your garden, you're using your deck.
Yeah, but then you would go to the same argument of then it's the basement concept. The fact we're able to do the basement, my lot's a 5,000 foot lot. We've got a great backyard. It's big enough for my kids to ride around in their electric cars. And so, okay, so you get rid of the basement, but then it forces you to push the structure maybe to the maximum back. I have a 5,000, my old lot was 5,000 feet. My new one's 5,000 feet.
Are you on the east side or the west side?
I'm on the west side.
Okay, gotcha.
So, I mean, I hear what you're saying in terms of some of the stuff on the east side, and it's it can't look like a giant rectangle.
Oh my gosh.
I'm not going to.
There's literally maybe 2 or 3 old homes left, and all of them are literally massive rectangles. I mean, I can't even tell you, but whatever. The basement thing, I do need clarifying on, because I'm kind of with you on that. If it's underground, who the heck cares? And it shouldn't really count towards your fire. I wouldn't think.
No, I think if
So I'm
anything,
not
it's
really
beneficial. I
understanding.
mean, I don't know if you're familiar with my house, but it's white with brick and a wood garage door, but my house from the front, if you don't open a side gate, looks like a 2-story house. You don't see the 13 or
Oh, that's
14.
right. On the west side, those are all so if you open up your basement, you would be in your backyard.
Exactly.
Okay, I gotcha. Yeah.
So like I said, I can see a little bit of where it comes down to, but at the same time, I think that's more of elevations. I'm a new construction hardwood flooring contractor. I look at plan sets all day. That's what I do. So I can see a point being made of architecturally not making it look like a rectangle, but in terms of limiting roof decks, limiting basements, or making you choose between one or the other.
Well, I think your basement is a different thing, because if I'm standing in your backyard, I see 3 floors. Whereas my argument's a little bit different in that the basement would be underground, where if you were front, side, back, you'd never see the basement underneath. So that's kind of a different argument, because we can't have 3 floors in Redondo. So that kind of icks that,
yeah,
if
but
I'm not mistaken.
the argument on the other side. Oh,
Go ahead.
Sorry.
Yeah.
We're getting into
Yeah.
a conversation, and I know that there are a lot of.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
no.
we
Thank
have
you.
at least 8 people online too, waiting to speak, right?
Yes, yeah.
Thank you.
Do appreciate the comments. It's that is one of the things that we heard in the design focus group was about the sloping lots and how do we address that. And I think that we have that as one of the things that we know that we need to clarify, and then as well we
Right,
need more
right.
council or planning commission direction. So who do we have next? All right, I'm gonna grab him over here. And if you can just state your name. You can, either is fine, and just state your name.
Okay, hi. Good evening. Thanks for this opportunity. My name is Doug Leach. First of all, I'd like to say that the presentation by the consultant was really good. I mean, it was really I compliment you. It was very good graphically and very clear. And she included some of the comments that were made at the last Zoom meeting. I mean, I don't want to start off with this, but the 2-foot setback, side setback to the upper floor, and that comment that the architecture would suffer, that was straight from me. But I'll get to that in a second. By the way, I'm probably going to need more than 3 minutes. I spent a lot of, I just want to let you know, I spent a lot of time looking at these standards. And so hopefully I will get a little bit more than 3 minutes.
Nope.
But so anyway, I'm a 60-year resident of Redondo Beach. My dad taught at the high school for over 30 years. My architectural practice is down at Pier Plaza. So you guys are, not you, but the city is technically my landlord and has been for 32 years. I've designed about 1,000 houses in the South Bay. And I don't say that to be arrogant or anything. It's just that when I look at these standards, I'm really comparing them to Manhattan Beach and Hermosa Beach and Palos Verdes and Torrance and these other cities that I work in, and you know what works and what doesn't work. So all that stuff is going through my head when I look at these standards. I completely agree with Scott's comments. I don't have a roof deck. My house is on Avenue E. We built it about 18 years ago. I do have a basement. The basement's a big part of my house. I mean, I wouldn't even done construction on my lot, which is a 50 by 110 lot, had we been not able to do a basement. So, and I do have a rec room down the basement that's within the front 40 feet of the property line, the front property line. Would not have been able to do a portion of that rec room if that standard is put into place. And I totally disagree with that because going to what the commissioner said, my basement is totally underground and it's not a sloping lot, it's flat. So nobody sees my basement at all. And so to punish me, and I know I haven't been punished because my house was built a long time ago, but to punish anybody for that reason when nobody sees it, I really would push back against that personally. I don't agree with that. Okay, so to start off with a little bit with, I think this slide right here, I totally agree with the consultant and probably with the staff that a balcony facing a neighbor on the side, I don't think that's a good thing. I don't think that makes really good architecture either, but I totally understand and agree with that concept that, you know, why would you want somebody looking right down into your kitchen window or whatever's there next door? So I totally agree with that. I totally agree with the height deal. Like a lot of houses now, I don't do very much contemporary, but a lot of these flat roofs, I think the entire parapet and everything, I think that was discussed, I think the entire parapet, everything.
Time.
Motion to extend 3 minutes?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. I think the parapet and everything else that was discussed should be under the 30-foot height limit. I totally agree with that. Otherwise, you're just getting a taller box, you know, on a flat roof. So I totally agree with that. Okay, here we go. Do you have the standards in front of you, or am I just? I mean, if I say a page number, is that helpful or not helpful?
Sure.
Okay, on page 6, the side setback is discussed. The step back, this is architectural. I'm speaking as an architect right now. I think step backs, massing, we talk about massing. If your step back is 6 feet or 8 feet or even 10 feet, I think that step back looks really good architecturally. And mostly those setbacks, of course, in my opinion, should occur at the front of the house, primarily, but also at the back of the house. But a 2-foot setback, and this is what I said in the Zoom meeting a few weeks ago, a 2-foot setback, and I realize that that was the average that you have to hit and that you could do 4 feet, but even 4 feet. Let's talk about the 2-foot setback just for a second. When your setback is that much from lower wall to upper wall, you end up with this weird what do you do with that 2 feet? You got a little shed roof that looks terrible if it's only 2 feet deep. Or, you know, if it's a flat roof area, even that is not really consistent with more traditional, you know, Cape Cod or some other designs like that. So I'm really concerned about that architecturally. And you can ask me questions about that more, but I don't want to use up too much time. The 50% rear elevation, average of 30 feet from your property line, I think that's a little restrictive, personally. As I said, my lot is 50 by 110. If you do the math on it, which I don't want to do in front of you right now, but I think that that would really hurt my second floor area that's allowed. And then if we're further squeezing the house because of a 2-foot side setback, I mean, my house could not have happened in a million years. And people like people that walk by my house, they like my house. So I think that would be a mistake. It was discussed about garages, a 3-car garage not be allowed to face in front of the property. And I'm sure the intent there is, door. Totally agree with that. Would dominate the front elevation. But in other cities, particularly Manhattan Beach, you're allowed to do a tandem garage. You have two spots in front plus one in tandem. It's all over Manhattan Beach. And I'm not saying Manhattan Beach is the end all, but that solution where you have a tandem garage, the garage width still would remain as like 20 feet or so and does not dominate the front elevation. So I'm hopeful that this 3-car garage does not include like a tandem garage situation. Of course, on the plan, you could just say that whole area back there is storage. But I just don't want that to be a problem in the future. The windows are translucent glass. Are we talking about windows in the garage door itself? Is that what we're saying there? When you say front garage is allowed, providing that one or more of the following is included to break up the facade. We're talking about windows in the garage, correct? Is that correct?
We're in public comment, is that okay?
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
What page are you on, Doug?
Pardon me?
Oh, I was going to ask what page you were on.
I'm on page 13,
Okay.
bottom right.
Time.
Motion to extend 3 minutes.
Second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Thank
They're
you.
extended.
Yes, that was in the garage door, so they're more decorative and not solid.
That's nice.
Yeah.
I think I totally agree with that. Some of my comments here are, hopefully I'm not sounding too arrogant here, but on the style, I'm on page 55 right now. And there's pictures, and I mentioned this at the Zoom meeting. There's pictures of these various styles. And all that to say that I think we could do better with these pictures. Some of these pictures, I think, like on the Spanish, there's not an example really of a really good 2-story Spanish house. The one in the middle on the right is kind of so-so, but it's not that great. And the one on the Craftsman on page 56, the nice picture is the top right picture, but the other 3 pictures, I think we could do a lot better than that. On page 57, the post-war traditional, I'm not really thrilled with any of those pictures. I mean, I'm trying to be bluntly honest here. But I think we can provide some nice pictures for all these styles. And if this is what people are going to look at, then I think they should be really good pictures of those particular styles. Same with the Mediterranean. I think the left house is kind of squish. I can talk for 5 minutes about this stuff, but I don't want to. But I think we could do better on that too. The bottom 2 houses on the right, I think, are nice. Contemporary, I think we could do a lot better on the contemporary house. The neo-traditional on page 60, the left house, I think is really cute. That's a really nice house. The other 2, I think, are not great. So anyway, I just think we can improve that if that's going to be, the standard for Redondo Beach. I wanted to talk about 2 other things, not necessarily part of these standards. For a while, we and other architects, probably more problem than me because I haven't done a lot of work in Redondo Beach lately, but front-facing garages were being denied or not approved recently in the last couple of years, and it was required to swing into the garage. I'm just cautioning you for future reference, but I think aesthetically that's a disaster to require like on a 50-foot wide lot like my lot to swing into the garage because all your visitors are walking down a sea of concrete just to get the front door. The massing is terrible because the living area is so pushed back past the garage and the garage sticks out so much. So, and I could talk about this for 10 more minutes, but it's not really, I don't feel like you're going down that path anyway. So maybe I should just cease my comments on that, but that would be a disaster if that was required to swing into garages.
Time.
I have one more comment.
Motion to extend.
Seconds.
Okay, sorry about that. I've learned recently that perhaps the bonuses are, it's not part of this presentation, but the bonuses might go away. And I'm really cautioning you, I mean, this is for future, but I'm really cautioning against that. I think that would be grossly unfair all across the city. I think that many people have bought property in Redondo Beach. They know what the rules are. They know what they can build. And a lot of these people are, waiting for interest rates to change, or waiting. Young couples are waiting to accrue some more money, and maybe they buy a property with the thought, I'm going to build a new house here 5 years from now or 10 years from now. But in their mind, they know what they can build based on the bonuses that exist now. And if those are wiped out, then I think that would be really, really, really unfair to those people. And I think property values would really drastically reduce as well. I think it would really be a hurt to the city.
Time.
Thank you.
I wanted to just respond to a couple of those items, the last two specifically. We are not looking at going towards the side entry garage. So we're actually trying to find standards that are more attuned to, having, yes, the eyes on the street, but allowing that front-facing garage, just limiting it in the areas where there's alley access. That would be the areas that would be limited. And then, what was the last? Yeah, thank you. And bonuses, so this is the FAR, the floor area ratio. And it has a 0.65 is the standard, and then there are different bonuses in the zoning code. Those are not going away. What we have done, though, is there are some standards that are going to be required that would automatically give that owner the bonuses. So the bonuses are still going to be there. It's just there's going to be some things like permeable surfaces that now all of a sudden that's going to automatically trigger that the bonus would be given. Yep. Okay. Yes.
I have just like a quick question. So, do existing houses have to make modern day changes to adhere to those new standards that are going to be in place?
Excellent question. It wouldn't be retroactive. It would be any new development. If they're going to be doing an addition, it would have to meet, what setbacks or heights for that addition. But anything that would be existing would be a pre-existing non-conforming.
Good evening. My name is Ali Madani, a builder, developer in the Redondo Beach. I've been a resident of Redondo Beach for the past 30 years. And for the past 20 years, I've been living in the AKA tall and skinny homes. And some of the comments that I've been reading and noticed that are going to be in effect. One is the second story setback. It seems like that will be cutting off at least 9 feet from the second story. That would be like a master bedroom, I would assume. And I can never imagine that a master bedroom that I already have is about 16 feet long and 9 feet of it will be gone. And these communities that I've noticed, basically the residents are first-time buyers. And they usually go through having 2 kids. By the time they have their 3rd kids, they move out. It's just not enough room. And if we cut any of this square footage, it just makes it a lot more not practical. And also another comment as far as the tandem parking that I've noticed that is going to be considered. That would be additional 20 feet in length. And it will only leave about 8 feet of width in the property as far as living square footage. And I'm not sure that if any architect has really considered designing a home with these changes and see what changes would be in effect really is that 8 feet livable.
what can you do with 8 feet? Because you still have to have at least a 3 feet of hallway, and it will leave you 5 feet of what? Laundry, sideway, and bathroom. I mean, how many bathrooms can you have on the first floor? Typically, there's not more than one. And so I had the pleasure of talking to Mr. Hainsley once. I understand that you live on the 11th block or 12th block of Stanford. And have you ever given any of these changes a thought and see if that would be practical for yourself to live? And basically, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, and I do believe that the tandem parking discussion is one of those that we have, we will be bringing to the Planning Commission to see if they want to add that or not. And just so you know, that came up because there was an appeal, I think almost 2 years ago, where somebody ended up requesting tandem parking and it was approved, but that still, that didn't necessarily mean that that was going to be the be-all, end-all. So we need to work that through. Okay.
Hello. My name is Kevin Lang. I live on the upper avenues on Avenue B. And I am in construction and development, and I've done some architecture. And I've done enough architecture on the avenues to know that, honestly, that the 2-foot additional side yard setback, like to try and create a good floor plan within 26 feet on a 40-foot wide lot is very challenging and really presents some serious architectural issues. Not only that, on the constructability end of things, I mean, no offense, but we're here as this is Planning Commission meeting, but the reality is you got to structurally wrap that in beams. How am I going to get plumbing out of those walls? Then I got to create soffits in the lower floors below. That means that customers are going to want taller ceilings in all those areas. That just increases the height of your building as a whole. So just because somebody's looking at the house from the front and they think they perceive a smaller structure, I don't necessarily think they're going to end up that way. So I really think that's a massive issue within everything I see here. The balconies, facing your neighbor, I agree wholeheartedly with Doug on that. That on a single family home seems illogical, but maybe on an R3 lot, every single middle unit on an R3 lot faces your neighbor's property. So I just want to make sure we're clear that that doesn't affect those basic standards that we're all used to building to. As for roof decks, I mean, my opinion on roof decks is simply put, we call them 4th of July decks in the industry. You only go up there on 4th of July, and on the construction end, they're just a liability nightmare and they cost a lot of money. But no offense to who was speaking earlier, but majority of people don't really use them. However, I could care less if they're 500 square feet and you want to put one up there 500 square feet. Majority of every single set of plans I've ever seen in my career, they don't exceed more than 250 square feet. I've only done one that was larger and was pushing the boundaries of 500 square feet. But if I don't see why that's an issue for privacy for other people. I think people are overthinking it. And I really don't see many neighbors having parties up there. So who cares if you want a 500 square foot roof deck? The mezzanines and the whole plumbing on the 3rd floor, I understand the code reasons behind it, but the reality is if there isn't a bathroom on the mezzanine floor, the mezzanine's not really that user-friendly or functional, and neither is the roof deck. So if you put plumbing up there, then it makes those spaces that much more functional. So if we're going to put stuff in here and want people to do them, we might as well make the spaces functional, not necessarily what we think works best. As for the permeability of the lots and whatnot, and you guys started to broach into other topics that I think California requires.
Time.
Motion to extend 3 minutes.
3 minutes.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those against say no. You're extended.
One big thing that I've noticed for example, not to shame the other cities, but City of Hermosa has got a great one where it's like the planning department requires 50% of the hardscape to be permeable, but the other departments require, the civil engineering department or the engineering department requires you to retain all of the water on the property inside eco tanks or a cistern or whatnot and then pump it later on. Do you understand that those are completely contradictory things? They make no sense. One is doing the exact opposite, or one is doing the exact same thing as the other, but you're having to put both of them on there. So by putting something on yours, you're doing the exact same thing they're doing, because the engineering departments are already starting to require those things. And it would be contradictory, and it's just costing your homeowners more money. As for the basements, put them in. Who cares? They're under the house. It doesn't bother me. I don't see any reason why we wouldn't want to encourage people, in fact, to put more basements. You know, the problem I feel like is like going to the planning department. Every time you speak to people, you start to get different feedback from the planners, and you get confused as a designer or a builder. Like, what is it that you're exactly looking for this month? Because it constantly is changing. But honestly, guys, it's like, look, I live in the neighborhood. Doug's got one of the nicest houses in the entire city of Redondo Beach, architecturally. That's a beautiful style of home. We like coastal, craftsman, all of the things, the neo, whatever that was. Most people don't really like the modern homes, the boxy stuff and whatnot. That's fine. You got 30-foot maximum build height. Why aren't we encouraging people in their FAR bonuses or whatnot by potentially pushing them towards different architectural styles, or instead giving people a maximum build height on their plate heights, reducing their overall plate heights? I don't need 14-foot tall or 18-foot tall ceilings in a master bedroom that I got to heat throughout that so that every one of my neighbors has to look at a big box. I mean, fine. If you want to do modern architecture, great. Lower the plate heights. If you want to do a coastal house that has a pitched roof, okay. Allow them to do higher plate or higher ridge heights with lower plates, and it still looks nice, because the plate height conversation and the modern boxier homes really is determined by that feature right there. I think that's it.
Thank you, Kevin.
I have a question. Thank you.
Brandy,
Mr. Lamb has a question.
Quick question. What are plate heights and ridge heights?
So like the standard guidelines call for a 30-foot maximum build on the overall property, whatever the existing grade is. That really encourages, let's say, a developer to say, okay, I want to build a box as tall as I can, whatnot, for that space. A plate is that when you build a stud wall, you have a sole plate, which is the bottom, and a top plate, which is the top. And so
Of what?
the top of a wall, for example.
Okay. All right.
And so, how tall does one's ceilings need to be? Let's say a first floor, generous 10 feet. You got 1 foot of floor in between that, and then you got the top floor, even another 10 feet. That's 21 feet right there, plus your roof structure. That's another foot. Where's the other, 8 or 9 feet going? Well, people are just making really, really 13-foot tall ceilings, 14-foot tall ceilings that, no offense, they don't need, except the design parameters allow them to do it. So they're going to do it, because there are people out there that are encouraged, like, oh, this is a selling point that the realtors are looking for. So if what we're looking for, which personally I like a hipped roof, I like a more coastal or craftsman style home, let's encourage people with their FARs. I have no problem reducing my FAR and giving people bonuses on the FAR who are going to do certain architectural styles, if that's what we're going at or getting towards.
Brandy, can I add a clarification? Maybe I should ask, I'm sorry, Chair Gaddis, can I
go
add a
ahead.
clarification? Because there've been some great comments on the 2-foot side setback. It's an average of 2 feet, but the comments you've made about the where it would just be if somebody said they were going to implement 2 feet, completely hear what you're saying. So I thought I would just add that wrinkle. Thank you.
Is that a follow-up response?
Yeah.
But it's 50% and it's 2 feet on either side. So that's technically 4 feet. So on a 40-foot wide lot, which let's call that pretty much all of the avenues other than a few that are 50-foot wide lots, that means your upper floor at 50% of it is potentially 26 feet, or you're staggering it. And so you got 28 feet. I mean, 26 feet, you guys measure homes on the exterior envelope, not the interior envelope. So you start trying to put two bedrooms side by side, those bedrooms start to get really narrow and things start to become pretty unworkable or challenging. And so what I'm saying is realistically, it may be narrowing things up, but it's not necessarily getting you what you want at the end of the day.
I wanted to add one thing about the mezzanines. So when the current residential design guidelines were adopted in 2003, 20 years ago, the definition is referencing what's the definition of mezzanine in the building code. The building code changes every 3 years. So what the mezzanine definition was in 2003 is very different than what it is today. It was very open to below, maybe didn't have the plumbing features. And as over time it's changed, it is almost like a third story. It can be much more enclosed based on the code, the building code changes. So we're trying to find somewhere where that mezzanine definition can land. Maybe plumbing, restricting plumbing isn't necessary. That's another conversation that we'll have tonight with the Planning Commission. Next person, anybody else want to speak?
Good evening. My name is Paul Shanasi. I live in North Redondo for almost 20 years, and I have two boys, and one of them goes to Washington. So regarding the comments I saw, I have a couple of notes I would like to mention and share with you guys. Regarding the rooftop decks and the setbacks, I think they're not only beautiful in South Redondo, but also in North Redondo. I have friends that have rooftop decks over there, and the city view is amazing, like right up the Ripley. And I mean, they have amazing views. You can see the downtown LA, Hollywood sign, and the stadium. They have beautiful views, and I think having these setbacks is going to make it more challenging to have those rooftop decks over there. And as I saw on the survey, I think I saw that was number 10 on the survey, so that was not on one of the top 5 concerns. Also regarding the setback at the rear, from the rear, like the 30-foot setback, to me, that's I feel that's too much. I think it was 25 feet before, and I feel like with adding these 2-foot setbacks on the sides and all around the building, the sides I understand, but front and back, I don't see the reason why we need setback on the back or front. It doesn't help with the privacy neighbors. And regarding mezzanine. I saw that there are no plumbing fixture in mezzanines. So mezzanines are from outside. I don't see how plumbing fixtures are going to change anything and how they're going to impact like people's view or anybody to have a plumbing fixture in there or not. It's just going to make it more convenient for people. Like, let's say during COVID, they were working mezzanine, make it another extra office space. So I think having like a toilet or sink is going to help them. It's going to be more convenient for people to use the mezzanine, and maybe the balcony if they have in front of the mezzanine. Also, I'm not sure. I saw that 50-foot lots cannot have mezzanine, or 50 less than 50 or 50. Can you clarify on that, please? Is it 50 or less than 50?
Let me check. It'll take me a second.
Okay.
Do you have other comments?
Sure. Yes, and regarding the basements, of course, I think I saw in one of the comments, I really do believe that they have the least impact on the view, especially from outside. As these two gentlemen mentioned, you could not even know that they have basement in that house from the street. And on the side balcony, I think if you have a mezzanine and you have a side balcony, right, from the mezzanine, you're
Time.
not, okay,
Motion to extend 3 minutes.
Second?
All those in favor, say aye.
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 thank you. It's just my last note. So the side balcony and the mezzanine, you're not gonna be like having a window right in front of you because mostly they're, lower than your building and you're not gonna have any neighbors looking on at you. And also he mentioned a good point that R3 properties, mostly the balcony is the only option you have is just to have them on the side. Thank you.
We have not, that I can see going through the detailed pages, tied the mezzanines to the 50-foot lot width.
Yeah, my name is Manuel George. For those of you who don't know me, I've lived in and worked in the city of Redondo Beach for 35 years. There's been lots of great comments here. I would like to just let everybody know I'm really happy to be here and be a part of this. I think with everything I've seen over the last 35 years, this is probably the most productive and going to be most beneficial to the Planning Commission, the city council members, the design community, the planning staff, because I know how hard it is down there. So this is a great step forward. Lots of great comments. First of all, that was just because it's fresh in my mind. It's 50 foot or less is what that code says. I'm not sure what page it is, but it does say 50 foot or less. No decks or mezzanine, which is something I'd like to talk about. I'm going to try and blow through here. It doesn't matter. You're still going to buzz me out, so feel free. Doug, great comments. Agree with everything wholeheartedly, except the 2 foot side, the average side, second story setback, okay? I think this is actually, we're all here tonight because of the objections of the neighbors. And neighbors, it's always about communities. I hear that word tonight all the time. It's so true. These neighborhoods vary from block to block. So one thing that always comes to mind is sense of community and privacy and these new big developments coming in and changing the face of the city. Yes, and that's out of necessity and the wants of people coming into the city, which is a great beneficial thing on a lot of levels. We can all talk about that some other time. And just like we drive electric cars now instead of Model Ts, there's a necessity for homes to be a little different than they were years ago, decades, centuries ago. We all live different. Lots of topics here. Don't even know where to start. So let's just, I don't have my list. I don't think I need it. I agree with Doug. This gentleman here, or who's no longer there. Great topics. He suggested modifying the building heights and modulation relative to the style of buildings. I think that's a great concept. I think that would be a great tool for the planning staff to have to try and get the types of buildings in the certain neighborhoods that they would like to see built. So for certain neighborhoods, you get maybe, just because this is a great leverage tool, greater FARs in certain neighborhoods if you do certain style of buildings. Lower FARs if you do some other style that's a little less desirable. Okay, that's a great tool. I'm gonna grab my notes real quick. Let's see. First of all, I'd like to just say I'm kind of interested in how we started with trying to get the subjective issues of the code out into a complete code overhaul, from what I can understand, relative to the impact and all the issues we're now addressing now in this forum, in this meeting, because originally it was just trying to make this easier for staff, easier for the design community and the owners.
Motion to extend.
Second?
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. You're extended.
Okay, so to make it easier for staff as well as the design community to be able to come in here and bring the staff what they want, as well as me being a build designer to try and make my clients happy. I'm caught in the middle between Brandy's department and my clients, just like she's caught between me and the Planning Commission. So it's all this relationship that we have to deal with. And everybody just wants to try and make it a little easier for everybody. So there's all kinds of issues here. Rooftop decks, I think. So let me just back up. I'm trying to be really brief here. I, as a designer, building designer, have no problem with trying to modulate these buildings in a way to make it more compatible with the community, as well as to try and mitigate these privacy issues that everybody seems to be talking about. So the second story setback, I think he said, oh, it was really, really hard. Doug mentioned it was hard to deal with that. That's the only topic I disagree with you, Doug. As a designer, that's just one of the challenges that they're throwing in front of you. You have to mitigate. So it is an average, which I like. Originally, when I met that, I was really upset because I thought we were going to get the cake, the stepping wedding cake comment that you made, but we're not. It's an average. So that means there's areas on this building that I like, that where I can stack my walls where I want to, from first to second story, and get the massing of this building and get the types of designs that everybody's trying to look for in the various neighborhoods. That's a great tool. But I have to pay the price for that. And in other areas, to offset that stacking of the walls, I have to go back another extra 5 foot to make up that average. Okay? I think that's a great tool. I'm not opposed to that at all. But I think we're missing the point here. Everybody's worried about these rooftop decks and these mezzanines and privacy issues. And the privacy issues becomes because we are able to stack these walls. If we can't stack the walls, if we move that mezzanine up, if there's an increase 2, 3, 4 foot, then I think that's a great tool to mitigate the type of privacy impact and not have these mezzanine and rooftop decks next to the edge of the building at the second floor, where they are, in fact, do have the ability to look down at the neighbors and pose this impact for privacy. So I'm not opposed to that at all. Okay, I think this has been coming for a long time. Like I said, I've been working in the city for 35 years. It's always been privacy and impact to the neighbors. So I'm not opposed to any of the building modulation that, for the most part, is proposed in the code. One thing I am against, though, is the comments that Scott made, where he loves his deck. This guy here probably didn't. Scott loves his. There's a testimony right there. He uses his all the time. Nobody in this room lives the same, just like nobody in this room drives the same car. So we need to take, I hear community and privacy, but there are people who enjoy the buildings that I do and design. I design Scott's, by the way, just so you know. So when you drive by, Commissioner Hazeltine, just to let you know that you're looking at Scott's house, but there was somebody behind that did in fact take the community and did in fact actually worry about the impact and the height.
All those in favor, say aye.
Oh, sorry, I didn't
extended
get it.
a minute.
Okay, so yeah, lots of comments here. I think this is a great thing, and this is far from being over. I know Brandy's under the crunch to try and get this done just because of the grant and her deadlines and what everybody is hoping that they can bring back to the planning department, not the planning department, but the planning commission, and try and move that forward. There's a lot of things here that we need to work on as far as trying to move this forward in an effort to try and meet in the middle somewhere. Okay, I've heard that the FAR is not going away. I think that I'm suspect of that only because of my dealings with the various departments of various cities over the years. It would be nice if the FAR stayed the way it's saying and the bonuses were there. Some of them really aren't. They're tools. I think as planning commissioners, you ought to think about sending back down to staff the possibility that
Finish that thought. Let's finish.
Finish the sentence.
okay, that send back down to staff that will drive these building designs in a direction everybody, well, not everybody, but the planning commission and the staff is looking to get from these various communities. And you're going about it all wrong. Everybody hates the privacy, they hate the balcony. And to me, that's just like cutting off the arm to get rid of a bad finger. There's different tools that everybody here has used. We're all smart people. Let's work together and try and figure this out in a way where we as a design community get what we want, and you as planning commission and Brandy and her staff get what she wants. This is the first and only step that the way I think is ever made. The Zoom meetings, they don't work. And I can't believe, I'm actually shocked there was 500 people.
Thank you for your comments. We appreciate your thoughts.
So.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Good evening, Laura Duke. I am not really sure where to begin, so I'll just kind of hit on a couple of things, and it's going to be way off from everybody's views here from what we've heard so far, because I'm not on the builder designer side, which I think is kind of the majority of this crowd. So my perspective is just from a resident's point of view, not to say that you guys aren't residents too, but from seeing my neighborhood changing so much, and seeing what appear to be like very few restrictions in the design of things, and actually really not the design, because I do believe that there should be all kinds of different styles out there. But truly, it's the two words, massing and scaling, of what I'm looking at when I go throughout the city, and I just see these buildings they're like looking at the side of a huge department store wall in some cases. And it's just kind of sad. It's sad for me to see that. So I'm one of the people who likes the idea of the 2-foot setback on the second story, just for the visual part of it, and also because we should consider our neighbors and the fact that maybe their sun will be gone when you put up your giant Terra from Gone with the Wind next to my house or next to other people's houses, without much regard to anything other than the dollars that are going to be made on this particular building. So yeah, there's that. And I happen to be in one of what I learned today was the character areas, which it sounds like the design guidelines are not required, they're suggestions. But I mean, I know we can't lower the boom and make, fine people for what they want to do. So there's got to be some happy medium, of course. But just considering the neighbors would be, I think, the biggest thing for everybody. I think it's just being nice. As far as the balconies on the side, it was hard for me to not laugh out loud. I mean, really, somebody compared it to be like, it's be like having a window open. Well, no, and a side balcony is going to be looking directly into and over your neighbor. It's shouldn't be. Rooftop deck, go for it. Nobody's going to use it. Never seen them, so whatever. Basements, go for it. My concerns, though, are parking, which we haven't really talked a whole lot about that. But when you get your multiple generation households going, because you've got your 6,000 square feet of space,
Time.
Motion
then
to
where are all
extend.
these people going to be
Second.
All
parking?
those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
You're extended.
Thank you. So, yeah, just that as far as, and I also would like to address a little bit of the roof styles. I know I don't know all the terminology, but there's like the pitched roofs where you've got the 30 feet high, and you've got the hip roof that is just nicer and more friendly. And when you do have the modern, more boxy style, go for it if you like that style. But it truly does make for way more of an overwhelming feeling on the person next to it or walking by it. So this is insanity, I know. But go from 30 to 25 if you want to do your boxiness that goes all the way up to the sky and back. I talked to a lady a few weeks ago when I was helping with some campaigning. She's right on the corner, I think, Van Horn. Right next door to her, she's in a cute little house. Right next door to her, this gigantic wall of a building, a just block right next to her that had no scale at all. It was, I felt for her because she had lived there for 30 years, and now here she is next to this, and she was totally cool with it. She's like, people can do what they want to do. And I said, that's true, but it would be nice to have some consideration for what that lady was going to be looking at for the rest of her 30, 50 years going. So anyway, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have a question. Can we extend how long People, like, can we have people set the timer for 5 minutes instead of 3 minutes? Because this is more of a workshop thing, and I don't think anybody has gotten in all of their comments in 3 minutes.
That's something we can
So
vote on to go ahead and
make
approve?
that motion.
Okay, that sounds like a motion to me. Do you have a
Motion to
second?
extend
Okay.
time to 5 minutes.
Do I have a
There
second?
is an option for 5 minutes.
Okay.
Oh, let's do
All
that.
those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All those against, say no. And it's 5 minutes.
Hi, everyone. My name's Sophia Pinto. I'm 17 years old and I'm a senior at Redondo Union High School. I live in North Redondo by Lincoln Elementary School. Now, while I do not have the house that I wish that I had, like Scott described, I do not think there should be any setbacks or limits on the size proposed for these roof decks because most people are drawn to the South Bay and the Tri-Cities for the accessibility of the beach and the views. And I think rooftop decks are part of what makes the area where we live so special. And I can tell by the way of what Scott was describing, it can be very important to certain families. And I don't think we should be so limited to it and say that they're only used for 4th of July or when there's only good weather, because truly all people are different. And I know if I had a rooftop deck, I would probably be up there every sunset, whether it was raining or not, just to enjoy it. And part of what makes people want to go on their rooftop decks is more space. And if you limit them and make them smaller, I wouldn't be surprised if people feel less inclined to spend the money on these houses with rooftop decks, which are much more expensive than those without in the Tri-Cities. And I just don't think it should be limited, because when it is limited, people are less encouraged to go up there. And if you had the size where maybe you can stand or just have a chair or two versus having more square footage, and you can potentially put out couches with a table for food and you can invite friends and family over, that brings up the property value more and you can enjoy more time with it. So I just think we should keep it, because I can tell from the way people have spoken in this room, these are special to them, and I don't think that is something we should take away, because that's what makes the South Bay and the Tri-Cities so special and important, being close to the beach.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well said.
My name's Tom Wuji. I live in the TRW tract. My reaction was that the proposed standards, in trying to make them objective, you've made them numerical so that any idiot can look at it and say, oh, that complies, or no, that gets rejected. But there's a consequence to that, which I hope that you will come to realize, that it's that book, The Chaos Factor, the sensitive dependence on initial conditions. If the butterfly flaps his wings in Torrance, do you get a tornado in Redondo? It goes like that. One that struck me was on the roof decks. There's a line in there, not in the guidelines, but in the objective standards section, that the TRW tract shall not permit roof decks if the lot is less than 120 feet in length. Well, TRW tract, 50% of the houses, the diagonal streets, are 120 foot. The other 50%, all the east-west streets, are 110 feet. So 50% can have roof decks, 50% can't. It's very arbitrary. Why? Why does that 10 feet matter in that? And is that fair to somebody who has a funny site geometry? That's not right. The second story setbacks, that all of those setbacks are pushing the mass of the house toward the backyard. Where it's sensitive, that's where people want privacy, where you're conscious of a two-story house next door looking down into your backyard. It's very tender there. The street, there's no expectation of privacy. Why require setbacks of the second story, especially in the neighborhoods where the streets are really wide to begin with? It's just pushing the mass from the sides and from the front into the back, where it causes a problem. It's better to put that mass as much as possible toward the front and sides and have a bigger backyard. That's what we all want. Height of the mezzanines, that to prohibit them, again, based on the lot width or something, or restrict them to a third of a particular room area that the mezzanine is open to, seems very arbitrary and capricious. I think the building code just says a third of the floor area or something very clear and easy to follow. But if you decide, oh, you want your mezzanine to overlook a hallway or something, all of a sudden it's limited to a third of that area. That's very, I don't know, it's capricious and it's interior. It's like government looking into your bedroom. You know, if you're going to allow a 30-foot height, let the mezzanine be inside that envelope, however the owner wants to have it. 2-story hallways or whatever they want. It should be their domain. Balconies, yeah, I think you should allow them wherever they're sensible to benefit from a view. Often the view is from the side. Many streets that are sloping, the houses terrace down and each one has side balconies overlooking the roof of the house below. That's perfectly okay. There's streets conditions where there are side streets that come in at T intersections and things where you could have a balcony that looked out that way, even though it's your side yard. Driveways and garages. There's a prohibition on having front garages if you're on a corner or on an alley. That's not right. You should be able to have your garage wherever you want it, wherever it makes sense. Once you move it from the narrow front of a corner lot and require it be from the side, you've cut the backyard off from the house. There's, in my neighborhood, TRW tract, there are a lot of old houses that have the garage separating the back, between the house and the backyard. There's this garage coming in from the side. You can't use the backyard. It ends up, there's nothing back there. They never walk all the way around the garage to use the yard. It's very wasteful and destructive. The same thing, it's triggered by a hillside I saw in there. If you're on an upward sloping hill, you can't have your garage. Or it was a downward sloping hill, prohibited the garage to be in the basement. I guess you'd have to come in from the side or something. I don't know. A lot of things didn't make sense there. Let's see, what did we covered everything. Character areas. I guess that's okay if somebody wants a character house, but if you don't want a character house, if you want a house that's of its own time, that has integrity, and isn't a facade of some style. Yeah.
All those in favor say aye.
That should be encouraged.
You're extended.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jonathan Yepes, and I am not a designer, architect, or anything. I'm just a student. But I did have a question. Well, I guess more a comment. I was just noticing that it seems like a few of these regulations, as many of you guys have said, are kind of just unnecessary. And I have a friend who's been working on a house on Nob Hill for about like 4 years, and every day I ask him, is this house done? Is this house done? And it's just been taking forever because of all these regulations and issues with contractors and such. So I just think that some of these are unnecessary and would just simply slow down that development and contractor process, as it's already pretty slow. But so some of the regulations are agreeable. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
We have online comments, people waiting online.
Yes, there's no e-comments, and we have Wayne Craig.
Who?
Good evening. I was going to say council, but obviously the planning commission. First, an admission, I am a realtor. I know that to some that's a 4-letter word in the city, but I do appreciate the opportunity to talk on this. There are some interesting comments that have been made. I don't want to add too much on them, but I would say that after listening to Doug Leach, I've actually had the pleasure of selling a couple of his homes. He's an excellent, amazing designer. One of the homes I sold at a 1,200 square foot garage basement, 4-stop elevator, a lot of decks, which I don't think would be approved these days. But some of the observations that were made about the basements, I don't know how that is necessarily going to benefit people with homes. I mean, I don't think it should be added to the FAR. There's additional storage. If it doesn't take away from garage space, that's an issue. That's fine. I'm not quite sure about the 2-foot setbacks on the sides. I think that one of the builders made some interesting comments about that before, which it does really change up the way you can lay out houses. And I think that there's some concerns on that. I think that maybe a little bit more examination on that would make some sense. And also, I think the issue with the drive-in parking on the side, I think you were talking about turning the garages to face the other way. I think that doesn't make a lot of sense too for some of the reasons that were brought up earlier. But anyway, I'm glad to see the city is taking a look at this, but there are some oddities to it that probably need to be fleshed out. And again, I thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you.
Okay, we have Mark Nelson.
Am I unmuted?
Yes.
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 Maybe not.
Mark, could you hear us?
Well, we'll try again.
Okay, now we can hear you.
Yay, too much technology. Okay, I bought my first house in the early 90s, so been here for 30 years, give or take. First thing I want to say is, what's the rush here? Did the council give somebody a hard deadline on this? I mean, if it's not cooked, why are we trying to push it through so fast? So, just a comment for consideration, because I don't see the rush in taking something from 2003 and updating it. Hasn't been a crisis for 20 years. Why today? Next comment is, I live fairly close to Laura Duke, and I agree with the overwhelming majority of what she said, but I also typically agree with her. I think that the early architect who spoke, that had the extended time several times, did a nice job, and I tend to agree with most of his. Someone I'm going to now refer to as TRW guy. I agree with a lot of his too. I think that there's not a lot of reason to try to put a lot of requirements, especially trying to just quantify things that perhaps ought to be subjective. As far as roof decks go, I think it's self-limiting, because I recall that at 400 or 500 feet, you had to have 2 egresses, and that kind of stops most people, especially if we enforce a hard 30-foot cap. And if you need to have a parapet, tough stuff, you're not going above 30 feet. So plan accordingly. Let's see. Most of my work has been about $5 billion worth of commercial industrial. So, residential is not necessarily my thing. I do have some concerns that it appears that we've taken a lot of what was subjective and we couldn't figure out how to make it objective, so we just threw it away. I filed comments before, regarding this, so it's my views were known. But I mean, for instance, when you look at the multifamily, it was respect for the immediate area. Now that's gone. Overwhelming scale and visual obstruction used to be, bad. Now it's gone. It's been struck. I'm a little bit concerned as well that we've gone completely to, here's the character of the neighborhood, but it's all kind of optional. And I guess I'm concerned, if that's the case, then get rid of it all. Because, our architects and buyers, they can look at the neighborhood and they can tell you what fits and what doesn't just as well. And if you aren't going to enforce it anyway, save the ink and make it smaller. And I think the last statement I want to make is about setbacks. And from a practical perspective, I have a 40-foot lot. I have a 6-foot setback on one side and a 4-foot setback on the other, which means I've got 30 feet external, which means I've got 29 feet internal. So I can tell you with absolute certainty that adding extra setbacks to second floor, where they take a couple feet out from both sides, makes it very much unworkable. You're not like a tall and skinny where you're going to just throw a hallway down one side and have all the rooms sort of spoke off of a hallway. What you wind up with instead are just funky, odd-shaped, odd-sized rooms. So, you know, I understand not wanting to be too close to the neighbors, but I don't really buy into the setbacks because I think from a practical perspective, on second floor, it doesn't make a lot of sense. It just makes it hard to build. And somebody else made the fact, you know, how do you run a vent stack up? What do? Do you have to put in a soffit to get it there now? So I think that's difficult. I also say the same thing about the front. I've got a 6-foot setback on second floor. So second floor, you know, wound up being not only 29 feet wide, but wound up being 6 feet shorter than the ground floor. So again, it just led to an increasing amount of funkiness. But, you know, to close, I just like to say, if there's not a crisis on this, let's not create one. Let's do this until we've got it right. And if we can't find an objective standard for, you know, some of these things like, you know, respecting the neighborhood, then we really need to leave the subjective standard in. And I've built in a lot of jurisdictions, and I will tell you that there's no question that subjective standards are still in a lot of building codes and a lot of requirements. And I see no problem with saying, look, we quantified 80% of this to try to reduce the fights, but we can't get it all. And where we can't get it, we're just going to keep what we had. Thank you, folks.
Thank you.
Okay. Does anyone on Zoom would like to speak? Please raise your hand. Okay, there are no hands.
Okay. Do we have any more people in the room who want to speak? You've already spoken, right?
Actually, just one quick thing about what Tom said, which I think is really important. Okay, is that possible?
Sure.
Thank you. Sorry about this. I agree with Tom's comments. I don't know Tom, but one thing he said that I think is really key, I think you should nip in the bud tonight or in the near future. Corner lots, he's absolutely right. If the garage is forced to be off the side property line, then that will kill that particular floor plan because you're going to enter, the garage will probably be located not close to the front street because kind of safety reasons. It's going to be pushed back to the back. And now you've killed any relationship between house and backyard, like Tom is saying. It'd be a horrible, horrible floor plan that nobody would want. So I really think I agree with Tom's comment that you should be allowed to have the garage facing the narrow street portion as opposed to being forced to the side. Just it would kill the floor plan. That's why I'm speaking again because I feel so strongly about that. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, we do have someone in Zoom, Holly Osborne. Hello?
Okay, yeah, this is Holly Osborne. I just want to make one comment. Way back 2 or 3 years ago when we first had our own ADU regulations, and I asked my neighbors about it, because something I hadn't thought about, ADUs over garages, and my limited sampling all said the same thing. Well, I wouldn't want my neighbor to have an ADU, but if they did, I would rather it be in their backyard rather than over the garage because of privacy. And I live in an area where all the garages are in the back. You know, we have these long, skinny driveways, and the garages are in the back, and that was just their sentiment. So I'm just, I know we have a ban on ADUs over the garages now, and I'm just telling you part of where it came from, and other people felt the same. And I'm just going to shut up now. Motion to extend.
Thank you, Holly.
Thank you, Holly.
We don't have anybody on Zoom anymore that would like to speak? No.
No written comments.
We have Chris NG that would like to speak. Chris?
Hi, I'm Christine Ng. I've been living in Redondo for the last 35 years, North Redondo. And one of the things about living in Redondo is that there's a lot of flexibility, unlike Manhattan. So if you're going to have all these regulations, then it's going to be a lot more restrictions, and it's going to be harder to, for the young people, especially when their lot size is so expensive here, that for the young people, they're going to not be able to live here as much. So I think all these regulations is not good for the growth of the city. Thank you.
Okay. Does anyone would like to speak? Nobody.
And no written comments.
No e-comments.
Okay. All right. So we've heard from everyone in the room who's wanted to speak, I presume. We've heard everyone electronically. I guess it's time for some of the commission members to weigh in.
Yeah, so we did have the Planning Commission subcommittee. If you wanted to get some feedback from them on different comments.
Go in order, I guess it would be Commissioner Lamb, Commissioner Hensley, and then Commissioner Barrett.
I actually have a question for Mr. Leach and Manny George, Mr. George. And it's the same question, and it's about the 2-foot side setback. Mr. Leach, you indicated that you initially didn't think that the 2-foot, you didn't quite understand, I think, the fact that it was sort of the 2-foot average, that you had more flexibility. You thought initially that it was just 2 feet all the way across for 50%. Now you understand, but then now you understand that it's an average. But also you mentioned something about, well, it could be 6 feet, it could be 8 feet. I'm not quite, I think what I'm understanding is that, I think the word is articulation, right? That you're supportive of articulation. Am I correct about that?
Yeah, thank you for that question. I think I was pretty unclear what I was saying regarding the 2-foot setback. And Manny and I have a really good rapport, and so he disagreed with me, but I respectfully disagree with him. I'm reluctant to say this, but I sat on the art jury up in Palos Verdes for 15 years, and I'm not saying that's like great for me, but when I was on that art jury, there were 3 gentlemen on the art jury that were like 20 years older than me. So for me, it was like being in grad school because I got to learn from these legendary architects in the South Bay. And every time a house would be submitted and only had a 2-foot or 3-foot setback from wall to wall, from lower wall to upper wall, denied. Never in 15 years did a house like that get approved because they don't look good. But what I was trying to say was, if you had a 6-foot setback to that wall, that's totally different. That's totally different kind of massing. But we can't do 6 feet here in Redondo Beach. You can do it in Palos Verdes because the lots are bigger, but you can't do that here because the lots, like one gentleman said, the 40-foot, forget who was talking, 40-foot lot. Think about that. 40 feet, your house is 30 feet wide, your takeoff 4 feet, now you're 26 feet wide. That's almost impossible to work with that. But over and above that, aesthetically, I think it looks really, really bad. And I've seen some houses like that in my area go up recently, and I go by them every day. And I think every time I look at them, I go, that looks terrible. That looks terrible. So I think the articulation needs to be a lot in the front, which Redondo already provides for that with the second story setback that's required on the front. And now we're talking more tonight and recently about setting the back of the house back as well. But I think going to the side and demanding 2 feet all the way down, or even, an average of 2 feet, I just think I don't think that's going to result in good architecture throughout the city. So.
Thank you. And Manny, you said something, I think you respectfully disagreed. Again, what I am hearing is articulation is important. Modulation, I think, is the other word that's also used, articulation and modulation. I think we're all interested in that because it solves the massing issue, right, that Laura talked about. Laura talked about how this big square box wall, right? And you're talking about articulation and modulation to modify that. Manny, you said something also similar, but to some extent different than Mr. Leach. Could you explain?
Yeah, sure. I've known Doug for a long time and respect him for his work and what he does. And that second story side setback, I do disagree. In basis, only that it's a tool for us that the Planning Commission will give us to use at our discretion to try and give buildings that look the way you prefer to be submitted to the city and permitted and built. I'm in favor of some kind of modulation because the whole conversation down here is in fact privacy and that impact of privacy, I should say, and that comes from the proximity of these living spaces that we live in. How close they are, how adjacent they are to the neighbor in question.
Right.
And so ideally, it's just about the impact when you're in your building, looking out your window and looking up, if you're on the first floor, what's above you. Well, the second you start modulating this building and bringing the floors as they go up back away from the property line, you're going to mitigate that. And, we on this side have to give, but you on your side have to give also. This cannot be, a total revitalization of the code revision. And we just get in there, we being, the Planning Commission shouldn't just be allowed to get in there. And based on not necessarily closed doors conversations, but very private conversations, discuss what we're going to do, what we're going to present, and how we're going to sell it. And I believe in looking at this code, there still needs to be, based on what the code tells me as a designer, using these tools and the results that I get based on the limitations of these tools, there still needs to be some good hard work and some good conscientious thought put behind the rationale and the logic behind what it is you're doing as the planning commissioner. I understand the planning commission's need to modulate these buildings. I'm all for modulation. Otherwise, we just have these, 4-walled squared boxes that are tall in, Commissioner Hazeltine's neighborhood, Scott's neighborhood, that nobody likes to see. I don't like to see those either. I have opinions and views on architecture, and just because I'm on my side of the counter doesn't mean I like everything that my community gives you. Okay, so we're all under certain constraints here, and I don't object to having some type of control, which is, I know Lisa was saying step backs. We'd like to use setbacks because they're more clear to everybody, and I've got no objection to modifying the setbacks to try and, to some degree, to try and come to some kind of compromise with the Planning Commission so we can get together as design communities with staff and figure this out and start giving you some newer, different directed, different design buildings that hopefully will satisfy the community's need for that.
And you also agreed with, I think it was a gentleman over on the,
Yes, the contractor builder.
right, with the
in the
variation in the FAR based on Kevin, right? You
Okay.
agreed with that. Okay. Thank you so much.
Yeah, that was with the conversation with the plate heights, yes?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. George.
Can I ask just a question, just kind of on it, it'll be short. What would you recommend as a designer, architect, how do you do what everybody, that they want? They want less mass, they want less scale. So how do you guys do that? What would you recommend the wording is?
Honestly, I can't.
Oh.
No, just listen. Because generally, everybody's going to have an opinion, and I can't have a board a forum where we all sit down, 500 of us in the city of Redondo Beach who live in the neighborhood, and there's no way I can incorporate all of their wants and needs into my design. It's physically impossible. You can't do it. Just like you passing whatever it is you pass aren't going to be able to satisfy everybody. Did I answer your question?
No, not really, because if we don't do something, then we end up primarily with people maxing out square footage, builders, and then we end up with a situation that people are complaining about. So, I mean, it seems as though the designers would be the ones that are going to be able to answer that and say, oh, well, that's easy. Let's just decrease the FAR and then bonus you up to, so make a 50% FAR and then, mess with the bonuses a little bit or something like that. I don't know. I'm just throwing that out.
That's a simple solution that would work, but it's not going to please everybody.
Well, I know, yeah.
So, I mean, you're kind of asking a question I can't answer.
Commissioner Hinson.
Oh,
I want to answer
He's
that
gonna
question. Is
answer
that
Gail's
okay?
question.
The massing question. So some comments have been said that we're looking at a rectangle or square box or whatever. I don't even see how that's possible in Redondo Beach, because that would mean that the front setback is 35 feet to the lower floor. If you're stacking, for a rectangle to even happen, you got to be, the second floor setback is already 35 feet from the front property and not 25 feet, it's 10 feet beyond the 25-foot front first level setback. So nobody's going to design a box in Redondo Beach and haven't been able to for a long time. And same with the rear. The rear can't be a box either, because the second story setback is going to be greater than the first. So that's first of all. But to answer your specific question, and I know I'm harping on this 2 feet. I don't want you to think that's all Doug Leach said, at this meeting was the 2-foot thing. But I feel so strongly about it because I've already seen it in play in my area. And like I said, it does not look good. But to answer, but you guys have to answer the community. And I get that. I would say, don't put the requirement of 2 feet on both sides of the property. Just put it on one side. I think that's a happy compromise. And then that gives a designer the ability to have the 2 feet, by the way, is an average, as was stated. So, so it gives a designer the ability to do it like 4 feet in some areas and 0 in other areas. And I think that's the way you get the articulation that you're looking for from the side. But I personally think that the articulation on the front and the rear are 10 times more important than what we're talking about on the sides. So that's my feeling. But I think that's a compromise to only go one side.
I had a question for Mr. Leach. I'm sorry. Very popular. You mentioned before about the 40-foot wide lots. If it was limited to 50-foot lots, 50-foot wide lots or larger, would that?
I think that's a good approach, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Because I think on my house, and I don't want to just harp about my house, but my lot's 50 feet wide. I think I could have accomplished like a 4-foot setback for an area of one side. And actually, I even have that right now, come to think of it, even though the house was built 20 years ago. But yeah,
okay.
I think that's a good approach.
All right, thank you.
Oh, yeah, he has spoken before. Is this in answer to something?
Yeah, it's in regards to both of them. I highly respect both. I mean, Manny did my house. I've I've done many of Doug's houses as well, looked at probably hundreds of plan sets, but like, you know, what Doug's saying for his house, 50-foot wide lot, you can accomplish it. Mine's a 40-foot wide. Manny incorporated a small section that actually we very much like, but you know, you wouldn't be netting the 2 feet on both sides. So I agree with Doug that from the front, if you have the second story 2 feet in on both sides, it looks ridiculous. But we were able to incorporate where maybe if it was, you know, a smaller amount, that there can be some architectural detail, which is what Manny's alluding to. If it was less, and then it gives a little bit more dimension to the side of the house. I'm not an architect or designer, but it's like, I know what I'm looking at. I know what Doug's talking about. I know what Manny's talking about. So just, you know, there might be some middle ground there, because the pull in on one side of my house around my kitchen, I actually like the detail of it, but it's not because my whole house is 2 feet narrower on the top floor, which when I see houses, I mean, Doug's house is beautiful, and I see what he's talking about. He's got a couple on his street where you're like, what is that? And then the compromise of the interior as well of the lost space.
Thank you. Did you have some other follow-up?
Yeah, just in regards to the articulation.
I'm going to be here a while.
A friend in the city of South Pasadena said that he had to have step backs of this. Let's see, the code there said he could have only a 15-foot continuous height within 4 feet of a corner of the house, so that you had to notch it back or step it back, but it didn't require continuous setbacks along the side or anything. But it visually prevented the appearance of a large boxy structure, even though it was still a large boxy structure. It just looked more articulated with that kind of a restriction, which wasn't too onerous.
Okay, thank you.
Let's just repeat that. That was a 2-foot, setback that was a certain number of feet beside the corner, right? Did I get that right?
They said you can have a maximum height of 15 feet of wall. And then you had to step back if you were within 4 feet of a corner.
Okay.
So at the very minimum you could do is take a 4 foot by 4 foot corner off of the second story.
Right. Interesting. Yeah.
Yeah. You could do more and comply, but that was the minimum.
Right. Thank you. Thank you.
All right. Would it make sense to go through Commissioner Lamb's comments next, or what? How should we proceed?
I would say if the subcommittee, like, if you want to give them each a little bit of time to kind of.
Would you guys like to do a presentation?
I would.
Okay. All right. Well then, Commissioner Hensley.
Commissioner Lamb, go first.
Let's see. I did have something to say. Okay, so from my point of view, the new design standards give us, or the proposed standards give us new standards, some old, for residential housing developments in the single family, small lot, single family, and multifamily zones. These design standards have the potential to help our community members address the concerns about new development in their neighborhoods. The survey results told us that 40% of our residents report that new development has had a negative effect on their neighborhoods. And 79% said that neighborhood compatibility is important to them. And just a reminder, that was about 900 people, right? Okay. So that neighborhood compatibility is something that's important to them. This document, by addressing issues of compatibility, is one way that the community can have some influence on new development in their neighborhoods. Certain factors contribute to successful and harmonious neighborhoods. Those factors include size, shape, and form of the houses, their architecture, and the relationship of each house to the street, to the nearby houses, to their neighborhood, and to the city as a whole. The Planning Commission has heard from the residents the importance of minimizing the impacts of increased size, scale, and massing on neighboring properties. We also heard that homeowners don't want to lose the ability to make improvements or expand a house to meet changing needs. We are not looking to implement strict standards such as one would find in Irvine or in Palos Verdes, not relevant for our community, nor are we looking to have a completely eclectic standard where anything goes. We're looking for the middle way with multiple stakeholders to help us. The residents and their concerns are of primary importance. But the design community, as we have heard today, and development community, right, advise us on quality design and how to implement, as Commissioner Hazeltine has said, how can you help us address the problems that the residents have brought forth to us? Along with our wonderful consultants and our professionals, our land use professionals from the city. Working together, we aim for a future where successful and harmonious neighborhoods can be evident throughout the city. That's it for me now. Thank you.
Commissioner Hensley?
Yeah, okay. Yes, I'm a member of the subcommittee, so we've looked at this document for the last few months. We gave some feedback last year, made it more readable and understandable. And by the feedback we've gotten from everybody, it's clear that at least it's understood what the proposal is, which is good. Overall, I've given the same feedback for the last 3 months that I've worked with this document, that I just don't think it goes far enough. In my opinion. And we have current residential design guidelines from 20 years ago. And the biggest issue with them is that they're subjective. And I've had to deal with it for 3.5 years on the Planning Commission, appropriate bulk and mass and scale with the neighborhood, all these kinds of very subjective terms. And so that's what I want to try to eliminate in the objective standards. But I do think that the objective residential standards that proposed, kind of, as Mr. Nelson mentioned, do away with too much of the old RDG or residential design guidelines. So in the packet, in the agenda packet, I had a big markup of the document of all my thoughts and comments. I did try to have it in time for everybody to see before the meeting, not have a blue folder item come at 3 o'clock today. But in general, and it's very messy, we didn't have any sort of like Word document, we couldn't edit the actual thing, so it's very hard to read. And they're just my opinions, to be clear, they're not the opinions of the subcommittee or the other members, just mine. But my goal tonight is to share that and get feedback and see where others may agree, and then also hear from the design community, because you've seen the draft that's out there, but again, I propose other changes. And but if I'm the only one, they're not going anywhere, so that's fine. The last thing is that on the Planning Commission, we don't make policy. We don't have final agreement. We don't set new municipal codes here. We pass resolutions that make recommendations to City Council. They ultimately pass it, and they're the ultimate ones that need to approve it. So, nothing's going to get changed tonight. Nothing's going to get done tonight, but I hope this is the start of a conversation. So, I did put together a slide deck that I'd like to go through, if I may.
Let's see it.
Please.
Okay. Okay.
It's in the big packet, right?
No.
Is that correct?
Yeah.
It's in the agenda. But they have a PowerPoint of it. Okay. So my goal with this document, or what I put together, is to share my feelings and reflection on the draft document. It's not inclusive of every comment I made in the document. Even the comments I've made are not exhaustive of everything that I would like to see changed. But this is my goal with this. What I prepared is to kind of share the flavor or the direction of what I would like to see, and to share that with the other commissioners, because again, if they weren't on the subcommittee, they haven't seen it, they don't know my opinions. So this is our first chance to talk about it in public. And then after that, we'll go for a discussion. Any numbers you see in here or direction is not any final thought, it's just maybe thought provoker. So we'll go from there. So, okay. Yeah, just like I mentioned, again, these are my opinions, not that of the subcommittee. Okay, so. We can't read that fast. Sorry, I go back. Okay, so I'll say it for those that can't watch it or. Yeah, so again, just as I mentioned before, my goal is with the objective residential standards to, whatever new development comes will match the existing neighborhood character and will meet the goal of the current RDG, which is meet the scale and the mass. And again, bulk and mass is a big issue for me, and it's one of the biggest complaints we see when projects come before us from the residents. So again, this is direction and what I'd like to see in the final document, but the exact numbers are not fixed, or this isn't some final decision or even my final choice. So within this document, the draft objective residential standards is this document that was published in January that is a draft. And then what I have in here calling proposed ORS is again, my changes, or my edits, some of them. So again, current residential design guidelines been around since 2003. So I had a couple questions going into this at the beginning. How have the original, design guidelines been successful or unsuccessful in addressing their stated concern? Because I feel they're quite clear when they made them 20 years ago what they were trying to solve. And what has the resident feedback been when working with the existing residential design guidelines? And also what's the design community feedback when working with these existing guidelines, subjective as they may be? In addition, in the last 20 years, what new issues have arisen with development in the city since the creation of these original ones? What new areas could benefit from what was, again, 20 years ago set up in the Avenues and Barrel Heights neighborhood? And what new zones in the city could benefit from design standards similar to the R1 design standards that exist today? Again, in the current RDG, I picked it out, there's a whole background to it, but what they identified back then was the primary concern of the R1 single family zone is the trend to tear down modest homes and replace them with much larger homes, having the mass and bulk out of character with the established neighborhood. So the question is, how have they been successful or unsuccessful? So I think that the two avenues, the lower avenues and the Barrel Heights, have objective things in those neighborhoods that are requirements. And I think they've done a great job in maintaining those neighborhoods and compatibility, and the new development that comes just adds to the neighborhood, even with the requirements that are there today. So again, there are plenty of subjective elements in the current RDG, and how can those be translated? So a lot of them are should or encouraged, highly discouraged. I think, as some of the commenters said before, those are just what we deem as worthy should be just made objective standards. This is the requirement. And if it's not, if it's a recommend or whatever, I agree also that it just should be eliminated. It's not useful if it's a recommendation. Either it's objective and it's required, or it's not in the document. Again, I've heard some homeowners in the upper avenues, there's been subjective interpretation of the existing guidelines, causes them to do rework, waste a lot of time, not good for anybody. Planning Commission, we've had cases in the upper avenues of their interpretation of the existing residential design guidelines. And then again, we're always seeking more resident feedback. And from the other commissioners, those of us on the subcommittee are all from North Redondo. So we will need some help for what you guys see in your particular neighborhoods that may not be captured. And then again, I would like to know additional design feedback of working with the existing residential design guidelines. But what we heard at the last development feedback was that there really was no pain points of the existing RDG, more with building. That's not the purpose of this, so we're gonna skip right by that. Okay, next. Okay, so to answer the question, what new issues have arisen since the creation? I think that those original concern that existed in the R1 neighborhood has grown to other residential neighborhoods. I think that, knocking down small, modest homes and replacing them with ginormous homes that don't fit the neighborhood has now, existed in the R1A, in the R2 and R3 neighborhoods. So my question for the other commissioners is, what areas of the city could benefit similar to the avenues or the Barrel Heights? Again, in the draft ORS, they had identified a few neighborhoods. I think they're great. But I do think that the upper avenues was left out of this document. So I propose that it should remain and have its own designations. And then again, in my opinion, the R1A and multifamily R2 and R3s should have additional design standards similar to R1. Again, this is my overall feedback of the document. I think generally it's good. It clarifies a lot of the municipal code, a lot of things that may have come up as unclear or staff has had pain points of trying to verify or clarify with the design community. I like the images and the format. I think it's very good visualizations of what they're planning. And I think that a lot of the neighborhoods they identified are appropriate and well established. But again, I just think that it doesn't go far enough. So to ensure the compatibility, I think the main goal there is to expand the floor area ratio from R1 to R1A, R2, and R3. Sorry, it's short of visuals. That's it. Next slide. I'm an engineer, not a designer by practice, so I like tables. This shows you what was identified in the 2003 residential design guidelines, and then in the draft objective residential standards. And then again, my comments are the proposed ODS. So again, I like their comments or their inclusions, but I would include the upper avenues because again, it was in the RDG. And then I think the R1A, Golden Hills, Golden Triangle, whatever you want to call it, neighborhood also has some specific things that make it a neighborhood and have a character feel. So I propose that to be one of the neighborhoods called out in the document. Okay, and again, this for the commissioners. Other feedback, in my comments in the markup, I did make some changes to R1 floor area ratio bonuses. There were some proposals for changes. I'd like feedback on that. I did have max height in certain zones. We heard at the last feedback meeting that like doing this whole floors versus mezzanines and you can have one and not the other. If the issue is height, I heard at least one or two comments that just set a height and let us build within that height and let us choose our flexibility to have, whatever the owner wants within that height. So if you're concerned with too tall of a building, then just set the height. So that's what I propose to do. And then again, some of the identified neighborhoods, I propose to have the objective standards. Right now, they're in the back of the document just as guidelines, suggestions, but in the old RDG, they were more firm and at least encouraged or discouraged or those kinds of things. So I think at least some of those should come back as objective standards in those specific neighborhoods, not citywide. And again, if there's other neighborhoods that were not identified that I haven't picked out or that you guys see to add, that's the other feedback I would like. So this is what I had drafted. So currently, and in the draft, we currently have a floor area ratio in the R1 zone all throughout the city, not just in specific neighborhoods. My proposal on the right column there, I call it proposed ORS. I think the base FAR is fine, but I think the bonuses, I would basically take some of the bonuses that exist today and make them requirements. Leave the other bonuses there as options, but it would limit the maximum FAR that could be had. Again, I like the 30 feet, including the parapet. I think that's great. The second floor setback, there's been a lot of discussion about the 2-foot average. In our current residential design guidelines, one of the bonuses that exists is required 8 feet setback for cumulative 15 feet or some language such as that. So as a starting point, I just said, why don't we just go with what we already have in language that some people take advantage of for a bonus, some may not. And then again, a current bonus is a front porch, but I would argue to make it a requirement. I'm not a fan of the front porch projecting 6 feet into the front yard. It makes it much more closer to the street and kind of doesn't give that comfortable space, in my opinion. So, in the R1A zone, there currently is no floor area ratio, never has been, and currently we get 30-foot tall, flat roof, max out mezzanines that are not in character with the neighborhood. So my proposal is a new floor area ratio. And be clear here, when I say floor area ratio, I'm talking just about the living space. The actual calculation would include garage and some other things. And so from a layman's point of view, try to think 2,500 square foot lot, 2,000 square foot living space, plus the garage, or that's kind of what I envision. The other thing is the 30-foot height with a flat roof is not in keeping with the R1A tall and skinny neighborhood. Flat roofs are completely appropriate. They exist in the R1A neighborhoods, been built for a long time, but not at 30 feet. So if you want to have a flat roof design, I would propose the height is limited. And then mezzanines in the R1A neighborhood, I think, are also not in character. When they get designed, they add nothing to the design, in my opinion. They do exist today in a few places, but they don't match the neighborhood. So I would propose not to allow them in the R1A. And then again, rooftop deck max size, I didn't have a problem with what was proposed. R2 and R3, again, we don't have a floor area ratio for those zones. As a starting point, I propose a floor area ratio of 1. Again, my goal is to control the bulk and mass. You can have pretty much any design you want because the community and the neighborhoods do have large variety of styles, and there is no 1 or 2 or 3 styles. So, there is a lot of flexibility there, but as long as you can stay within the floor area ratio. Again, this is living space only, not the actual city's calculation of FAR. Again, in your mind's eye, you have a 7,500 square foot R3 lot. It's basically 2,500 per front, middle, and back unit. And that'd be 2,500 square feet of living space. Again, these numbers are not any sort of final proposal, just a direction that I want to discuss. And then also the cantilever is not discussed much, but I think that they don't add much to the look of a house. They don't look like a house to me from the front. They have giant 9-foot cantilevers over the driveway. So I'm not sure what that looks like finally, but I would like to reduce those and have that front door face the street to make it feel like a single family house. Where currently all you see is a garage with fake windows. Doesn't add to the neighborhood. So. Okay, that's it. So conclusion slide. That's my feedback. Again, the draft objective residential standards is good. I just don't think it goes far enough. Once implemented, if they followed everything as proposed in the draft, I still think you're going to end up with houses that are too big and too tall and don't fit with the neighborhood and have the same complaints you have today. I really don't like that a lot of the suggested, things in the old RDG are just thrown out. And then again, are the new identified neighborhoods the correct ones? Thought on adding the upper avenues and the Golden Hills or R1A as neighborhoods. Any feedback on my proposed ideas? Like to hear that too. Again, I'm not a designer. And then again, wherever the commission may want to take this, we need to decide quickly because the timeline that was not shared or why this is urgent, there's some, maybe staff can explain it better, but there is a timeline. Maybe I'll let Director Forbes explain it. So, and the last thing is anything missing. Again, a lot of us on the subcommittee there's not subcommittees, this is mine, not subcommittees, but anything in South Redondo, anything in neighborhoods we don't live in that we need to know or miss to open to those proposals. So that's it.
Thank you. He was referring to the secret timeline?
There's no secret timeline. To be clear, this isn't something that's just come up. The city council put this on their strategic plan in 2019. We applied for a grant in 2019 because budgetarily we just didn't have that available to us. And we were able to get that. It was awarded in June of 2020. At that point, the grant also funded things like housing elements. So there were a lot of consultants. It was very difficult. I'm just going to kind of give you a little bit of we have been working on this for 3 years. A lot of consultants were working on housing elements. So it was very difficult to get anybody to respond to our request for proposals. And it was really wonderful that we could bring on Lisa's team because they have the expertise, they were available, they were not working on housing elements, but we were able to bring them on. So it took us almost a year before we actually were able to get that contract executed in June of 2021. So we have been working on this for almost 2 years. A lot of this initial is like doing the research that they had to do and figuring out what are how are we going to put together a survey? What are these questions? What are the things that have come up, and getting all of that going. Even with that, we've been working on this for almost 1.5 years as a planning commission, as a community with the focus group. So it's not something that we're just rushing through. Yes, you saw the draft document, but that came out in January. We've been getting the feedback. We've been really working through that with all the comments that you heard tonight. We heard that the subcommittee joined the focus group with the design community 2 weeks ago. So we're really recognizing where there are some things that still need some clarification, some things where we know what the list of questions are that we really needed to get some feedback from the Planning Commission. But we do need to conclude this, and so that grant, we did get an extension for the grant. It is like dead final September of 2023. We have to have this adopted by then. So, and we did extend our scope so that we could have a little bit more community feedback and a little bit more time. But it really it compressed those additional components of getting that public feedback. So there was nothing. The references to, closed door meetings, things like that was not the situation here. Yes, there was a planning commission subcommittee that allowed us to get some feedback and clarify the document before we released it to the public. But it wasn't, let's agree to this. As the commissioners on the subcommittee don't necessarily agree with all the same things. So with that, that's just kind of giving an explanation of kind of where we've come from, how long we have been at this, and what we have remaining.
Okay.
I have a question.
Okay, sure.
We've heard a lot of information. We've had a lot of information tonight. Matt has brought forward his ideas. There's other ideas. We're processing the ideas that came to us today. The question I have is really a process question about how to decide, right? There's the document itself. My perspective is that we want to modify, right? We want to modify or add to. Certainly, Matt has some ideas. I have some ideas. The past process has been to give you our comments and questions. Some of those you've integrated into the document. Now moving forward, how do we, process-wise, do we now give you new ideas? How are you going to decide which of those ideas are going to go into the document? Conversely, are we going to share ideas among ourselves? Can't do that with the Brown Act, right? How is this actually going to work? You see?
Yeah, so we put up on the screen back to the commission direction needed. So we have a draft. Here were those components where we have some maybe differing opinions from whether it's the residents design community, even within the design community. These are the things where there were key changes where we want to make sure that we land where the Planning Commission wants to land. For example, mezzanines. Do we need to limit the plumbing? Is the size okay? What do you want to do? So we can get to that. Balconies, should they be allowed on the side of the residence? And this is single family for the balcony, just to be clear. So these are the things that we need clarification so that we can finalize a draft document. We'll take that draft document before we roll it out to the public and bring it to the subcommittee again, so that we can say, do we hear things right? But we're not asking for, if we got everybody's individual opinions, we're never going to finalize the document.
Right.
Because there are going to be, as Manny mentioned, we're not going to please everyone. I don't think we're even going to, like there are going to be certain things. We went through this, on the GPAC of you have 27 people. Not everybody's going to agree to every component of the general plan update. Same thing here. Not everybody's going to agree to every component of what the objective residential standards are, but can we move forward with a document that addresses, making the standard, what had previously been guidelines standards that they're required, so that and how do we make them measurable? So you can't just say, well, it can't be boxy. That's still going to be subjective, because what I think is boxy might be different than what Michael thinks is boxy and what Sean thinks is boxy. So we need to have those standards of, are we doing the second story setback or not? So those are the things that we need to have the direction on tonight from the Planning Commission, so we can finalize that document.
You put down here other topics. So for example, Matt is interested in putting forward the idea of FARs for R2, 3, and beyond, right?
Mm-hmm.
So would now then be the time to talk about other topics?
Yes.
Okay, so once we go through this, then we're free to just throw in any additional topics at this point in time.
I'd say let's not create something new just so that we have additional topics. But if you have something specific that you've been thinking about, like, we really didn't address this specific thing. I want to be clear. I appreciate, Matthew's, that's, great that you were able to put together a presentation of your ideas. We're not looking at changing the whole code. We're not, the direction that we got on this is making these objective, instead of subjective, bringing in the R1A that had not had those regulations, addressing some of the things where things weren't clear, mezzanines, roof decks. There were a lot of things, the garages, which I think that we have already addressed in the document itself. Those are, but we still have, parking. So there were some things, the topics that we've seen even as a planning commission in the time that I've been here, in the 4 years I've been here, such as tandem parking or not tandem parking. So those are, that's what we have here, those are the things that we need to have the clarification. We're not asking to, let's add more things that we need to have standards to. It's making what we have, because the council direction was really adding the R1A, creating the clarification in the areas where there was uncertainty, whether it's the definition or how it's interpreted, and making them objective.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Mr. Hensley.
Yeah. So when I made these proposals and I proposed an FAR, I do see it as objectifying a current standard, not making a new requirement. Because the current design guideline and the current code requires bulk and mass and scale matching of new development, right? Then the problem is it's subjective. What one person agrees is within bulk and mass and scale, someone else doesn't. So I propose to objectify that. So that's why I think it is within the scope of the making objective standards of things that were subjective guidelines. So I'm not trying to rewrite the whole thing. I'm trying to formalize and firm up and objectify the things that already existed, and that to make clear for everyone what is the standard. So that's why I make the proposal. That's why I think it's a good, worthwhile, and what my goal is to do that. So yeah, and I think it's needed. I don't think we can just discard everything that at least was encouraged, discouraged, strongly encouraged, whatever was in the old one. If we just say nothing, then it's worse than what we had when it was subjective. So.
And we have one more subcommittee member.
Do you have a presentation you'd like to do?
Thank you, Chair Gaddis, for recognizing me. I don't have a formal presentation, but I did want to say at the outset, many thanks to Lisa and Michael and Pat and her great staff from CityWorks. They've literally been with us since day one on this, and I think they've done an exemplary job. And part of that's because of the great support they've received from Planning Director Brandy Forbes and certainly Sean Scully and the rest of your staff who aren't with us tonight, but who we understand have been working behind the scenes on this to get it done and to get it done right. And so I thank you for that. I certainly wanted to recognize my fellow subcommittee members, Commissioner Lamb, Commissioner Hensley, both of whom have put in a lot of time and effort on this. And on top of everything else they're doing in their personal and professional lives. And I think we saw a very thorough presentation from Commissioner Hensley tonight. And unsurprisingly, very good questions from Commissioner Lamb as well. And I'm sure we'll continue to hear that as we move forward. Lastly, I did want to recognize everyone who's come in here. It's been a diverse group from the design community, homeowners, and I think especially good to see was the students, the young people from Redondo Union High School who've taken the time to come in and really become part of this process, which I have not seen before, but for those who've been involved much longer than me may have. And so for me, it was inspirational and really kind of brought this all into focus as to, there's a very large community of people, many generations involved, and gives got a new meaning and purpose to our work. For me, my view of our work on the subcommittee and Planning Commission at large is to make the current standards objective. I think that's what Brandy was speaking to. And I personally want to be very cautious about potentially rewriting the code and adding, any new restrictions that may have the potential for harmful unintended consequences. And we heard a little bit of that tonight. There's certainly a balance to be reached, but I'm very sensitive to that. And that would include stunting architectural creativity and innovation and the appropriate use and design of home properties in Redondo Beach. And we've talked about that a lot and heard a lot of different voices. So that's the touchstone for me. My views, which are personal, flow from that. And that's sort of the frame of reference I have as we've gone forward. So that's kind of my overview. I did have some questions if I could have a little, all right. In no particular order, and I see we do have some members of the design community who are still here. Want to talk about the proposed standard to have within the 30-foot height envelope of homes to include rooftop parapets and any other structures. And a few questions I had. Could an elevator structure be on top of a second story and still have a second story home? Would that fit within the envelope? Would that work? Same question with any rooftop structures that would be part of a rooftop deck. In other words, is this feasible? And I'd like to hear your opinion on that. Can it be done? Or, hey, if we change the rules, so to speak, to limit this 30-foot envelope to include everything on top, what, if anything, could be the impact of that?
I've been designing buildings in Redondo for 35 years, and I have never put anything, regardless of style or size, above that 30-foot height limit, including elevators. A lot of my buildings have elevators, and there's always ways to get around that as far as the mechanical above or below. The only thing the building code allows us to do is just project our fireplace flue, which now is becoming, with the new design standards, is typically going to be something that's going to be ultimately be phased out because everybody tends to do a B vent type gas fireplace box, which does not burn wood. It comes out of the house in some fashion like a water heater vent. So, but just from an experience over the last 35 years, I've never put anything over the height because I can't. Code doesn't allow me the way I interpret that.
Okay. Got it. And one of the reasons I ask is elevators, I think, are becoming a little more prevalent with our community aging. I know seniors and folks who have ADA issues appreciate elevators. My neighbor has an elevator. And so I wouldn't want to create a situation where somebody who would need an elevator in a home would then, in their new home, would then not be able to even have a second story in the first place. So that's why just exploring that issue. If I may, Brandy, just again in no particular order, and I'll move quickly if I can. So existing non-conforming, how will that work going forward? I know you addressed it a little bit.
Yeah, for an existing non-conforming, if they were going to do an addition onto the house, we're not going to require if you go with, say, a second story setback. If they're going to add on, it's just going to be that there's going to have to, that particular addition, if it's on the second story, would have to be moved in. You're not having to move all the walls in. So it's not going, we're not going to say, oh, well, now you have, because you're doing something else on your house, now you have to reduce your roof deck or you have to move your roof deck in. It's only going to be on the things that they're doing as an addition.
Okay, thank you. One of the proposed changes, and I believe it was, may have been an R1, R1A, but it concerned balconies, and it said balconies must be open to the sky and shall not include any structures over 42 inches high. Have we had any clarification on what open to the sky may mean with respect to a balcony in that restriction? And if not, is that something we...
There you go. Oh, no.
And it's on page 40 of the proposed changes.
Sorry, I had to turn on my mic, Commissioner Behrens. And 40?
It's page 40.
I believe it's roof decks open to the sky.
Yeah, it's right underneath that, under balconies.
Oh, I see, 42. Balconies must be open to the sky and shall not include any structures over 42 inches in height. I think we need to check that.
Okay.
Thank you for flagging it. I'm glad we have draft on this document.
Sure.
And this is R1A.
That's all I have for now. I'm sure I'll have other questions, but I want to yield some time because we have a lot of other commissioners who haven't had any opportunities. So if I may.
Do we?
I have a question.
Okay.
Matthew mentioned the porch going into the front setback, and I think we already had that issue in front of us, and we all voted to not have the porch in the 20-foot setback. I think it was when we last year talking about outdoor living space. And remember when we got together for another meeting and everybody didn't want the front porch in the 20 feet?
I want to say that was more of a patio, an additional patio, but it was a different discussion, definitely.
Different.
What we're looking at is, if people can utilize their front porches in a more, utilize them more as their outdoor space. It's a covered porch. It gives them the outdoor, but not having to, be subject to the elements. So the idea was to create a little bit more usefulness and then also eyes on the street, which is, important as we are moving with the idea of the allowing the front facing garages, but doing so where they need to have either the porch or the front entry within, I think it's 3.5 feet of the front of the garage.
And then does that create a situation where you have the front of everybody's homes, on one street lining up, and then all of a sudden you have, boom, somebody's patio or front porch all of a sudden going out 6 feet. So that front of that house is now out 6 feet where everybody else is in a line.
That's what we, put in there. We heard that, that the interest, but it's certainly, it's, again, like that can be in the other topics if you.
Okay, good, because I do think we already, Matthew, did we discuss it before?
In the accessory structures.
Yeah.
That was specific to a patio being allowed to project. But,
Off of the front.
yeah, I don't disagree with the architectural design, but I would rather have the rest of the house pushed further back to have that front.
Right, so that all the
Structure.
houses remain lined in, so that you're not, this new house isn't out in that airspace kind of thing.
Yep.
Yeah, okay,
So you want to add that as another topic?
yes, please.
Commissioner Lamb.
Okay, a question on the 30-foot height on the flat roof. Limiting it to, the parapet would have to be at that 30 foot. This limit of the 30 foot, what if a property owner wanted to put an air conditioner on top of a flat roof 30 foot? Would they be prevented from putting the air conditioner on the roof?
Yeah, that's a great question. And what would happen is they would have to design that in with the development of the building originally in order to, because it would be required to be screened, right? And if they then tried to, and if they went to the top and then had a, let's say a 1 foot parapet or something from 29 to 30, and then tried to put AC up there, we wouldn't be able to permit it. So it would have to go somewhere else on the property.
Right, we've had this issue about the air conditioner. So you've got a property owner who doesn't have the room. Let's say it's in the R1A, right? Doesn't have the room to put the air conditioner in the back or on the sides. And our conversations at that point was the only solution for that person, if they wanted to have an air conditioner, they wanted a permitted air conditioner, right? They'd have to put it on the roof. And this would prevent that unless we exclude it from the R1A, right? Unless we exclude this condition, this standard from R1A, or maybe even I think it was an R2, right? I think it was an R2 property. So that would be my concern, and this would be after the fact, right? Somebody buys a property, they don't realize how now in 2023, 2025, 2030, right? It's going to get hot, right? They want an air conditioner, but this would prevent them from doing that. Right, and I don't think that this was a sort of unique situation. I think it's possible that people will just put them in their yards and not get them permitted, right? That's always a possibility. And but so which is what's the trade-off here?
Should we go to that topic and you guys can discuss it? I mean, if you wanted to limit that, the restriction where the flat roofed homes have all projections of 30 foot only in R1. That's a possibility.
Yeah, I don't know. It's a tough one.
That is a really good point you're bringing up, though, because on Hilberta on the east side, on Sapphire, someone put the big old air conditioning on the roof. And then on Hilberta across the street, one of my neighbors was really complaining, "What about your neighbor? What the heck did he do?" I'm like, "I don't know. What are you talking about? There's this huge air conditioning, so all of a sudden he's looking right at it with his view. He's just got this huge air conditioning unit. I'm like, I don't know,
I think
so it is an issue. It really, truly is.
I think we should change the air conditioning law let them put them in.
And they do have
backyard.
a flat roof, by the way, but they did go within the 30.
Yeah.
Finalized.
Yeah.
Requirement that they're screened. Right?
Yeah, they made it.
Well, is that something you guys want to add as a topic?
There's a lot of
They just-
important stuff.
just did
That's,
it, I
that's
think.
going to just be in the weeds for who knows how long. We should get to some of the more low-hanging fruit.
I think they already did it.
Okay.
City council.
All right. Any other questions, comments? Want to add?
Actually, I want to add a couple of things onto this list.
Okay.
Well, I want to add the FAR that Matt suggested. FAR for R2 and R3. I want to also add the separation in the document between, we've got one multifamily category. I'd like to suggest that we split the R2, R3, and the R4, RMH, medium, high, and high. Split those up. I'd like us to consider another section, and that would be compatibility. That's probably it.
So the idea is that this will be something that we'll ruminate on, develop thoughts, and then come back?
Nope.
No?
We need to get through this.
We'll get through all these tonight and vote on them?
Can we start
This is our one meeting to make proposals. They're going to come back with a draft. Yeah.
Either that or
one
you're
month.
coming back with a draft that you may not like.
Okay.
And we're going to be thrown off on our schedule, yeah.
Should we start talking about second story setbacks then? Yeah. Let's do it. Do you have any comments?
Yeah, I can't imagine why this was a good idea. That would be my comment. It just seems very strange. What was the intent of these second story?
I think it talked about, it's a box-like structure, you know, it was just like, you know.
Make the wedding cake structure
It
as
was
opposed to the
reducing,
box-like?
well, I mean, wedding cake was just the one, you know, like you're assuming that everything's just going to be 2 feet. The point being is they could have part of that that's going to be right at the same wall level as the lower floor, and then other parts will be cut in. So the point of that was a way of having the objective standard to address the box-like structure.
So single balcony, 8 by 8 on one corner would basically satisfy this? Or some size?
Maybe.
So it's just so that the thing doesn't have 4 straight walls?
Yeah, if it ends up averaging the 2 feet, yeah.
So you guys are the experts. How do we get what the community wants, which is less mass? How do we do that? I mean, the 2-foot setback sounds kind of silly, but maybe we're missing it. So can we get better?
Well, I thought what was interesting, Commissioner Hazelton, was the comments we heard tonight from the public about, I mean, the principle that it will be a set of compromises, but there's a benefit all around with more streamlined review, getting projects through faster, trying to take the best that can be turned to objective standards in the, you know, in the new guidelines. It seems like and to allow creativity and flexibility, that if there's a way, and that's what we've tried to write it with the 2-foot average, is that, that was an interesting suggestion. Do we allow it does the commission consider allowing it on one side? Yeah. So allowing some flexibility, but acknowledging there probably needs to be some modulation on the side. Because what I heard from several people is, that could be okay. It's just how much, and is it both sides? And I was respectful of Doug's comments as well, but that's why architects do what they do, is they're able to be creative about how it's interpreted or executed in design. So it's something to think about. If it's not there, someone can go up just straight 2 stories of wall. So food for thought.
This just gives the planning department kind of, no, we want it more modulated.
Right, and all of it can be controlled we were basically controlling it with setbacks step backs, whatever you want to term them, options for coming in a little bit and allowing carving, but there's ways that can be handled without affecting the FAR, with the objective of not doing a drastic change of the FAR, keeping the bonuses intact. So, those are the main tools. It's massing, scale, setbacks in terms of shaping the box or the rules for how they're shaped so they don't end up being just a full, boxy form as I'm hearing it from you and others.
Go ahead.
So in our current bonuses, we have an additional second floor setback is a desired element, and it's 8 feet second floor side setback for a cumulative length of 15 feet of the second story along the side property line. So in my proposal, why don't we just stick with what we already have and make it a requirement? And my other thought was, one of the things in the original RDG that is not in the new one is if you build a 2-story structure and you have a 1-story structure next to you, you can't impose your house on your neighbor, so require it that if there's a 1-floor structure next to you, that additional second floor setback has to be on that side of the first floor house.
Good idea.
So that way I'm not rewriting 2-foot average over the whole length and making people come up with things. I just use what's in our current bonus and said, if that's a desirable element, let's make it a requirement. And if there's a first floor 1-story structure next to you, it has to be on that side.
Yes.
Both sides?
No, not both sides, just one.
On the neighboring side.
What if they have 1 story on both sides?
Then they get to choose.
You have a wedding cake.
And then they can split it up 4 feet on both sides. I don't know. I'm open to suggestions, but that's why I tried not to rewrite the whole thing and make up a new thing. Why not just take what we've already identified as a desired element and just make it a requirement?
Yeah,
and if it's 2 stories everywhere, they can choose where they put it. But if you have an original 1-story house, let's respect that original house that is there and put that side
I
setback
get
on.
that point. The thing is they could still do the 8-foot, but if you're, what this 2-foot averaging, it gives them more flexibility. Yeah. So they don't have to they have to do 15 feet's worth of 8-foot cut in. They could make some different adjustments that would work with what their design might be.
Well, but it's currently written as a cumulative length of 15 feet. They can do 7.5 and 7.5 as it's currently written.
Right.
So,
but it has to be an 8-foot depth.
Yeah.
Right.
So what's wrong with making it a requirement instead of a recommendation?
It was a bonus.
It's currently a bonus. You can do that. We could put that in there. Why we put the 2-foot averaging instead was that gives them some flexibility, but still gets the modulation that we were talking about. Yeah.
Chair Gaddis, may I?
Oh, yeah. Good.
What gives the architect designer the ability to have greater articulation? That I think is what, so a single mass has minimal articulation and modulation. Am I correct? Right? Mm-hmm. Okay. So so Matt is proposing one thing, and you're proposing another one. This 2-foot, maybe on one side, maybe on both sides. And then his, which gives the designer more flexibility in creating modulation in the building. That's, I think that's the problem we're trying to solve. And if we could decide which of these ideas, right, would give us the greatest amount of flexibility to the designer to have the most type of modulation and articulation, that would be where we would want to go.
Do you want to ask the designer that's here? I think he's sitting on the edge of his seat ready to answer.
Mr. George. Mr. George. And then also there was a suggestion about the FAR, giving a FAR at one level for a desired for a desired architectural style, right? That's the other part if we want to add on to this.
Yes.
Please, Mr. George.
As far as flexibility goes,
Of the things, of the ideas that have been proposed, which of those would give you as a designer more flexibility to have articulation?
as far as the articulation goes, if the more it was left up to me, the happier I would be, definitely. As far as mandating articulation and modulation, which is what you're looking for, okay? You're going, with the way the RDGs are written now, you're going to get more of a modulation written as it is with this 2-foot average. Because what that means is, let's just guess.
With 2 foot what?
The 2-foot average, second story side
Average,
setback.
okay.
And how I derive at that is if you have an average, that means for every 2 feet we project into the area we're not supposed to, which would put us, so that second story wall is stacking over the first floor wall, okay? Then for every 2 foot we go out and stack those walls, same amount of linear feet, let's just say we take 50% of that overall linear footage of the length of the second story. Then if we would project 2 feet, half of that to the wall below, then we would have to come out an additional, or I would say come back in with a greater setback from 2 feet to 4 foot to balance that out, and that gives an average. Now, what that's going to end up with, though, is where right now the way the code is written, you're only getting 15 foot of that modulation. The way the code states, 15 foot, and that's cumulative. That's not all in the same area. So I could have three 5-foot increased setback areas, okay? Which would, depending on the design, add a lot of articulation and modulation to that side of the building at the second floor. But overall, cumulatively, the average, the way it's written now, the way Lisa has written that, you're going to get a greater amount of second story setback wall. I guess
2 foot.
I guess, yeah, with the 2 feet, setback 2 feet as an average, or
2 foot,
all the way
2 foot
across.
average.
Or I would never do that. I will never have a second story like Doug said. He's perfectly right. That would look horrible. That's your wedding cake. Okay. So as a designer, that's just horrible looking. I would never do that. But at least with this modulation, this 50% average, or not, it's an average of 2 feet, then I know for half of that building length, I can go 4 feet. But where I want to see it as a building designer, I can stack that second story wall to the first floor and do whatever I want to do with the massing. And now not have just a 1-story mass, but a 2-story mass. If it's a modern building, or if it's a coastal bungalow type style, or craftsman, or that leaves me room to modulate those spaces vertically as well as horizontally.
Okay. So let me
answer your question. You guys are
I just want to
talking
just
about a lot of-
confirm. I just want to confirm that what I heard you say was that a 2 foot average is going to give you more flexibility. 2 foot averaging is going to give you more flexibility and the opportunity for more modulation and articulation than the current standard. Is that
Absolutely.
correct?
Yeah, that 2 foot average is going to be more what you are looking for from a planning commission point of view.
Okay. And that would be something that you would support? Is that correct?
It's a give or take with me, and we've talked, and you know that. So keep the FAR the way it is, and I will run up with a banner down the street to support this.
Okay.
But it's a give or take. So I know that I have to give from a design standpoint to get, with some of the things I'm not really don't feel strongly about, to get some things that I do feel strongly about.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. George. Also, on the suggestion about the FAR, changing the FAR, or being flexible with the FAR based on the architectural style, I think it fits in with this second story step back. What are we? You're not looking happy on that.
I mean, you're.
How do you decide?
I don't think you want to,
California
like,
code
if you're starting to, if
I'm just
you're
throwing it out there.
I think you're, I'm just being very cautious with my words. I think that you're going to be really limiting the property owners, and now they can only choose that style to have the development rights that they have
To
now.
limiting, okay.
It's subjective too.
Right, and it may be subjective. We did hear tonight about how some architects agreed with some of the images and didn't agree with others, right?
I believe Commissioner Barron.
If I may, Chair Geddes, thank you. Just to participate on the discussion of the 2-foot additional side setback. Where I live, up and down my block, including my home, we don't have that. There's other fenestrations, other design details that eliminate the box look. Very desirable looking homes, well designed. So just going back to my touchstone of being cautious about adding new restrictions that may or may not be necessary or meet the goal. I'm a little concerned about the proposed additional 2-foot side setback is not being necessary and maybe taking away a style that of home that a lot of people appreciate and look quite nice to a lot of folks. So that's, again, my personal feeling on it, and I'm just one person here. While we're on the topic, the rear setback, the new restriction on rear setback to expand it for the second story, I think the point was made earlier, in the back of the home, what will be the real world impact of that? Is that a little too aggressive? Are we going to have a profound impact on second story homes, both in R1 and R2, by shrinking that second level and maybe turning it into more of like a crow's nest in the extreme, as opposed to a living space and room for people who live on that property. So I'm concerned about both of those proposals as being maybe too aggressive, too profound, potentially leading to the wedding cake look as well, and stunting what may be for a lot of people architectural creativity and innovation. So those were just my thoughts on that point.
Commissioner Boswell.
So, so with the 2-foot average, if I understand this correctly, you could have everything on one side, right? You could have your setback all on one side, as long as it's a 2-foot average for the whole, both sides. So it would be a 4-foot setback on one side.
No, right now it requires it on both sides. And I think what was suggested from the community was maybe if you had it only on one side, required it only on one side.
That might be a good variable to incorporate into this. So what impact does averaging have? Does that mean I can be, instead of 2 feet all the way back on each side, I could have 4 feet only halfway back on both sides? Okay. I think there was a suggestion earlier that only lots of a certain width would require that. And I think that's a good idea too. Very narrow lots, you're just impacting the interior livable space unnecessarily for something, let's say in these tall and skinnies. How that ever happened, I don't know, but we've got them. But for somebody to take one of those, scraped a lot and build something new, they would now have to take that second floor and squeeze it in. And what do you have? You have a hallway on the second floor, basically. You have a nice wide hallway. You have no room for good sized rooms. So I think that in R1A, we have to maybe rethink this or say there's no side setbacks. They have to be in the front, or they have to be, you take your side setbacks in most areas, and in an R1A, you put it in the back.
We actually only require it in the R1, not in the R1A.
Or R2?
Because recognizing exactly the point you're making. So R1A does not have that 2 foot, it's in the R1.
So R1A does not have side setbacks,
The second story.
second story side setbacks. It doesn't.
Additional, yeah, right.
Okay, sorry about that.
No, that's okay.
So, but still, we have homes that are particularly narrow where this probably should not be required. It should be an option maybe. But on these very narrow lots, it definitely shouldn't be required because you have such narrow homes as it is. Let's see, I had another note here about these. No, I guess that was it. Okay, so on the setbacks, that's really my main concern, is that on particularly narrow lots or particularly narrow homes, that perhaps they shouldn't be required.
Any other comments? Oh,
And I do like the averaging.
Commissioner Lamb.
Doug brought up the issue of the R1A second story rear. There was a change in, there was a setback in the rear, second story rear setback. I agree with the design community that would be inappropriate. I actually live in one of those houses.
And just the R1A, or you think all?
No, just the R1A, that certainly would be prohibitive. I mean, it would do exactly what was said this evening. It encroaches into the master bedroom. So that would be my.
Do we want to, so for what I'm hearing is for the second story, 2 foot average, it could be one, so the choices might be on one side or both sides requiring it, and or requiring it only on lots of certain width, which would be that width or larger. And did you have a certain?
The item I couldn't remember to bring up was Matt's idea that if you are next door to a single floor home, that your setback should be on that side. If there's single story homes on both sides, then you've got a little more trouble. But if you're on one side is the street and the other side is a single family home, I think in a situation like that, definitely the setback should be on the side neighboring this single family, the single story home.
So
It would be reasonable only if the neighbor agreed to not add a second story for 100 years. Otherwise, you're stuck with half a house, and then the next year they'll build a normal house.
Well, now if he's next door to a single floor house, then he does the same thing.
Oh,
On that
the other side,
he
right?
has a setback. And then maybe the next few years that neighbor goes up. So it's
Timer's broken.
it just doesn't seem to be that big of an issue, considering what we're trying to do is in reducing bulk and massing and to keep new homes from looking like storage containers.
So are we looking at one side? If it's adjacent to a single story, that has to be the side. If it's adjacent to 2 single stories, they can pick. We'll write the language for it. And lots of a certain width only.
I'm not sure that the single thing, I think I agree with the.
So both sides maybe lots of a certain width.
Well, no, I'm talking about whether there's a single story or not. That someone can do their plans and that changes in a week, and then all of a sudden, oh my gosh, there's a second floor. Why did I do it that way? I should have reversed it.
Honey, did you see what the neighbors did overnight? They added a second story.
Yeah, I'm not sure it makes sense.
So can
we have?
Can we come to some
Looking for
conclusion on this?
consensus, aren't you?
Yeah. Yes, I am.
So this idea, Chair, may I speak?
Yes.
So this idea of accommodating and adjusting new development to existing houses is an issue across the state, maybe across the whole country. So different municipalities have a range of standards, but Doug is correct. That's a standard that is fairly typical. I submitted some comments that included that, right? Sometimes what they say is the second, this especially applies in R2, R3, and RH, right? When you've got what we've got and what we'll get more of is bigger buildings next to single-family homes. And those single-family homes may be there for the next 25, 30, 40 years, right? We've seen that. They're already, because we see it all the time here in Redondo, right? Homes that are built in the 60s and the 50s, right? One story, right? Next to, and even, RH, I think in District 5. Okay, so how do we address that? Should we address it like other cities do? And that is, you say, okay, so the single family, you can only go, you have to start the next door house no higher than 15 feet if you're adjacent to a single family home. Right? You have to articulate, right? You have to articulate the new development minimum 15 feet adjacent to a single family home. And there's, there's all kinds of, ways to write that out, right? Different cities do it different ways. Basically, that's the theme. So is that something, I think that's what Doug was referencing here, is how do we do that? There's no guarantee that the homeowner, the adjacent homeowner is not going to build a new house in the next 5 years, but there's no guarantee that they're not, right? They could keep it for the next 30 years, right? We can't predict the future.
So 2 foot averaging, one side.
Pick your side.
You can pick your side, but if you have a single story adjacent on one side, it has to be on that side.
Just one question. If you have, okay, never mind. Why would we not do it on 2 sides?
I'm just throwing out the ideas that you guys have talked about. I just want to come to some consensus.
The 2 foot average thing, I think the better way to think of it is a 4 foot offset for half of the building. That's probably most likely how it'll be applied. So do you want a 4 foot offset for half of the length of the building on one side or on both sides? It's probably not terrible to be on both sides.
Both
if you have,
sides sounds
Would
pretty
they
good.
both be 4 feet or 2? Would they both be 2 feet?
Both.
Or 4 foot on
Could
one
be
side?
4 feet, but shorter.
Okay.
I like that.
yeah, they could play with that length. But yeah, if it's single story on both sides, I say both sides because it doesn't, and I prefer the current language because I think that while a lot of people will make good designs, you can have 2 feet all the way down both sides and completely comply. And there's nothing we can say about it, right? It just looks terrible and it's not compatible, not in any neighborhood that doesn't fit. So that's my problem with that 2 foot average is that in theory, it works well, but in practice, if somebody did that, that complies. So what could we say? Like, and it doesn't match what, what's actually built. But anyway, single story both sides, single story one side, that side, 2-story both sides, you pick.
Couldn't we stipulate? Couldn't we stipulate that?
One thing that we could put in there, language-wise, is stipulate that they can't have it can't be 2 foot the entire length of the.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Good
Right.
one. Good one.
So both sides? Both sides?
Okay.
Can we vote on this?
Yes. Yes.
We have a question in the audience.
I'm just wondering, deciding on which side, the neighbor, both of them are single story, could this create the subject of the lawsuit and stop the project for the development or for whoever is trying to build a home, and now we're going to court?
I think you need to make it the same for everyone. But that doesn't mean that,
Be definitive,
But other cities have that.
I'm not saying you couldn't say, here's the thing. If you're going to have 2 foot averaging, not 2 feet the entire length, having that limitation, on one side, you can pick the side unless there's a single story next to you. If it's on one side, then that is the side that it has to be on. That's different than saying if you have single story on both sides, now you have to have 2-story, or you have to have the 2 foot setback on both sides. You wouldn't be able to do that because that is where you're not going to have the equal, equitable
Right.
code. So do you want both sides? One side with it's selected based on if there's a single story on one side. And we'll definitely, no matter what we'll put in, that it can't be 2 feet, the continuous.
Do we vote?
Vote.
Vote? I like Matthew's idea.
Before we do, I think,
Keeping it the old way?
I have a question.
No, he said 4. Or you want to keep it the old way?
Oh, the
If
current
we
bonus.
didn't keep it the old way, the way you described it was really good.
Well, I said 4 feet for half of the length, but that requires 4 feet. But this gives you, with the average, it gives you more flexibility. You could do 6 feet for a third of the building,
Right.
right? That's the flexibility that's built into that proposal that does not exist if you said 4 feet for half the building. Right. So that's why they're saying a 2 foot average, but it can't be 2 feet. I hope there's a clearer way to say that. But.
We'll put our heads together when, after we've had a good night's sleep.
Okay.
We're going to vote on that, right?
Yeah, let's do it.
I did.
I see you looking
want
at
it?
me. Do you have a comment on another one, or? Okay. Commissioner Boswell.
If you have 4 foot setback going halfway down the side of a house, can that become a balcony? Is that wide enough?
Those two, if you want to allow balconies or restrict balconies facing the adjacent properties on the side yard.
Well, we haven't decided on that yet, right?
Right.
Okay, but the question is
It has
4
to-
feet wide enough?
It has to meet
be
the
a balcony.
standard for the size of the minimum.
In other words, can that space become usable outdoor
That was
space?
getting confusing.
No.
Is there a way for that to become usable outdoor space?
It has to have a minimum dimension for that.
Of what?
7 by 10?
Yeah.
5 feet.
5 by 10?
5 feet.
It has to be another foot. So if they were to take that 4 foot average or that 2 foot average for that side of the house and make it 5 feet in, but only go far enough back to get the averaging, then it could be usable outdoor space.
I mean, we see
So
that
should there be an encouragement, a bonus, or something in the regulations or the ordinance that encourages them to use this setback in a way that it becomes usable outdoor space?
Facing the neighbor on the side.
Why would we want
No, I know that's what he
Would you want to be able to do? Would you want to have the option to be able to do that?
I like options, but the code would
Don't forget about the code. We changed the code. I'm just asking if we could change that code, would that make you happy?
balcony there.
a balcony or some way of making it outdoor living space. Side deck,
Yeah.
call it a side deck or a balcony.
We're not capturing the feedback from the audience when we go back.
Yeah, and we haven't even decided the side of house balconies. That's kind of a different issue.
But if we are talking about side setbacks, it now dovetails a little bit with the discussion on balconies. So knowing whether this is possible or not would be important for determining whether side balconies in certain situations should be allowed.
Well, maybe
or
we
not
should
allowed.
move to side balconies then.
No, we're going to finish.
I thought we didn't.
No.
So then we'd have to decide on whether we want side balconies.
Which we're going to have to do anyway.
You have to. We got a lot to get through, you guys. We really need to get some decisions. I mean,
can we?
Yeah, but there's nothing worse than a bad decision we have to live with for the next 20 years.
I'm not asking you to make bad decisions. I'm asking you to come to some conclusions. Yeah.
Okay, so if we make decisions that become recommendations, to be more specific, that are bad recommendations.
But nothing's going to be binding. Can we get to a conclusion on the second story, or are we moving on to balconies?
Before we do, Chair Gaddis.
Okay, let's vote. Let's just vote on whether we're going to do the second story step back.
Before
right
we
now or
do,
not.
Chair Gaddis, may I be heard?
Oh, yes, please.
Thank you. So the second story setback, it kind of goes to what I was mentioning earlier, we've been discussing. What's the purpose of this? And we've had a generation of home building since the 2003 residential design guidelines. And sure, there may be some instances of problem houses, but requiring this setback would basically eliminate forever a design feature of homes that are so common throughout Redondo Beach. Forever done. And I'm very reluctant to substitute my judgment on what is architecturally pleasing or desirable to homeowners for this second story setback. And I think overall the home building's been pretty darn good. And I'm just not sure this is a solution, or at least a solution that may be worse in the issue that's being addressed. So that's my reluctance with imposing this new design standard. And yes, please.
I think you bring up an excellent point. The question as stated is actually very simple. Second story setbacks. Should this tool be used to reduce upper story massing on both sides and rear? Can we agree on either yes or no?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So does anyone propose that we vote vote yes on, do I have a motion?
Motions or no?
No, you can just.
Do I have a motion to vote yes on this?
But they need more direction on that.
And the question's very simple.
I know, but
I mean,
okay, but
it's a yes or no question, sir.
yes, but the rear additional setback as proposed is too much, in my opinion.
But that isn't what the question is stated.
Yeah.
As you can tell, I have no problem going past the question.
Yeah. I think the way you said it, Brandy, was really good.
No, look, you guys, if we don't get to some solutions here, we can move forward.
We're going to do it. We're going to do it.
It is 10 o'clock.
You know what I think happened, you guys, is that when you described it, when it first was envisioned, we were all confused. 2 feet, oh, that's going to look bad, right? But I think when we say, okay, oh, you're saying just let's put 4 feet, half, that makes sense.
Right.
So I'm a yes.
The word 2 feet does not exist in this question?
I know, but it came up. It came up in the draft. That's why.
Right,
okay, I didn't make it up. Someone said it.
Commissioner Lamb?
So I'm going to suggest that the challenge here is that the process that we're using for this topic that takes so much thought is going to keep us until 2 o'clock in the morning.
On this one topic.
And I'm concerned about that. And I'm also wondering if there isn't another process that we could put together to make these kinds of decisions. Or thirdly, we could just say, no, we're not going to decide.
Well, then it goes to city council
Then it goes to city council.
Well, why wouldn't we want to help?
I'd say it would end up going to city council
Yeah,
next.
Yeah.
And the
Yeah,
city
at
council may
that
not
point,
like our
it would go to-
recommendation anyway and disregard it.
And they might, but yeah.
So we could at least have a recommendation of some sort.
I mean, that's a
yes or no.
possibility if you want to move it, but if you want to have some say on some of these things as a group.
Well, I think a place to start would be actually answering these questions as stated. And if we want to delve into things a little more on any one of them, then we should do so. But let's start by just answering the question.
And on the first one, can we keep side and rear separate? I do think that those are two separate setbacks. So you could take a vote
To
on
my ear,
side,
that
you can
sounds like
take
an
a vote
excellent
on
idea.
rear.
Does anybody object to that?
No.
Okay.
Now we got to decide.
I don't hear, there are no objections to separating those. So the first question, second story step backs. Should this tool be used to reduce upper story masking on the sides? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those against say no.
No.
Okay, we have, so we have 1 no and 6 yeses. So, okay.
Rear.
Second story setbacks. Should this tool be used to reduce upper story massing on the rear?
We didn't talk about that, Brandy. Can we talk about that a little?
Yeah, so the reduction, do you have that?
Oh, wait, I'm in R1 now. Let me go to R1.
50% of the rear elevation should be an average.
Okay, R1. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, just leave that up.
The rear setback in R1 is actually proposed to be the same as the current. The current is minimum average of 20% of property length at any given point, not less than 15 feet. Proposed minimum average of 20% of property length at no point less than 15 feet.
I thought, do we have something on the second
That
story
is
though?
R1. Oh, sorry.
That's the first
Sorry, getting late. Second story step back, rear.
Messing with the wrong crowd here.
So here is the proposed. 50% of rear elevation shall be an average of 30 feet from rear property line, provided that no point of second story shall be less than 25 feet from the rear property line.
And right now, it's the same as the first floor.
Right now, there's a bonus. It would be
Oh, right now, there's a
required.
bonus. Hold on.
Yeah, that's right.
Right now, there's a bonus. Second floor rear setback averaging at least 5 feet more than the required average setback has a bonus FAR. So it would change from that to being required is what's being proposed.
But it's more than what the current FAR bonus is, isn't it?
Correct.
Because it's going from average of 30 feet versus average of 20% of the property length. So if a property is 100 feet, the standard length, then 20 feet. So on a standard 50 by 100 lot, 20 feet is the rear first floor setback. And the bonus just says you need another 5 feet average. So we're proposing 30 feet, so almost another 10 feet in for at least a third of it. So it's more than.
So for rear, maybe have it a required, but required based on what it currently.
Matching the current.
Matching the current bonus.
So that's what I proposed, but I proposed to eliminate the bonus for that.
Well, it would just
become a requirement.
Well,
I know, but
I hear what you're saying.
Okay, that's my,
Well, explain that, Matthew, please, when you say.
okay, so what they're proposing, or what I heard, is that, yeah, make the average 5 feet more than the required rear setback. But what you've done is you've changed your minimum FAR, not minimum, but
Right.
you've changed your FAR from 0.65 to 0.69, because now they're getting the bonus by doing the requirement.
Oh, yeah, that does make sense.
Yeah, so in my proposal, it was do the requirement, no bonus.
Okay,
Yeah.
that makes sense.
And this rear setback issue, so but these are different things being applied to R1A and R1, right? I mean, in our proposals here. So isn't that question like a multi?
Zone.
This is just.
It's just going to be the R1, R1A, so let's not go any further. So she's just going to double check the R1A. Yeah.
We limited, or we just talked about eliminating it from the R1A.
Right.
The rear?
Yeah.
The rear additional second floor setback.
That was the general sentiment from all the comments tonight?
Yes.
So remove
us
the
to
rear,
vote on
Yeah.
the rear requirement from R1A.
Yeah.
For the second floor.
Yeah.
Right. And for R1,
Match what is currently written in the FAR bonus, I think is what I'm hearing from the commission.
My proposal.
For if in a proposal that needs to be voted on.
Yeah.
But we're voting on your proposal?
no, not on Matthew's proposal, on this.
I would propose to not provide the bonus for that.
I don't think we want to get that tied in. I'm going to tell you right now, the FAR, I'm very concerned about adjusting the FAR and the FAR bonuses. We've been talking about that from the start, and like that's a pretty major change when you start addressing, like taking away the FAR bonuses. Doesn't mean that you can't require that component, but in requiring it, I'm just I'm concerned about it for many reasons.
Okay.
Yeah.
I hear that. We're not making any final decision. We don't get any final decision. So city council wants to put it back, they can put it back. But, and others don't agree with me, they can make that proposal with the bonus, but.
Do you want to make a motion?
Before we do?
Okay.
I have a question for her. So one of the reasons that you've talked about for eliminating the bonuses is to facilitate or increase the ability to articulate and reduce mass. Is that correct? That yeah. Yeah. Right, that this would be a mechanism by which the mass could be reduced, and
yes,
will the first one, the second story step backs, be sufficient enough, in your view, to so that you would not need to reduce the bonuses? And I'm just running off of what Brandy's saying about her concern.
Yeah. Overall, I think that the 0.15 bonus possible today is too much. 6.65 plus 0.15 gets you a 0.8, a 4,000 square foot house on a 5,000 square foot lot. I think it's too much. So I propose to reduce the maximum to 0.08 and to make certain things that are identified as desired elements requirements. If they're desired, and they've been around for 20 years, those are the requirements. So not changing the 0.65 base, not changing the other bonuses that are available, but some of the desirable ones, just make them requirements. And not make up new language that has to be interpreted and understood and whatever, just use the language that was in the FAR bonus.
Do I have a second?
Yep.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those against say no.
No.
Okay. Got 6-1.
So that was.
Yeah, I'm an aye. I'm sorry. I was still.
I wasn't clear on what it was. I wasn't clear on what it was. If it's just the R1 to match what's in the bonus.
Sure. The requirement in R1 for the additional second floor rear setback is an average of 5 feet more than the required rear setback. That's the requirement in the R1 for second floor rear setback. And so that line would be eliminated from the FAR bonus table. So it's a requirement, and it's not an FAR bonus.
I think you're tying that to this. At that point, at this point, I think you need to take this to city council because I'm really struggling with changing the FAR. Like this is really, that is not our direction. That is a major change.
Doesn't this go to council anyway?
Yeah, but my
These are
point
just
is.
suggestions, right?
He's not changing the FAR, he's just eliminating that little as a bonus.
Yeah, he is. That is changing the FAR.
Yeah, but
That's changing the allowable FAR that we have provided and had out there and available. It's changing the FAR that they are able to get by providing that.
But Brandy, what's so confusing about what you're saying is that the residents came in to say, bulk scale, come on, we've got too much bulk and we have too much scale. If we don't get rid of some of those, we don't change the bulk and scale.
And that's where we're looking at things like, are you going to have setbacks for your mezzanines, your roof decks? Are you going to have the articulation on this? But the point is if they can fit it into their site and have the FAR, I'm just very concerned about.
But I mean, the council can listen to your recommendations.
I understand, but you're asking us to revise a document, and it's now going to have that in there. I would rather, I'm just going to put it out there. I'd rather you have, this is what the document says, and our recommendation would be that you take out. So you have something that's separate from that document.
That's consistent with
makes the
what we're saying,
recommendation.
really, right?
Is that what we're
Yeah,
saying?
just
That is what we're saying.
That's what we're saying.
We're saying our recommendation on this is this. That's all, right?
And the other thing is on our first meeting that we had, Brandy, we were literally talking about getting rid of all the bonuses. This isn't new language, and this is only our second time.
And I'm telling you why.
Yeah, but this seems like it makes sense because it's.
Look, I'm okay with, I don't want to have it as language per se in this document so much as a recommendation to that's my suggestion. If you're having us revise this document that also says no bonus will be allowed for this, and that's in that document, we're now going through an entire additional revision once that gets to city council, if they choose not to make those changes on the FAR.
Is that a problem, just the printing of it, or what's the problem?
No, it's a problem timing because we're not going to be taking this to city council until July. Now we're talking about the time frame to make those changes for city council.
But I do think that that's something, talking to the councilman and talking to the mayor and everything, that's something they want addressed. I think that they're going to be disappointed if we don't address this stuff. If we just bring them something that hasn't changed those two issues, I think they're going to think we didn't do our job.
Okay.
I mean, does anybody else feel that way?
Matt is raising his finger.
Matt?
Yeah, I have one. So Director Forbes, I get the concern, but like when we put in all the plantings and the other things, that changed not the available bonus, but it basically forced the bonus that wasn't forced before. And we've added FAR to basements that wasn't there before, basically changing the FAR of what could be built. And same thing with the R1A as proposed in the draft document was basically lopping off the master bedroom. So there are some pretty big changes in the document that was out there. I understand this one, eliminating a FAR bonus, is another change, but it's not like we're making no changes and suddenly we're changing something. I mean, there's quite a few changes in here, and this is just another one for the council to consider.
Yeah, I don't feel good sending this off not having done that. I think they'll be disappointed with this.
I think it's got to shake things up a little bit. Did you have a comment?
I had a question,
can't
and
want
that
that.
is, we're not changing the FAR, okay, but Brandy says we are changing the FAR. So the question is, if the FAR stays at 0.65, but we take out the bonus, does that mean that the bonus allows a sort of de facto 0.8 FAR?
Yeah.
Is that what that is?
We're not proposing all bonuses. That bonus is only 0.04, so it goes from 0.65 to 0.69.
So I'm not understanding Brandy's position that in taking this action, it changes the FAR when you're saying we're not changing the FAR.
If I may, the FAR and the FAR bonuses are not in the residential design guidelines. They are actually in the zoning. So what you're proposing is going to be a change to the zoning. If you want to propose that, city council can choose whether or not they want to do that. I'm backing off on where I was at because it's not in here. But if you want to have that recommendation that they take this, this, and this as we go through this, bonuses out of there, that would be something you're going to have to recommend that they change in the zoning itself, because it's not something in the residential
Okay.
design guidelines.
Okay.
We're not afraid of that, are we?
Okay. I think, sorry, guys. It's just one of those where I'm like, that's, if we have that in here and have to change this document and have it in the language here, it's different than like, okay, they could do a zoning change because they could adopt that later and differently. And it's not going to be on our set. It's not necessarily going to be required in our time frame that we need to get these adopted. Does that make sense?
And I'm sure there'll be interested parties who will weigh in.
I'm confused more than
I'm
ever.
totally confused. I don't even understand that. I don't understand that. So basically, you're
Okay,
saying.
so we've answered the first two questions. Next one's balconies, right?
So I just want to double check.
Okay. Cool glasses.
R1, match what's in the bonus language, but make the recommendation that the city council remove the FAR bonus.
Okay.
For the rear setback.
Do we vote on that?
I think we did, but we can,
Okay, I think we're in agreement.
we can vote again. Okay, so motion? That was the motion, right? Did
Yes.
everybody understand the motion? Can you restate the motion?
So replace the second floor additional setback for the R1 as proposed in the residential standards draft document with the language that's in our current FAR bonus. And the language is additional second floor rear setback, average 5 feet more than the required rear setback. That's the requirement. In addition, recommend to city council to remove the 0.04 FAR bonus for that design feature.
Or you could just say, remove the bonus.
Well, that particular bonus, I've identified that particular.
Right, okay.
Could I hear the first
Do I
part
have
of
a
the?
second?
Before
Yeah,
we do,
second.
could I hear the first part of the motion again?
Okay.
Because yeah.
So as drafted, the rear second floor setback is the language in the document. I want to replace that language as drafted with the language that exists in our code today for the additional second floor setback in the FAR bonus table, that make it a requirement to average 5 feet more than the required rear setback.
Okay. So that's
This is just in the R1.
that's the optional, what's currently the optional
Yeah.
additional rear setback for which a bonus would be allowed. And the motion is to make that a requirement.
Correct.
Okay.
And the recommendation to remove the bonus for that design feature element.
Do I have a second?
Second?
All those in favor say aye.
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 All those against say no.
No.
So we have 6-1. Okay, so motion carries.
We're through one of them.
No, we're through the second one. We actually did the first one.
Okay, now, we
All right.
already did the first.
We already did the first. Now we're on to balconies.
Balconies.
Okay, here's the question. Balconies. Should they be restricted from directly facing adjacent properties' sides? Do I have a motion on this, or do we want to have a discussion on this?
I have a motion that they should not face the side properties.
Do I have a second?
On the amendment?
Should we have a
For the
discussion?
amendment.
Do you want to have a
Should have
discussion?
At least a little bit of
Okay.
discussion on this.
Yeah.
Yes.
So I think the purpose of this is to avoid having the goldfish, gold bowl, whatever effect. And so I think it would depend on what is on the adjacent properties, whether or not it's appropriate to have this restriction.
Let me ask a question as a clarification to that. If these were steep hillside properties, right? And the houses are facing the street, right? So boom, boom, boom. And a side balcony would have a view of, say, the ocean, but it's over the top of every other house which is built up. can they come and ask for an exception to that rule to the commission?
Ooh, they'd have to,
We don't have those provisions currently for a modification.
yeah, it's not in our current
No,
regulations.
but this would be new
Right.
construction, not a
They'd-
modification.
They would have to apply for a variance, and that would be a really strict like, that'd be a difficult standard to meet, all the criteria for a variance.
Well, I mean,
It is based on this unique circumstances of the property.
right.
Do you think with a variance?
It
They could apply for a variance, I guess, yeah.
But aren't they expensive?
tricky. I mean,
Don't know.
I don't know, what do they
Is
cost?
it worth, it may, that cost to
I mean,
get a
I'm
variance
just
might be
thinking
worth it.
ahead, you know.
So they could.
Commissioner Boswell.
So if you are, if your home that you're building has one side facing a street and not a house, then you could have a balcony on that side. Is that currently allowed? Or is that something that we need to work into this?
currently allowed.
Currently allowed.
Yeah.
Okay, so this doesn't affect that at all. But if we were to say you cannot have side balconies, then it would affect it.
Right.
So if we say no side balconies except in situations where the balcony would not be facing an adjacent property but a street.
I think
or
that's
a
what it's
park.
saying. It's saying directly facing adjacent property side. So if it's facing a street, that's not facing an adjacent property.
Okay, so
So
that
would be-
would also take into consideration Rob's situation, because if you are above your adjacent property, you're not facing it.
It's an adjacent property.
But you're not facing it.
It's an interior side yard, though.
And one of the concerns, I think, is thinking about sound projection. So it's just something to think about if the balcony is an active outdoor use facing the adjacent
So
neighbor.
if this same house said, well, I guess I can't build a balcony on that side to take advantage of this great view, but I will put a rooftop deck on there,
Yeah.
the noise issue is probably just as bad, if not worse.
Setback.
So if you have a rooftop deck, no matter how much the setback is, you have nothing blocking sound in all directions. Whereas if you have a balcony on one side, your sound is only going in one direction. So there's less sound with the balcony. The privacy issue is probably a bigger issue. You're looking down into people's yards, quite possibly, or onto their rooftop deck.
Commissioner Lamb.
This is suggesting that we should only restrict balconies that face adjacent properties. Is that correct?
On the side.
On the sides.
On the side. So the restriction is just specific. We can have balconies on the side, but in general, we can have balconies on the side, but if there's an adjacent property, the answer is no.
Well, I mean, to that point, the only ones that aren't going to have it on the side are going to be where it's got a street. So most of them are going to have adjacent sides on both sides, yeah.
So, but we're only restricting those that are facing adjacent properties.
Would you like me to read it to you again?
It says only restricting those, we can have balconies facing on the side of a property, but not if they're facing adjacent properties.
But the only ones.
Are you thinking of a second floor building that you look at? Because I think adjacent property just means
Yeah,
anything
it's-
over there. Commercial, residential, 1-story, 2-story, anything
yeah.
is an adjacent property.
Yes.
So the only thing that's not adjacent property is the street. Or the right of way, or would the right, like, or is it only street? Because I would think if you have like a park or not on a.
You can have one, right? You can have one on
Yeah,
the
is
side.
a park
You could
considered an
have
adjacent property?
You know, is it adjacent residential properties?
Well, that's what I was thinking, residential property.
Yes, let's get more specific.
Yeah.
Commissioner Barrett.
Thank you, Chair Gaddis. I think you put your finger on it earlier, Chair Gaddis, about, side-facing balcony may be non-intrusive, and it may be the only view depending on the topography of the home and the surrounding area. And I'm concerned about an attempt to impose a one-size-fits-all requirement that may not work. And that's kind of my main concern about that restriction. I have other concerns. I have a side-facing balcony. I don't live on a single-family lot, but
Well, yeah, this is just single family.
yeah,
right?
and the point being, it's kind of a distinction without a difference in that the home next to me is a single-family home, but still, my balcony is our view, and it's desirable. And I'm also sensitive to Commissioner Godek's point about the fishbowl and what have you. Unfortunately, there's already some requirements, and I'm not the expert, built into the code that homes next to you have to have a certain number of windows. So you're always going to be dealing potentially with that fishbowl effect. And I have a little bit of that where I live as well. I'm up in the morning and I look across and I'm looking at my neighbor through a window. Those are just some now I understand there's not maybe the same vocalization, the noise, the sound you may get from a balcony, but still that's just kind of the nature of the community we live in Redondo Beach and how it's set up. So those are the three main reasons I'm leery about this. Chair Gaddis's point, my personal experience, and sort of what's already baked in the cake with respect to the number of windows required in a home next to you in any event. So.
I do have another question. That brings up another question. If someone has a balcony that's on a corner that faces the street or the backyard, but there's no wall between that balcony that's to the side. So, it's a corner balcony essentially. Is that governed by this? Is it directly facing adjacent properties? That implies that it's not a corner balcony, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great.
This was just side to side.
A picture may be helpful.
Oh, that's okay. Yeah. Go ahead.
I do think when we talk about the privacy issues, Scott, that you made up or not made up, brought up, the thing you made.
Fabricated.
I didn't mean that, really. That was not what I meant.
Turns out he lives in Torrance.
Okay, go back. So what you're talking about is those homes already do exist where you have a balcony on the side. But what'll happen is when new ones go up, right, 2 on a lots or whatever, the balconies will go on the front and the balconies will go on the back. The design will just be changed. The balconies will still be there, but they won't be looking into people's backyards. So, I think it's okay to say not on the side.
I think that's a great point, Commissioner Hazeltine. I do defer back to what Chair Gaddis mentioned about homes that have a different topography where the view is the side view. And
Right, but I think we established that in those cases, they could apply for a variance.
Or go on the deck.
Or build a deck on the roof.
On the roof, yeah.
If it's a costly process, and the whole idea here is to, at least my touchstones, to be objective where, hey, I know what I'm going to get, and it's not going to hinge on a variance later. So it's a good point. Yeah, variance is available. For me personally, I'm concerned that may not be the solution. So, but I understand the perspective for sure.
Well, you're going to be on council by the time it hits over there, so.
Who's going to vote no?
You got a second shot at this
No
too,
side
right?
balconies. Yeah.
Do we have a, do we have a,
I don't want to say that.
do we have a motion?
Should they be restricted?
Should they be restricted from directly facing adjacent properties sides?
And should we say adjacent residential property? Just if they were next to
Adjacent
commercial.
residential properties?
Yeah, because if it's, as we were talking about that, where could it be? If it's adjacent to commercial,
hospital.
it's not as big of an issue, right?
Okay.
I'm putting that out there.
Look at residential properties, because
I like
a park is a property, right? So,
What if it's a legal non-conforming commercial?
Okay, whatever.
Zone residential.
Oh, is that a yes?
well, no, well, then it would count as a residential property, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Residential zone property?
Yeah, you could say residential zone properties.
Do I have a motion? We don't even have a motion up here.
Should balconies be restricted from directly facing adjacent properties? Yes?
Do I have a second?
Yes.
I'll second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those against say no.
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 How many no's were that? 3, okay. No. Okay. Well, we've squeaked by with a 4 to 3, so.
Do we do a roll call in that instance?
Yeah,
or
let's
no?
do a roll call vote.
No, thank you.
All right.
Okay, we heard it. Mezzanines.
I think she's.
Mezzanines.
To do the roll call.
Are you going to do that?
Call for a roll call vote. Okay, go ahead.
Commissioner Lamb?
It's not even motions.
No.
Commissioner Hensley?
Yes.
Commissioner Hazelton?
Yes.
Commissioner Godek?
Yes.
Commissioner Boswell?
No.
Commissioner Barron?
No.
Chair Gaddis?
Yes.
Thank you.
4 to 3, motion carries. All right, mezzanines.
This is a poll, a straw poll. This is not a
That was on
motion
the ballot.
for
We gotta
accurate reflection in the minutes.
Mezzanines.
Mezzanines, confirm proposed definition. Okay.
Sean, can you pull up?
Somebody want to read the proposed
Yeah.
definition for a
Thank you.
mezzanine?
Let's see what No, no, second down.
Page 11?
11.
Yeah, R1.
There's a lot of things that aren't on this list.
Pardon me?
A lot of things that aren't.
Thank you.
Well, let's add them to it.
Yeah,
I want
that's the other
basements on
topic.
this
That's
list.
other topics.
We can add that.
Commissioners, it's on the
Great.
up, can you have screens in front of you? It's the upper left corner, that first paragraph
All right.
is the proposed
Can we
definition.
add basements to our list, by the way?
Yes.
Proposed definition.
And intermediate.
Floor within the building.
Am I the only one who's having trouble picturing this?
So think of current R2, R3, how they're built. You got the big living room, kitchen, great room, little stairway up to the mezzanine. That mezzanine can only be a third of the space below it.
Big living room.
Yeah.
Okay, so at some point
Below
it
it.
becomes a floor.
If it's bigger than a third, so whatever that space
No,
is.
no, I get that. I'm just I'm trying to picture this like floating floor.
Well, that's how they all are. There's just stairs and railing. That's why they're saying there's no wall.
Like a loft.
It's like an indoor balcony.
A loft.
Usually access to a roof.
Okay.
And you don't see them from the outside. You don't see, it doesn't
Do an
look like
R1A.
a.
Interior
Okay,
Yeah, you
okay.
do.
I guess
It
I
ends
can
up,
see
it
what
ends
these
up
are
looking like a third floor on it. The point being is limiting the size of it. And when it was originally added, instead of adding a third floor, a third story, the original definition went, because the definition had been aligned with whatever the building code was for mezzanine. It was open to the floor below. It was, and it sounds like from talking to one of our staff who had been here at the time that was created, that it didn't, that didn't have plumbing. It was open to the floor below. It didn't have closet space. It didn't have other, it doesn't mean that it can't. I think that we need to find something that's in between that and now, which is really truly like a third story, because it can be closed off and it can basically, it's like a third story of only a certain size, only a certain amount of the square footage. So it doesn't have the open to the floor below and.
Is the compromise here based on what we heard tonight from our residents and designers? Is the compromise then to allow the plumbing and keep it open to the floor below. The concern of the residents is that it's a third floor, right? It's advertised as a third floor as it is now. We only have 2 stories in Redondo Beach, right? So we really want to address that third floor issue, and opening it to the floor below is going to do that. So the compromise then would be the plumbing.
Right.
Allow the plumbing.
Exactly. I don't think that there's, if somebody wanted to have a little bathroom up there, I think, oh gosh, they're putting a wall in there. I don't think that that's the bigger issue. I think it's just having it open to the floor below. The point being is it's not now like the master suite that's upstairs in the 3rd floor.
Right.
Instead, it is truly like serving as what it's supposed to be, which is a mezzanine.
Is it possible to limit not having decks or patios off of that mezzanine level? Because the problem, I've seen a lot of designs where you see the first floor, you see a 2nd floor deck, and then you see not a roof deck, but just an actual deck off of that mezzanine.
What do we usually see? Roof decks off the mezzanine?
Yeah, we do see the
Or
roof
the
decks.
access to
The
the roof
access
deck?
to the roof deck is typically out of the mezzanine.
Yeah, but Grant Avenue and Green, there's a brand new development, 3rd story or what I would consider a 3rd story patio. And it just, sorry, called out that. Really try not to identify particular properties. But it clearly looks like a 3rd level by the time you add a 2nd floor balcony and a balcony off of that mezzanine. So I'm okay with roof deck access off of there, and I like the rest of the language, and I'm okay with the plumbing, but I'd like to not allow decks. They can have windows and Juliet balconies and other fresh air elements that are nice, but that's my.
So that would mean no opening to an exterior.
No, you can have a roof deck. You can access the roof deck through the mezzanine.
That's what they're accessing, is the roof deck.
Yeah, but I'm talking about like not access to a roof deck kind of towards the middle of the house. This, and I can picture a few, it's literally just a patio off the front of it. So I can talk later or send pictures or, talk specifics of, and that's just my personal opinion. I don't know what anyone
Well,
else's.
you have to tell us what you're talking about.
And are
you
Don't keep it to
recommending
yourself.
this or trying to keep this from happening?
I'm
I can't
trying
even
to
tell.
stop 3rd floor patios or balconies off of the mezzanine. Not allowed.
Okay, that's easy enough.
Not allowed.
Perfect wording. Did you get that?
But no one knows what I'm talking about, so I'll have to.
No, I do know what you're
Okay,
talking
what was the
about.
question again? Let's see.
Oh, yeah.
How was that
Okay.
stated?
Back to the question. Oh,
Okay.
Confirm the
Mezzanines,
proposed
confirm
definition.
proposed definition. Okay.
Go back to that, Doug.
Go back to the
Because I think we need to hit the
Okay.
definition and then like the applicability as well.
Okay.
Yeah,
the applicability is where the real meat is on that one. Let's see. I'm here.
We would need to get you a microphone so you can be on record.
Not here.
Okay, an intermediate floor within a building interior. Walls, partitions,
Of a mezzanine.
screens.
It's, they're sensible when they're above the low height functions on the 2nd floor, the bathrooms, the storerooms, the hallways, all that. You want to make that the mezzanine. You don't want to be saying that it's 1/3 of the important room, the bedroom, the master bedroom. You don't. It should be an additional space adjacent to it, like a loft or something that you can use it as an office or a storage or something
Oh, that
like
looks
that.
good.
If you can't do that, then why have it? I mean,
Right.
it should be limited to 1/3 of the 2nd floor area in total, not each individual room 1/3.
Oh, right.
If I may, to address Commissioner Hensley's point, when we're looking at the applicability, I think we might be okay on what you're talking about because it says mezzanines open to the 2nd floor shall, which means it's going to be the 3rd story, right? Shall step back 15 feet from the primary front facade and step back 5 feet from the side and rear facades. So it wouldn't be right next to where there's going to be a balcony.
Well, but in that setback, like, if we don't do anything, can't they put a balcony?
How would you get to it?
Additional side setbacks are like built for balconies.
Not on the side, if it's adjacent
But
to a
this is-
residentially zoned
But
property.
so I'm thinking R2, R3 mezzanines. That's what I have in my mind is R2,
But
R3.
this is not,
But a mezzanine is mezzanine.
yeah, that's
Everywhere.
true. You're right, you're right, you're right.
No, it's not.
Yeah. I can think of a few R1s where they have a mezzanine, a balcony off the mezzanine. So, yeah. The other thing, and I'm very strong about this, that mezzanines in R1A neighborhoods are not compatible. Like, you can't hide it in an envelope, and the few that exist are either like completely flat-faced 30 feet, there's a new construction one that was discussed earlier, or it gives you this, there's a nice pitched roof house, and then it has this hump in the middle where their mezzanine is, and they're just completely inappropriate for tall and skinny houses. They're only popped up in the last few years. I'm against mezzanines in the R1A district. So I'm okay with the definition, to answer the question. This is my personal opinion. I would like to exclude patios from access, direct access from mezzanine, and I think no mezzanines in the R1A. That's my motion. Oh, sorry, with plumbing.
With plumbing.
So mezzanine standards as described, plumbing in the mezzanine is allowed, and no patios with direct access off the mezzanine.
No balcony.
Oh, no balcony, I'm sorry. No balcony off the mezzanine, and no mezzanines in the R1A.
I'd like to ask a question about the R1A. Is there any, I think either from either one of you or any of you, Lisa, Brandy, or Sean, any way to get an acceptable mezzanine in that R1A?
I mean, I listening to what Commissioner Hensley's concern is, or what you've experienced or seen, there is the restriction that mezzanine shall not appear as a single raised form like a tower or appear like a third story on any elevation.
Is that?
So that's a self-select, right? That's a self-select that because of that standard, a mezzanine wouldn't be able to fit. Is that correct?
No, I think that they could find a way to make that fit.
That they would find a way.
Yeah, they could do it.
It's included in R1A right now. Same definition.
It's currently allowed in R1A.
We proposed it.
Is it
Yeah.
currently allowed? Yeah, it's currently allowed in R1A and R1.
Right.
Well, all.
Right, to address his concern that currently they go above and beyond. They make that third floor on the in the R1A. You're saying that the standard that you're putting in is going to eliminate that ability for them to do that, to make it above.
Right.
And that would allow them to, they'll find a way, I think is your word.
Yeah.
Is that correct?
Where it won't have that third tower popping up.
Okay. Yeah, we really want to avoid the appearance of a third floor. Right?
Right.
Yeah. But I think I'll encourage the one that you sent me.
Okay, so what you're describing does not agree with the statement as stated in your affirming this current definition. How is that
So the
stated?
definition is fine. There's no, Director Forbes was describing the additional side setbacks and other things that are requirements separate from the definition.
Right. So there's the definition, there's applicability.
Yeah.
Okay.
Definition is fine. And again, my motion.
Okay.
Accept the
So
definition.
your motion is that
Accept the definition.
is fine.
Accept plumbing in the mezzanine. No balconies with direct access off the mezzanine. And again, I still say no mezzanines in the R1A.
Well, why just R1A and not R1?
Well, because in the tall and skinny house, there's no way to make it, in my opinion, to make it compatible with what exists in that neighborhood.
And not have it look like a third floor.
Not only a third floor, but just you get, even if there's some shall not look like a third structure or not look like an additional structure, it's either that or it's going to encourage flat roofs, or other houses don't have it. It doesn't fit, in my opinion. So, but R1 and R2 and R3 open for discussion,
But under the definition we're discussing, it would be captured within the envelope of the home, whether it's R1 or R1A, right? Okay. So as long as it's captured within the envelope, I don't see a problem with it in R1 or R1A. I did have another question, though. One of the items we've discussed earlier is whether both a basement garage and a mezzanine should be allowed. And there's been discussion on whether that's a good idea or not. Should we have a further discussion on it here?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
we have that other.
Understand why one should eliminate the other.
Other topic.
One should not eliminate the other.
So adding to the other topics, is that what
Are
you're
you
saying?
adding?
Or separately, because the way it's currently written on certain slope lots, you can't have both a basement and a mezzanine. The
Okay,
question
well,
is,
that would be another topic, right?
Yeah, and we got to look at the list. It might fall in, we might have that in, I'm not sure. But you could have that, like the point being is, we heard from the design community in in our focus group, and the concern was like, just limit what the height is and don't limit what, if you're going to have a basement's likely going to be hidden because it's going to be behind where the garage is, and then you could have the mezzanine. So it's not going to make any difference if you have that basement or garage there. So it's, that was kind of the point, was that they were making in that, and it's really for the sloping lots.
Okay,
right?
but we can hit that in other topics on our
We
way
could,
out.
yeah.
We'll do a little hit and run on our way out.
Yes. On our way out.
Okay.
What's the next one?
Okay, so I think we have a motion from Commissioner Hensley regarding the question that was posed, and he made a modification to it.
A second motion,
Okay, go on.
second motion, same motion, but include R1A as mezzanines allowable under the conditions that are being proposed.
second.
Who seconded?
I did.
You did? You seconded that? Okay. So that's an alternate. You don't have a second, so, okay.
I didn't, no, wait a minute,
Wait,
go back to
it's
Matthew.
too late, Commissioner Hazeltine.
Well, and you would vote on the second first.
Yeah, okay, so we have a motion and a second. Can you restate your motion? And that was Matt's motion, but including our
Right, so
R1As.
right, so the mezzanine standards, the proposed definition. Should I read the whole thing?
No.
Basically, it's Matthew's motion.
It was okay with
That
the.
will include the
Okay with
R1A.
the, okay with
Okay
the
for
definition,
R1A.
no balcony access off the mezzanine, allow plumbing.
And allow it in the R1As.
Okay, and we have a second. So all those in favor, say aye.
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 All those against, say no.
No.
Okay, well, that carries
Make that clear.
six.
No.
That carries 6-1. Okay. What's our next question?
Question.
Question.
Should flat roofed homes have all projections within the 30-foot height limit as proposed?
Oh, God, I gotta look at
Motion
this.
to require
Should-
flat home
hold
roofs
on,
to have
hold
all
on, hold on.
projections.
Before we do, can we have a very quick?
Where are we?
No,
Should
this
flat roofs
is-
have
I
all
talk
projections with, oh, yeah,
30
right.
feet to-
Okay, did I hear a motion?
Yes.
Okay,
Before we do,
that was a
can
motion. Do I have a
Can I-
first?
I
Second.
think we have somebody
First
who
or
wants to ask a
Do you
question.
want to ask a question?
I did want to ask a question. So there wasn't a lot of agreement on a lot of issues in the survey, and I'm glad we did the survey because that was a good barometer. But one thing that was really clear by margins of 83%, 71%, 62%, an overwhelming majority was to keep the current height limit the same, that the height limit is appropriate for single-family homes, and should the new standards differentiate and lower the maximum height of a flat roof, and that was a no. So my read on that, but more importantly from my perspective, just hearing from people today and giving it thought is, I think we should keep the standards we have now, which is it's 30 feet maximum. If there needs to be, whether it's an air conditioner or parapet or any other access to get up there, whether if there's a rooftop deck, that not be counted towards the 30 feet, just to keep, fidelity towards the idea of, hey, let's keep this at the standards we have now and not lower the height to compensate for parapets and other things.
Okay, so your motion is 30 feet, except if you want to put something up there.
30 feet applies to the roof, the flat roof or whatever roof it may be. 30 feet applies to that, but not parapets or any air conditioners on top.
Do I have a second on that motion? Okay, you have a motion on the floor. Do I have a second to your motion?
What was her motion?
To require flat roof
Should
homes
flat
to
roof homes-
have all projections within 30 feet of the height limit.
As proposed.
Like a friendly amendment?
What do we have now?
Okay.
What do we have
So
now?
30 feet and 4 feet for
But
parapet.
30 foot is the roof, and then the parapet's allowed to be above that.
Anything you put up there
So
except
it's
the
30
chimney. The chimney
It's
can go higher.
4 feet.
Just 4 feet. So that would remain the same. It would still be 34-foot maximum for a flat roof.
No, they're making it
The roof
30
is
feet.
30 feet.
Read my lips.
Parapet. This
30 feet.
proposal would be
Four more feet.
everything's got to be.
4 more feet for your air
30
conditioning.
feet.
So when
That's
your
the rule.
proposal
I only
is
got 2
everything's
feet.
30 or below?
Yes.
But
Okay,
the
sounds
current
good. I
standard, though,
second
is
that.
30
What, you had a
feet.
30
question?
feet
No,
to the
friendly
roof,
amendment.
and the parapet
Okay.
can be,
Friendly
go up
amendment.
to 4 feet.
So there could be an
All right,
additional
Lisa,
4
does
feet
not
on
look
top of
thrilled.
the
A
30 feet
but it's only the parapet. It's
Are we
not
paying
the-
attention over here?
parapet.
Okay.
Sorry, Green Loopy.
What was your-
Commissioner Godek, 30-foot height, even all-inclusive in the R1A neighborhood is not compatible with the houses that are built. There's plenty of flat roof houses in the R1A, 60s, 70s, perfectly compatible, but not at 30 feet. So I propose to lower that height. If they want a flat roof design, that's fine, but it's some lower amount. And then pitched roof, 30 feet, I think is fine. So,
I'm confused. Is it still 30 feet?
No, you
no, I'm
weren't
talking,
sure.
so R1A zone specific, so tall and skinny. Lower the height, maximum height of flat roof in the R1A.
To,
What's the reason for
You said
that?
28 feet.
Because it's not compatible with the other, there's no house that's built that is, all the flat roof houses are 26 feet, 28 feet,
Oh,
24
well,
feet.
that's easy. No
Yeah.
brainer.
so why are you worried? It says within the 30 feet height limit. That's
No, but
within
we
the
have
30.
to put a limit on
I'm
your
trying
height.
to
You have to
reduce
limit the
that.
height that.
Oh, you want to
26.
reduce the R1As height?
Flat roof
For the
height.
flat roof.
Oh, for the
Only.
flat roof. Oh,
Sounds good.
interesting. What do you
Well,
think?
it's already that way.
So I don't have a number because I'm not a designer, but I can look at houses that have been built with flat roofs, which again is completely acceptable. But there, if I had to look at it, I would say 26 feet, 27 feet, 25 feet. I don't know what the height is, but I want to set
sounding
the
random.
maximum. Well, I'm not trying to make it, that's why I'm not trying to set a number,
Okay.
but I'm trying to like, can we come back with like whatever's in the R1A, flat roof, whatever that height is, that's the maximum height.
May I speak?
Yeah, yeah.
In contrary, and a little in contrary to you. So most of the houses that have been built since the flat roofed houses, those are all 30 feet, right? So what happened, and new buildings, new residences generally are not flat roofed. So you're actually,
What's she saying, correct?
Largely.
Okay.
yeah. So you're really penalizing anyone who wants to bring in a flat roof, a new flat roofed home, to limit them to the same height that they were in the 70s. And it's my view that they'll choose, with that restriction, they're going to choose not to have a flat roof. So why even put it in?
Because some people like that design. Some people like modern box. That's what they want, a mezzanine up there, whatever they want to design. I think that
back to the mezzanines again.
But I would say that
I have strong opinions.
I would say that the current new residences that are being built are all being built to 30 feet.
And you accept his friendly addition to your...
And so any new one would be under that. So again, the majority now that are being built are all 30 feet.
Yeah, and a lot of them don't fit with the bulk and the mass and the size, and they're being built next to 26-foot tall houses, and they're 4 feet taller with 4-foot parapets, and calling that in compatible scale, and I don't agree.
Well, I would disagree that the majority of homes on my street are 30 feet. I live in the R1A. Okay, so the majority are 30 feet high. And I live in a 28-foot, 27-foot.
Sorry.
You're entitled to a 2-foot parapet.
Right. So I would disagree that the 30-foot height is out of step with the current residential units that are in the R1A. That's what I would dispute for you.
Do you accept his friendly amendment?
Yeah, right?
If you say no, he can just, okay, do you make your own motion?
Yeah. So with the height, should flat roof homes have all protection with 30 feet height limit as proposed? Yes. In addition, in the R1A zone, I would propose flat roof homes shall have all protections within a 26-foot height limit.
Do we have a second on his motion? Not hearing one. Okay, do we have a second on Gwen's motion?
I second.
Okay, all those in favor say aye. Aye. All those against say no.
Can I ask a very quick question?
Oh, okay.
Parapets, are those strictly design elements, or do those have some functional use?
Keep you from falling off the roof.
They can be both. They can be both. They can screen rooftop equipment and be a design element. We kind of encourage that.
Okay. And the rooftop equipment would be what?
Air conditioning.
Grill, hot tub.
Mostly air conditioning units.
Oh, sorry.
Okay. Yeah, that's my only concern is the air conditioning on the roof, and it links back to what we talked about. We had a meeting.
That you brought up before.
Well, in a meeting last year, we had the whole, should the air conditioners be on the side or the roof? So I'm reluctantly a no for that reason.
Okay. So it is 5-2, so the motion carries.
Okay, we're moving through, guys.
Right.
Thank you. Thank you
Come
very,
hell or high
very,
water,
very much.
we're going to get through this. Okay, 30-foot roof decks. Should there be a setback or limited size as proposed roof decks? So let's take a look at this.
So right now, the roof deck, the limits,
You should probably have that in there.
For all.
In the R1.
500, I think.
Yeah, is this the, oh, sorry, we're gonna, want to just do setback now, or is this the total size?
500,
Yeah,
a combination
500 square
of
feet.
mezzanine and roof deck cannot be greater than
the
500.
combination of
12.
mezzanine and roof deck together cannot be greater than 500 square feet.
I hate that.
That's the current, right?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And the mezzanine is all interior, right? We're still
Correct.
talking about the same interior mezzanine.
No,
And-
roof decks, should these be set back and or limited in size as proposed R1 and R1A? It's the third bullet point from the bottom.
So they could choose to not have a mezzanine, have a
Trying to find
roof
out
deck,
what's in effect now.
and the roof deck could be 500 square feet. They could choose not to have a roof deck and only have a mezzanine and have the mezzanine be 500 square feet as long as the room below is 1,500 square feet. But the combination cannot be greater than 500 square feet currently. What we're proposing
Reduces, yeah.
is, I think, just 250 square feet, right?
That's for the R1A.
For R1A, okay.
R1 is
R1A is
500.
250 and R1 is 500.
Well, I'm just going to put in my bias as someone with a rooftop deck that I was sitting on drinking coffee yesterday in the sunshine. All this talk of people not using their decks just strikes me as crazy. I live in a whole neighborhood of roof decks, and we meet neighbors, it's like, hey, and we use them all the time. So I don't know where this craziness is that it's only used on the 4th of July. That's just completely false. And restricting it to 500 feet, I don't see the purpose in doing that. If they want to put in, 1,000 square foot roof deck, I don't see the problem.
I think what we also added was we added the setback. And I think that,
Yes, that's what we're doing mostly. Yeah.
I think
Setback is fine.
I think adding the setback is the more critical rather than the size. So
What do you think is your?
I agree with
what
that.
were the setbacks? 10 feet?
Why 10
Setback.
feet?
Generally need for privacy looking down into people's yards.
Correct.
Yeah, what do we need?
Because once you're up on a roof deck versus having it right at the side property wall,
We don't
the
want it
idea was to move that in a little bit
Yeah.
with the 10-foot side setback.
I wouldn't be able to look into my neighbor's yard that way, right?
You'll just have to miss out.
Sounds good to me.
You have to go down to the first floor to do that.
Get your
Commissioner
trampoline
Gatz,
out.
what, do you know what your setback
Sounds
is?
dangerous.
It varies. I don't think it's 10 foot to my north. It is probably 10 foot to the east, and it's more than 10 foot to the west, and to the south, it's probably, it might be 10 feet, it might be 8 feet, something like that. But I can't look in anyone's windows from my
From the edge of the building, or is it from the PL, you think?
It's a strange.
To the edge of the building.
To the edge of the building, okay,
Yeah.
because that's the way it's written now, 10
Oh,
feet.
is it 10 feet?
To the edge of the building.
Yeah, I mean, that's really, I mean, triangle,
Yeah, right,
that's
right. Line
sufficient.
of
You
sight.
can't see like into a window of a floor below you on the next, because all you see is rooftop, and then the next house. So that's
So
more than sufficient.
it sounds like no maximum size, but the 10-foot setbacks.
That's my motion on that one.
I
I
don't, yeah,
second
that
it.
makes sense.
That
I mean,
makes-
as
I
long as
second
you're
it.
not able to, is there a downside to that?
Well, if you look at a standard lot, 50 by 100, 5 foot in for your side setback, you're 10 foot in from that, you're only left with 20 feet.
No, oh, right, yeah.
And then you're only gonna get 40 feet of length.
It's 800.
That's 800 square feet, so.
Okay, that's fine.
I don't know if you're gonna get a whole 40 feet.
I mean, I think 10 feet of setback for a rooftop deck from the side of the house is more than enough. I mean,
One clarification, what's the setback front and rear for a rooftop deck as proposed? Is there any, or?
10 foot?
10 feet.
I think it's 10 feet all the way around. Yeah. That's way more than enough. It could be, you'd have privacy with less than that.
I don't have a roof deck. Do you need the 10 foot in the front or just on the sides?
Well, it depends. I mean, I live in a 2-on-a lot, and so I actually have a house. I have houses on all sides, basically, but you can't see in any windows where the setbacks are.
Yeah.
If you have 10 feet, you can't see in a.
I think with the front, it would be just more so that it's not just more like bulk right up at the front of the house.
That's a good.
Sounds good. I'll second that. Whoops.
What about R1A? What would be the setbacks for R1A for?
Why would it be any different?
You don't have 10
It's very
feet.
You don't
narrow.
have 10 feet?
Yeah,
That's more than your
You have a
building width.
rooftop deck that's 2 feet wide.
Your rooftop deck is -1 foot. Yeah, but 25,
it was a-
3 on both sides, you're like 19 feet.
We've got an answer. We've got an answer.
For the
How wide
roof
is it?
decks in the R1A,
How
it was
skinny is
a,
it, tall and skinny?
19
It's
feet.
very skinny. How wide is it? Like 20
was
feet?
a setback of 3 feet, a minimum of 3 feet.
3,
All.
that's the current?
No, that's proposed.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is your mic on?
She's just quiet.
Yes.
I think she got closer and said yes.
Sorry about that.
So you're,
usually loud.
you're giving dimensions for what now?
So this was the question about clarifying the proposed standard for the roof decks in the R1A.
R1A.
As proposed, we had said a maximum 250 square feet, provided the deck area is set back from first floor building edge by minimum of 3 feet.
3 feet.
So it's a 3
Give you a
feet.
16-foot
Yeah.
wide maximum space.
So how wide
Rooftop
is it?
deck?
How
16-foot wide
how
maximum.
wide is it tall and skinny?
You can go
Rooftop deck.
25
25 feet wide, right? And then 3 feet on either side.
side setback.
And then you got another 3 feet from the side of the edge of the
Okay,
building.
so of the 25 feet, you're going to lose 6. So you're going to be 19 feet
And
wide.
6.
Minus 6 and.
So that sounds wide enough.
No, but it's
6 and 6.
6 and 6, so it's 19 minus 6. So
Now you're down to 13 feet.
13 feet wide.
Yeah.
You said
That's
3.
pretty big.
3 feet on each side.
Bigger than
That's a
That's the
good.
regular setback.
Yeah, you have to have
Another 3
setback.
feet from the building edge.
No, I was
Absolutely.
asking how wide is the building, not the lot?
Well, it's usually
19 feet.
They're all the same, aren't
20
they?
minus
19
6. I mean,
25.
25 minus 6,
So these
19.
homes are only 19 feet wide.
Guys,
That's why they're
so
called
we just
skinny.
have to say with this.
So you have a 13-foot space for a deck,
Skinny's the most-
wide, width-wise.
Yeah.
Well,
That's
They're-
bigger than a lot of
they're-
bedrooms.
So
you could take more for the front and the rear side.
Yeah.
that's what I was just
We
thinking. You could do
propose 10
10 foot for the front and
Yes.
rear and 3 foot for the side.
Right.
Yep.
I was just thinking the same, yeah.
We get emotional.
Yeah, just as a matter of geometry, if the average person is 6 feet tall, what would the setback have to be so that you couldn't get a view in?
The backyard.
Those houses are so close
Scientists-
Yeah,
together.
you don't buy one of those houses if you don't want to look in your neighbor's backyard.
Yeah,
Just in general.
okay.
Or have somebody look in your backyard. Yeah.
6 feet tall, you have to sit
Want to make that
down.
contact.
How would we
Can
write
we
that?
build, can we build that into the standard?
If it was 5 feet, that'd only give you 9 feet by 30 or 40. It'd be a very narrow, long, if you
Yeah.
did 5 additional feet.
Not, but, I mean, 9 feet is still pretty good width for
Yeah,
a
that's-
deck.
Yeah, but it makes it very long and skinny. Like, so, I think 3 feet, because today there's no requirement, right?
I
Today
have
you
no
can build right
objection
to
to
the
3.
side setback.
Oh, that's
Right.
I have no objection
Yeah.
to 3 feet. Generally, the
3
windows
sounds
between
good.
these houses aren't I mean, they're generally pretty private anyway, right?
No.
No, not at all? Oh, you want to tell us something?
No.
Oh. All right.
Go ahead.
Okay, so one of the suggestions for privacy might be for the R1A is that the 4-foot
Parapet.
fence, right? What is it, a barrier that we put around these?
Railing.
Railing, that
Parapet,
the,
right? Yeah.
the 4-foot railing we put around it, that it be solid, right? It could be
They generally are.
are they generally, pictures I've seen have been not solid, so if, is it
There's a
necessary,
view,
would
sure.
it be necessary for just for the R1A to ensure that
Solid railing.
the railing is solid?
Yes, that's generally what we would recommend if privacy is an issue, because it helps if you're sitting in terms of cutting off the view angle to the adjacent property.
Right. That would be, just for the R1A, I would recommend that.
I like it. And no minimum size. I mean, it's not going to be any bigger than 300 square feet or less than.
Well,
Yeah.
13 by, okay, hold on.
Would there be any reason to
15,
say the front,
60 feet,
the front rail
50,
could be transparent
could be 40
if
by
it's
30.
facing the street?
Well, they're going to be set back by how many feet? 10 feet at least,
I
right?
think we have that in there already.
So you can fit 430 square feet just based on setbacks.
It's almost as big as my house.
So
So do you want a minimum size, or I mean, a maximum size?
Personally,
All right.
Well, we took it off the
Can-
R1.
I had a-
right?
I know, I'm
ask a
asking
question.
them.
Yeah.
So we're talking about like a fence or a screen?
Railing.
Is that
Yeah,
it?
what would
A
be called a
railing?
parapet wall.
It's a wall.
It would be because you're required by code to have, right, a certain height. It's usually 42 inches.
Is that already required?
It is.
Not that it's a solid
It is
material.
by, yeah, it is by code, but we're recommending solid for privacy. Again, if you're sitting, it's probably going to block views to your adjacent neighbors a little bit.
That parapet wall would count towards the 30-foot height,
Yes.
Yes.
and it currently doesn't.
No, it currently does.
It does.
It does, everything has to
Unless
be
it's,
30.
unless they put
Everything.
mechanical equipment
Well, I
up
mean,
there as
like
well.
under current standards.
Actually,
That's what I'm describing.
Oh,
yeah, the roof deck railing has to be within the 30 feet.
It does, but a lot of times we get our mechanical equipment up there, and so they use that parapet wall to surround the roof deck and an area where they put the AC units. And so they've encroached above the 30-foot height limit.
okay. And so under this proposed change, that would then decrease the 30-foot height limit because there'd no longer be an allowance for parapet or equipment. Hmm. Okay.
I mean, if
And
they're
then-
already at 30 feet, they can't put a rooftop deck on because they can't put a parapet on.
Under the new proposed rule.
I called you the wrong
Yeah.
name.
Yeah. And then
I called you Jesus.
if I may, Chair Gaddis, could I inquire of, we have
Sure.
any gentlemen, you want to speak to this issue of rooftop decks? And please.
No,
We need you for the, pick you up on the TV.
sorry, Manny.
Won't hear it on YouTube.
Is this on? Question? What's your question?
Oh, yeah. So we've been having this discussion about rooftop decks. Any reaction as to the feasibility? What do you see being built now? What would this change be? Any?
I've always, just my philosophy is the height is the height. It's maximum 30 foot. Everything I put on these buildings is under 30 foot, the way the staff counts it.
And do you do?
Including guardrails, which it's not really a parapet, it's a guardrail is what it would be termed, around the rooftop deck. It's got to be a minimum of 42 inches above the walking surface. That's a building code. So if it's privacy is an issue and you really want to analyze this, you also have to take into effect that you're not standing on a height that's 30 foot. You're standing on a height that's, was that 26 and a half feet from the ground. So it's not like you're at 30 feet looking down at your neighbors. You're at 26 foot and a half looking down at your neighbors, which if you want to get critical as far as the angle, that's going to affect that.
Thank you.
Sure. So being, okay.
You understand? You're standing on the surface, but the height is here at my guardrail.
Yeah.
I'm not standing here looking down. I'm standing 26 and a half feet
Right.
relative to my maximum height of 30.
And do you do many rooftop decks or generally not in?
The trend is rooftop decks. And I'm coming down in the next couple of weeks with some R1As, rooftop decks and mezzanines.
Okay.
Limited by 500 square foot. Can't remember the ratio. We've got a small balcony, a couple 100 square foot balcony up there, which is pulled in. Okay, I'm trying to cooperate here and just initiate some things for people to notice. So it's not, the balcony is a couple of feet from the face of the building. It's 3 feet actually. And the mezzanine on the stair side, because I have to access that, it's that a full height wall up to that roof at the mezzanine. But on the other side, I think I'm 5 feet from the side of the exterior because, you know, it's all about privacy. I get it. So I'm trying to preserve the dinosaur here.
Okay, thank you. And thank you, Chair Gaddis.
Well, thank you. So do we have a motion on the floor? Can you restate the motion? Who made the motion? Is that me? Damn it. Somebody else make this motion. Okay. Can you help me with this, Brandy?
No maximum, on R1, no maximum size, 10-foot setbacks. R1A, 10-foot front and rear, 3-foot side setbacks. Railing has to be solid. And you didn't say anything about maximum size, whether you want that or not.
No maximum size as far as I'm concerned.
No maximum size.
Okay.
And in R1, we have 10 foot all the way around, right?
Yep. 10 foot, yeah.
Okay.
So that is my motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
Okay.
Okay, I'll make a substitute motion to keep the maximum 500 square feet R1, keep the maximum 250 square feet R1A. And what do we have for R2 and R3 roof decks? Any maximum?
It's the same. That's for all the
That's for all,
residential
okay.
zones.
So 500 square foot for everything, and
500
R1A is the only
max.
one different at 250? R1A is different at 250?
No, it's currently 500.
Oh, as proposed.
No, I'm saying existing zones.
Existing.
Okay, but I'm asking as proposed in the
Oh.
draft document, 250, right?
250.
Okay, so yeah, I think 500 all zones, 250 R1A, 10-foot front and rear roof deck setback R1A.
Can you say why you want to cut it to 500
Because
feet?
it's the code today, so it's not new. That's the current requirement. Number two is if you have like a really big lot, like double lot or extra big, what if they have a 1,400 square foot rooftop deck and they can fit 48 people up there for their once a year 4th of July party? That's like a roaring ruckus of noise.
Let's hope so.
So if you limit it to 500 square feet, you limit the amount of noise and people and things that can be up there.
You don't have a rooftop deck.
I do not.
Yeah, I can tell.
So, but again, it's nothing new. It's what's currently, R1A is reduced.
Does he have a second on his motion?
Yeah, but that's my motion.
Does he have a second on it? Okay, I have a second on mine. So could we have a roll call vote?
Commissioner Lamb?
Yes.
Commissioner Hensley?
No.
Commissioner Haston?
Yes.
Commissioner Godek?
Yes.
Commissioner Boswell?
Yes.
Commissioner Barron?
I want to study this further, so I'm going to be reluctantly a no on this, and it is with reluctance.
Okay. Chair Gaddis?
Yes. Okay, so what do we have, 5-2? Okay, so motion carries. All right, we're on to character areas. Are the special standards appropriate? Should there be more?
What page?
We're gonna pull this up just so you can
Page 18,
see.
okay.
So character areas, most of it is the guidelines that are in the separate section, but there are a few character area standards that we've included. So we're gonna go to those.
Oh, see.
There we go.
So they apply right now as proposed in 4 character areas. You can see in the left column, Beryl Heights, Vermona South, Lower Avenues, TRW tract.
Oh, right.
And then the design element is called out in the left column, and the specific character area standard is in the right. We definitely heard tonight comments about the TRW track roof deck.
And just to be clear, we currently have the lower avenues. We have the residential design guidelines actually have standards in them, surprisingly, for that that section and for Beryl Heights. So the lower avenues, it does require that it's alley access. It does not permit roof decks above the second floor. Mezzanines only are permitted open to the first floor. Is that I think that's what it currently is. Front yard walls and fences are not permitted. Parkways shall be planted. I think that's additional about the parkways. And then for the Beryl Heights rear alley, when there's alleys, and on Paulina, let's see.
Oh, good.
Yeah, so those are the ones that have requirements. I don't know that I think the other, so the TRW, I mean, you could change any of those, but the point being is I think with the lower avenues was really an important character. You know, these were really were meant to really address the development of that particular area.
Okay, any questions up here about this?
Is it the question whether we add more areas or include these special areas?
I guess if you include them, if you want to change them, I mean, I don't know that, like everything else applies to, you know, all the other standards apply to all districts. These were the ones that were very specific. I think my recommendation is that you would want to keep the lower avenues in Borough Heights because those were very specifically called out with these requirements in our residential design guidelines that we have now. Unless there's something that you're like, oh no, I don't know, that doesn't matter anymore because such and such changed. But I don't see where we haven't seen where there's been major changes where these couldn't be applicable.
Well,
How about the mezzanines in the lower avenues? It's only permitted if open to the first floor. Isn't that the new definition of mezzanine?
Do you have the current resident? You have the.
Oh, I've got the current ones. Where do you want to look?
Oh, Sean. So he's got this giant binder for this tiny little document. Sorry. I'm sorry. I'm laughing at your expense. I'm sorry, Sean. Okay, let me find that.
Sean's repurposing, don't make fun.
Yeah, right.
May I ask a question of Lisa?
Yes.
Hi, Lisa. Just to be clear, on page 18, these are standards, and then they're not guidelines. The guidelines then are later in the document. Is that
Yes, as
correct?
proposed, that's correct.
Okay, just wanted to clarify. And the question that we're being asked is, are the special standards appropriate? Should there be more standards? Okay, so you're not asking about the optional guidelines. You're asking about these standards, correct?
Correct.
So a specific standard, is this question asking whether roof decks in the TRW tract should be prohibited on properties with less than 120 feet in depth? If that is appropriate, is that the question here?
Yes, and we definitely heard comments on that tonight.
Yep.
A few
Yeah.
hours ago.
Well, I don't know, man. That sounds crazy to me. I mean, I don't know about you, but I have no idea why 120 feet in depth makes any difference on whether you have a roof deck, right?
Yeah.
agreed.
Well,
It was something we had proposed based on privacy comments, but I think there's been a consistent set of comments we've heard that have questioned that. So it sounds like there's a trend towards removal of it.
Yeah.
As long as we bring it in and there's privacy,
Keep it.
bring in the setback. You're in TR, yeah.
are these?
I mean, they have a
these the
10-foot
existing
setback
standards,
dictated
or is
now,
this what
right?
we're trying to
Sorry.
I had mentioned that half the houses are about 110-foot depth, and then the other half are 120 foot, depending which part of the triangle shape you're in. So it didn't make sense to put that arbitrary number.
So this is like the Sneetches in the Dr. Seuss book, you know, you either have the star or you don't.
Exactly.
Lucretia says he said.
Not familiar
But,
with-
and of course, nobody has a roof deck in the TRW.
Exactly.
Anyway.
All right.
It's going to be there tomorrow.
Okay, so we're being
But we all
asked,
want one.
we're being asked to look at this page specifically and surgically remove things that, okay.
Are these standards in place now, or is this what
The
we're
ones that are
going to add?
The ones that are in place now for the lower avenues. So the lower avenues, oh geez. This map doesn't give me, it's, are the avenues that are west of PCH. So the lower avenues already require parking access must be from the rear alley, and no new curb cuts. Roof decks are not permitted. Now, as far as mezzanines, that was added, so that I did not see in here. But front yard fences and walls shall not be permitted is already a requirement. And actually, the parkways plantings is spelled out it's existing. So the only thing in the lower avenues that's not already existing is the mezzanine restriction, I think.
Can we look at the question one more time? Because I'm confused. Are we supposed to say, yes, changes need to be made, or are we supposed to make specific changes? Like right now, should I make a motion to get rid of that 120-foot thing?
Absolutely, you can do that.
I motion that we get rid of this 120-foot
The roof
rule.
deck on.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
You're talking about,
Aye.
you're talking about.
All those
no,
against say no.
No, I have questions.
Yes. They can have roof decks
Okay,
too.
so I think my count was six to get rid of it.
Questions?
I don't know why we rushed that. I was trying to get a clarification.
Because we got a lot of things to go through here, dude. We can't spend all night on it.
I gotta say no, because it's
Okay,
not clear.
then vote against it.
Can TRW have a roof
Okay,
deck also?
so we've got 5
That's all it
to
is.
2 to get rid of the 120-foot rule.
You're okay to
In
have
all
a
the
roof.
neighborhoods.
What?
The TRW track.
What about the Fermona South?
No, look,
we're not
it
talking
says
about that.
TRW track, roof deck. Roof decks shall be prohibited on properties of less than 120 foot in depth or average depth for regular.
Vermona South is also an
So
additional,
we're voting on just TRW track, not the whole
that's
thing.
that's what they moved on.
Was not clear.
Well,
And I
okay.
just wanted to ask that simple question.
Stay with us.
Okay, can I make it, I want to make a change in
I'm
the
in no
park.
hurry.
Mona, go make the motion.
I'd rather do it right.
Lower avenues, I don't think is very clear. Parkways shall be planted with either real turf or very low ground cover that is drought tolerant and can be walked on. Well, that sentence right now would allow artificial turf, and I don't want artificial
No,
turf.
it's not artificial.
It's real
So
turf.
can we just spell it out a little clearer, like no artificial turf in the parkway?
Shall be planted with real turf is what you want,
And
right?
I don't know, do we need to make a motion on that? Because I think we're okay, like, we're fine with it.
So the word either, you're striking the word either.
I don't like the very low ground cover, because someone could say, well, artificial turf is ground cover because it's drought tolerant and I can walk on it.
Yeah, but if you struck the
eliminate,
word
yeah.
either, it'll say
exclude
parkway
that.
shall be planted with real turf
Okay,
or very low ground cover that is drought tolerant and can be walked
and
over.
no artificial turf.
And no artificial, there we go. Making a motion?
Let her do it.
You
Yeah.
Okay, does somebody, I'll second that.
I did.
Yeah.
Okay. So we've got a motion on the floor in a second. So, let's,
Anybody
does
want to
everybody
know?
understand the motion?
Yes.
Now we get to ask questions.
I will jump on you.
I'm
You
not
should
sure
vote
what it
no
is,
anyway.
but if
Why
Gail
even
wants me
ask?
to vote yes, I guess I'm a yes.
Thank you. We will not have plastic going into the ocean. Thank you very
I
much.
wanted to make sure that's what it was. So,
Yeah, no artificial turf on the parkway. It does really break down and go into the water when we, go into the ocean. It goes right down there.
Okay, can you restate the motion?
As everything does.
Do you want to restate the motion?
Okay, parkways shall be planted with real turf or very low ground cover that is drought tolerant and can be walked over, but no artificial turf. And no artificial turf.
Okay, do we have a second?
Do we
I'll
want to say
second that.
living ground cover as opposed
Well,
to
it says
ground cover
that.
that
That
died?
sentence says that.
So if your ground cover died, it still qualifies?
Yes, it's fine.
Okay.
Okay, I've
Everybody has
seconded your
agreed on-
motion. Should we do a roll call vote?
Commissioner Lamb?
Yes.
Commissioner Hensley?
Yes.
Commissioner Hazelton?
Yes.
Commissioner Godek?
Yes.
Commissioner Boswell?
Yes.
Commissioner Barron?
Yes.
Chair Gaddis?
Yes. So motion carries unanimously. Okay.
May I also
You
make a
had
motion?
another one. You
Yes.
had the Fermona South, right?
Yes, I would also like to get rid of the 120-foot in-depth.
I will second
Restriction on
that.
that.
Does everybody understand the motion?
Yes.
Okay.
The same as what we're doing for the TRW track. Yeah.
Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those against say no. Motion carries unanimously.
Did you do roll call?
No,
No.
Sorry.
we only do a roll call if
Yeah,
Commissioner
it's
Barrett asks a
confusing.
question.
I thought after that I had to say it again.
Okay, anybody else see something in here they want to get rid of?
I have two.
Oh, good.
Currently in the residential design guidelines, we have the upper avenues included in the avenues, but they've been excluded in this draft. Lower avenues have been separated out. So in the upper avenues, east of PCH, currently in the design guidelines, alley access for garages is strongly encouraged but not required. Rear-loaded garage access by a driveway along the side is also acceptable. Front-facing garages are out of character with the neighborhood and strongly discouraged in this area. So I would propose to make that a requirement in the avenues because I would feel terrible for that one guy that didn't get his front-facing garage.
No, wait a minute. Hold on a minute. So the upper avenues have alleys on every.
Not everyone, not all of them. So you would have to require that if they have alley access, that they would have.
If it has alley access on the upper avenues, it can't have a front curb cut and garage. You have to enter from the alley.
That's the motion.
Well, but also a rear-loaded garage is acceptable, but basically front-facing garages are not acceptable.
If you have an alley, they shouldn't be.
But if you don't have an alley, you should do according to this, you should do a rear-loaded garage accessed by a driveway along the side.
Oh, no.
Oh, boy, this gets
Yeah,
complicated.
It's like the one we reviewed, that rear-loaded.
The only thing about that is it does make a lot of, make a really long driveway.
And in the 90s, there were front-facing garage houses, but they're not the standard. They exist, but they're not the character of the avenues.
Yeah.
So I would propose, and I get that there's some lots that are unique, some lots have alley access, but like a power pole's in the way, they couldn't do access. Like there's always going to be exceptions, but I think if we don't have anything, people just start putting front-facing garages, it's going to eliminate the whole.
Okay, can you read back your motion then?
Sure. So I would propose to either change lower avenues to be the avenues again.
Okay.
No.
I know I can't. I know. Hold on. The parkways don't fit, fences don't fit.
Right. Just add upper avenues.
Okay, and I'll propose to add upper avenues with the parking requirement that alley access for garages is required where alley access exists. Where alley access doesn't exist, a rear-loaded garage access by a driveway along the side is required.
Do we have a
I
second?
second that.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
What?
I'm not sure.
Oh, he's asking a question.
I'm just trying to picture this long concrete block potentially could be permeable, but just from is the
alley? Are you
is the
talking about the alley?
solution?
No,
I'm just wondering, is the solution worse than the problem where you can't, instead of having the front-facing garage, you have this sort of monolith?
No, it's beautiful. It's
Yeah,
actually
the point
beautiful.
is-
Have them on the lower avenues too, Scott.
Yeah.
Do they?
Yeah.
I did visit these areas. I mean, I know some of you live there, but I'm just trying to picture if I saw,
Yeah, it's nice.
I don't know, Chair Gaddis, could
Almost
we?
all the
Yeah,
homes
you
have
can
a
go ahead,
garage in the
Could I-
back with a long
I don't know,
driveway.
does our, Mr., yes, please, Mr. George, can you comment on this?
We're so glad you stayed.
Put him on the planning commission. We got to see.
I'm not sure what the question was. Was it quantitative about the side-loaded or the rear-loaded garage relative to everything
The
else?
side-loaded garage.
No, not.
Side-loaded garage is different.
Rear.
Rear-loaded garage. So is the question, how many of these are common?
Yeah, what does that look like if the choice is between having a front-facing garage or a rear-loaded garage from a design perspective, from an aesthetic perspective?
Lisa, don't you have pictures of a rear-loaded garage in anywhere? There's got to be some in the original code. The design guidelines, I'm pretty sure there is some photos of maybe not referencing driveways, but they're there for reference.
Yeah, I mean, I could picture, do you have an opinion on that from a design perspective?
I think
Mr.
from a
George.
desirability standpoint and using today's buildings the way we do, if it rains, you're forcing these people with the building separations being what they are, you're forcing them to walk from the garage in the rain, carrying their groceries to the back of their house because it's a detached garage.
But they,
That makes sense.
But they buy in a neighborhood where that is the standard. Like, that's not citywide.
Yeah, I have a visual of it, and so I'm just trying to weigh, front facing versus this. Okay, yeah, I'm good. Thank you for giving me the opportunity
So
to
the
look at it.
idea is, I guess you're making an an amendment motion would be, your motion is that if they have alley access, they cannot have a front-facing garage.
If they have alley access, they have to have an alley access.
An alley access garage. And if they don't, they have to have a rear-loaded garage. And your motion would be to say, if they have alley access, they have to have an alley access garage. But if they don't have alley access, they can have a front-loaded garage.
Yes.
That's his motion.
So I will say, the one example we had, the applicant claimed to not have alley access, even though he had alley access.
He kept saying there's a power pole in his
Yeah, there's
way.
something in my way. Okay, what about over there on that side? Well, I don't want to put it over there. Well, that's different than
Right.
I can't.
No, I get that.
Yeah, but
I think the only sticking point is whether we want the driveway along the side of the house going into the back. That's where we're at now.
Right,
So do we want a garage in the front or driveway going back into a garage in the back?
right. For only those people who don't have alley access.
But again, think the point is that when you go down the street, all you see is house, right?
Right.
You don't see any parking, except for in the 90s, those houses that were built with front-facing garages. It's just not a character of the neighborhood.
Very true.
So you
Yeah,
either
that's what I was wondering.
you either have a rear garage that you access from the alley, or you have a rear garage you access from your long driveway. And again, most people don't park in the garage. They park in the driveway on the side of their house and do their thing. So-
What about the avenues where there are not alleys behind them?
The upper avenues as defined is limited, is that right? The definition that was in the old RDG? So I would propose to keep it to that upper avenues.
Yeah, but I don't think that they all had
I don't think that they all have alley access either.
So for those that don't have alley access, I think what Matt is saying is that typically the garage is behind the house. So that when you're looking at the street itself, right, you're not seeing the garages, you're seeing just the houses. And for consistency, right, any new developments or remodels should be consistent with that form. Is that correct?
Yeah.
I
I
would
would
say
agree
this is
that
a,
consistency in form is good.
I mean, it is a character, what we would term a character defining element of that area. I mean, that's just something to consider.
Okay, does he have a second on his motion?
I second.
Okay. His alternate motion, do we have a second on that? We do not. So all those in favor of Matt's motion, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those against, say no.
No.
Motion carries 6-1. No grudges here.
No, I'm looking at Commissioner Godek.
I'm checking out Google Maps
Oh, okay.
and Google Earth.
All right,
Yeah, no,
so
I'm
what's
good.
next?
All right, one more.
Nope. Oh,
Also in the current RDG, in the avenues, homes with front porches and gable roofs facing the street are strongly encouraged, as these features are characteristic of this neighborhood. I see it's currently in the guidelines of the avenues, but I don't see it as a standard. And I would prefer to have it as a standard, or come up with some sort of standard based on this.
Gabled roofs are required?
Homes with front porches and gable roofs facing the street are currently strongly encouraged, as these features are characteristic of the neighborhood.
So yours would require all homes facing the street with.
Homes have front porches and gable roofs facing the street. So basically your porch has to project and you have to have a gable roof.
Do you live in this neighborhood? Oh, I thought not.
No, you know where my heart lies. Make it clear, I live in the R1A.
Okay.
I can high five my neighbor.
So here, oh, this is where my neighbor's house, when I grew up. So that's what you're talking about.
So that's a gable, that's not a porch, but yeah, that's
Yeah.
a gable.
Yeah.
And this is for the upper avenues,
So this is, so as currently it's avenues, so it'd be lower and upper.
lower and upper avenues.
But again.
Yeah, I get
And if
it.
you have a porch, you still have to have that roof.
Oh, but it's only if you have a porch.
No,
Or no, all houses are required to have the porch and the roof.
I'll just read you what the current one
Okay,
says.
okay.
Homes with front porches and gable roofs facing the street are
Yes.
strongly encouraged. As these features, so I presume that to mean porches and gable roofs over the porch, are characteristic of the neighborhood.
Okay, so you're requiring all new homes to have front porches and gabled roofs
Facing the street.
facing the street.
Question. Is that, that guideline in here, is that also in the new document or no, as a guideline?
As a guideline.
So it's in the document, instead of being a guideline, you would like it to be a standard,
So in the.
correct?
In the lower avenues, I'm looking at the guidelines. I'm on page 79 of the packet or page 63 of the ORS.
63.
Page 63 of the ORS or page 79 of the big agenda packet for today's meeting.
Okay.
So these are the lower avenues design guidelines, so not required. So I see roof design, architectural style, siding materials, windows, architectural features. But here only talks about Spanish-style homes, specifically. So I don't see where, I don't see it even as a guideline. So again, I'm
But
just
it was
going,
in the existing guidelines.
it was, let me get the right word.
It's in the existing guidelines.
Strongly encouraged. That's the subjective nature of the current guidelines.
Any discussion on his motion?
Well, is there any thought why it was eliminated or not in the guidelines or not? Do we just not, and it's possible that it wasn't used, people didn't do it, it's not needed, but I'm just going off what we had. So, because the few, not many cases come before us, but a few in the avenues have, and they've had front porch as far as I can recall. Anyway.
Are we, that's a very detailed standard,
Yeah.
right? Right. Are we equally as detailed in the other standards that we have looked at? Equally as detailed in terms of architecture and?
No, we don't have those under, that's where we were just at on the
Right.
other page. We don't have that as far, like, the only thing is, not allowing the fencing in the front yard. That's as far as
Right.
that goes. I think,
This is really stipulating.
yeah, now, if you want to add that as a guideline and, get that back in as a guideline, I think is putting it as a standard. You're basically telling a person how they're going, what they, like, those design components have to be part of their project. I mean, I don't know. If you're saying that in all the avenues, there are a lot of different, and in the upper avenues, there's a lot of different character in there.
I'm not opposed per se, but I think for consistency's sake, it would be, to me, it would be more appropriate to put it in the guidelines and not have it as a standard. And use the wording that Matt is pulling from the, right? That would be my motion, my alternate motion. I like the idea, but it's just not consistent with what we're doing.
Yeah, we're not putting in any of the standards, that level of architectural
yeah.
requirement.
Do we have any other questions on this, on either of those motions? Do we have any seconds on either of those motions?
I'll second Sheila's motion.
All right, roll call vote.
Okay, can we state the motion again?
The motion would be to, may I read your book? Thank you. Thank you.
To keep the old guidelines, basically, right? That's what you're proposing, right?
Homes, okay. Homes with front porches and gable roofs facing the street are strongly encouraged, as these features are characteristic of this neighborhood. And that would be put into the guidelines.
Guidelines for the
The
avenues.
new guidelines.
That's the motion,
For it to be a guideline.
a guideline.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, let's take a roll call vote.
Commissioner Lamb?
Yes?
Commissioner Hensley?
Sure.
Commissioner Hazelton?
Yes.
Commissioner Godet?
Yes.
Commissioner Boswell?
Yes.
Commissioner Barron?
Yes.
Chair Gadden?
Yes, it passes unanimously. Okay, anything else?
Not in the avenues. Just a maybe more general comment. I think that currently in our design guidelines, so just so you know, when we had the draft document last fall, these design guidelines are kind of like integrated throughout the standards, and it made it really confusing to understand what was required and what wasn't. So basically requested, and they kindly agreed, that basically we made everything objective in the front, that's what's required, and everything that's optional, put in the back. This is reference material. I do think that in some areas there are what are currently as design guidelines that should be moved back to standards. So some things that are, so what we just talked about is one example. Okay, that could go either way, but like, I have to find more examples, but I want to just see if there's any, I don't want to say appetite, but like where other commissioners are of like, should there be more neighborhood specific standards?
Just speaking for myself, I'm wide open to hearing him, definitely.
And then my other thought is like, my personal opinion is I think whatever is required should be in the standards, and everything else is not useful. That's my personal opinion, but it's historical, it's interesting, it's maybe a reference for somebody, but to put them together, you know, I just want to have standards of whatever is required. So I'll need to look through my notes to figure out if I had any recommendations, or if others do, or others have different opinions, they want to keep guidelines as recommendations. And
I kind of like the guidelines for just, you know, it's historical, it's great reference material, it's well-researched. I think it would be a lot to integrate any of that into a standard. I think, personally, I think it should just stay guidelines and not standards, which is what it's been.
I personally, I'd like to hear different ones, and some I believe should be converted to standards and others remaining guidelines, in my opinion. Any other thoughts? Okay, what's our?
So there was one specific neighborhood that you had in your presentation, Commissioner Hensley, Golden Hills.
Oh yeah, tall, like R1A.
I'm sorry?
R1A, tall and skinny.
Okay, so was that another area that you wanted to propose having?
I did, but now they're all going to have mezzanines and 30 feet height, so I think I've lost my neighborhood character.
Oh.
Matt.
I feel that there was a sufficient neighborhood feel, even with the eclectic designs of everything over the last 60, 70 years, that it should be identified as a neighborhood. But that was my only other neighborhood.
I would agree with the tall and skinny. I live there, R1A, Golden Hills. There is a unique quality about the area. I don't know that the architecture actually, or the building height is, sets it apart, but it clearly is set apart in its uniqueness in that all the houses are 25 by 100, right?
Yeah. I guess the question, Lisa, do you feel like there would be enough descriptor to give people information about what, I mean, obviously we know what like the limits are the lot sizes.
Yeah.
Would there be enough to really guide that, like, what would the guidelines be for that? Like you said, there's so many different architectural
Very different.
styles in there. Is that, adding that as a character area? I mean,
Yeah. Architecturally, it's very eclectic.
It is. Yeah, and I think that's why we hadn't identified it originally in
Yeah.
this draft, is that if you look at the map, you see this pattern, that's by eras where you get this consistency in those character areas. I mean, I think, Matt, you're correct, or Matthew, the form is very consistent because of the parcel size, but stylistically, I think it's pretty eclectic. So,
Yeah.
I mean, that could be the character in general, but then I'm not sure what we'd write for guidelines. That's a little challenging, I think.
But I think so when I think of the character, and again, they're just design guidelines, they're not any sort of requirement, but like siding material, it's basically siding or stucco, or there's only a few choices, like, what is that called? The modern piece, you put all the pieces together. What's that called?
Modular
Modular,
construction?
thank you. The modular would not be characteristic of that neighborhood, or like, like pitched, again, I think pitched roof at a certain height or flat roof at another height is a characteristic of the neighborhood. I think that, there may be other, like, it's either tile roof or asphalt roof. Unless it's a flat roof, then some of them are tar roof, but like metal roofs are not in the character. So I get that it's eclectic, but I think that there's still, and again, I would have had more restrictions on it, but those are my opinions. So the one example I did have of the subjective going to objective is in the Fay and Susanna neighborhood. It's one of the new ones. Very generically. So I walked that neighborhood because I was unfamiliar with it, hadn't heard of it, wasn't in the new one. But one of the objective things that I found when I walked that neighborhood is all of the houses in that little neighborhood appear to be built around the same time, which is why it's identified. But all of their roofs are parallel to the street. Like all the roof pitches are parallel to the street. That is the first thing that jumped out to me as a characteristic of that neighborhood. And then they also had only one or two planes. Most of them are all flat roof. So some of them had one additional plane or something. But so for example, a flat roof would not be in character with that Fay and Susanna neighborhood. A roof with a roof pitch going the other direction would not be in character with that neighborhood. So I think that something like that should be an objective standard. So for that neighborhood, what makes that neighborhood special or specific should be objectively required. And I think some of those things exist. I'm not sure in Fremona South or in South Avenue D or other areas or even TRW tract if things like that exist. But those are the kinds of things I would like to objectify, that if something makes a neighborhood specific, that should be a standard and required. And then again, everything else is supplemental reference design guideline. And I think that's how we keep that neighborhood character. So they can come in with new development, they come in with the new designs, but you have a 30-foot tall flat roof, not in the Fay and Susanna, not in keeping with the neighborhood, not in keeping with the design of that. So, yeah. If there's an appetite, I can do more research and do more walks and figure out more details. So
I'm certainly interested.
I would support
No,
that. Yeah.
I think you've captured exactly what's unique about that neighborhood. I've been in there. My daughter used to hang out with a friend that lived there for several years, and I think all those homes were built. Is that just a single tract development? Because they all look very, very similar and about the same age.
Yep.
So we should preserve that for them.
Yeah. I think they largely haven't been touched because they're pretty good size.
Right.
So
Yeah, they're big.
Yeah. That's probably what
Single family.
Except for that one that got blown up.
Yeah.
So what is our next? Oh, well, is there? Do you want to make a motion or?
One more item, the driveway garages. It was mainly focused on carports.
I think it could be, what was the else? Yeah, okay.
So are we going to make a motion for Matt?
Well, that's not, if there's direction, I'll do some homework, and at the next meeting, I'll have something to.
I motion that Matt does his homework.
I second.
All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those against say no.
I motion that
Abstain.
Matt do my job.
All right. Are we on driveways and garages?
We are.
Yes,
Oh,
we
I do
are.
appreciate that.
Thank
that
you.
you're-
Thank you.
Yeah.
They don't appreciate it because we won't have that
Is it
done by
possible to go to page 14, or is it hard to switch? 14. So we were curious if the commission could provide direction on, we had on page 14 in the proposed standards, an item about carports as an option for rear covered parking in R1.
I was just going to say, before we go to carports, on the motion of Matt, would that include the TRW tract or no?
Clearly assign any homework, so it's up to me to figure out how much I can fit in.
I just mentioned because I know we have Tom.
Do you want to do the TRW?
I don't
tract?
want to include the TRW tract.
You do want to do it?
Do not want to include it.
Oh, you don't want to include it?
No.
No, he wants to remove it.
It's up to Chair Gaddis if you want to hear from him.
Yeah, go ahead. What?
Character neighborhood.
Do you have a question for him?
Regarding the carports?
Regarding the
carports. Oh.
TRW tract.
No, he's dealing with a different issue.
TRW tract and whether the homes that are built there should be the standard going forward in essence.
Oh, well, I think neighborhood consensus is that we're all scrapers, and we don't want to look like we look now in the future. So I don't think we want to match anything that, at least the neighbors I've talked to around, we all admire the ones that have been scraped and new ones have been built. And we go, oh, I want that someday, you know? Right.
Okay.
They're 800 square foot boxes that we don't want to match them. We want to get rid of them.
Thank you. And thank you, Chair Gaddis.
Okay. Are we on carports now?
Yes, we are. And so, thank you, Sean.
Yeah.
So actually, maybe the drawings are easiest to look at. We were curious if carports should be an option for the rear covered parking. So if you see those diagrams and whether they're loaded from the front or whether they come in from the rear, say an alley, we were just curious if the commission felt comfortable including carports as an option for that.
Instead of a garage.
Mm-hmm. So enclosed garage or a carport.
I'll make a motion to keep the enclosed garage.
I'll second that.
Yeah.
All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All those against, say no.
Maybe we should have talked about it.
I just want to, it's late for me and so the idea is we would consider whether or not to just have the carports instead of the enclosed garages. Is that what is the motion?
It's an option.
It just is an option.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh,
And the motion said, nah, keep
not an
garages.
option.
So
Okay.
something to consider. We really want people to park on their property. We'd ideally like them to park in their garages, but they got all their stuff in their garages. If it's a carport, they won't be putting their stuff in there because I'll come by at night and steal it.
And that's actually why we
Have to park
proposed
in their
it.
carport.
No,
So I
they
think there will
park
be
on their
more.
driveway, right?
Yeah, well, they
Park
may
in the
do,
street,
that's what
in
they'll
the
do with
alley.
their other 6 cars. So if we're trying to encourage people to park in the garage, perhaps we should allow that to be a carport. And that might encourage more people to actually park in that parking structure.
Okay.
I think they look
So-
trashy.
Matt has a motion, it's been seconded.
Full notice.
Do we want to vote on it again? All those in favor of Matt's motion to keep garages, no carports. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those against say no.
No.
Did you vote?
Didn't you hear me?
Oh, no, I didn't hear you. Okay, so it's 6-1 in favor of Matt's motion to keep the garages.
6-2.
Oh, 6-2. I couldn't hear you. So,
5-2.
There we go.
5-2.
I went both ways.
All right. So what else? What else do we have?
You know, there was one more half statement, but it's funny. I wonder if this is a typo. It was asking if should an uncovered rear tandem space be allowed in R1A? Our diagrams are all front loading on page 23 for R1A.
And I think that we should talk about tandem for
Tandem
both,
came
right?
up. Yes.
Let's see, where's tandem?
My recollection.
For R1 and R1A.
Okay, yeah.
My recollection of the design meeting was that was not favorably looked at. And I think the point that was made was that there's not that much, it's not going to add that much. I think the idea was to add more frontage, right? More greenery in the front. And I think the comment from the design community was that, especially in the R1A, it's not going to be that significant where it would, and it takes out, in the R1A, it takes out so much of that front, the ground floor.
So let's be clear on what we're talking about here, right? Can we state what the question is for the commission?
Go ahead.
Okay, yeah, let me go to 23. Hang on here, this will clarify. Okay, we got a couple options for tandem,
This is R1A.
R1A.
Okay.
Thank you, Sean.
Mm-hmm.
Do you find these diagram options acceptable?
Well, I think it'll
not
have to be
acceptable?
stated a little more explicitly, and that is, should single tandem parking garages be allowed in an R1A neighborhood?
Make a motion to not allow tandem parking in the R1A
I
neighborhood.
second that motion.
I third that motion.
I did not hear the
Okay,
motion.
one more time. Listen
No
carefully.
tandem parking in the R1A.
Right, no tandem parking in R1A. Are we clear? Do we understand? Do we have any questions or discussion?
The reason you're so adamantly
Tandem
opposed?
garages.
Yeah, you at minimum lose a parking spot. So as proposed, you have two tandems in the house, one in the driveway, that's 3. Currently, with a garage, you get 2 in the garage and 2 in the driveway.
Right, and mostly people fill their garages with stuff.
Yeah.
So you
That
end
makes
up
you
with
lose
maybe one spot, maybe no spot.
So that's the parking reason. The number 2 is there's no good way to design it in a standard lot, right? Because in the current design, you usually have a bedroom, bathroom, bedroom. You're basically eating up your bedroom and your bath.
But yeah, you got 40 feet of parking going down the center of the house.
There's no good way to make a design make any
Right.
sense.
So in R1A.
Okay.
Makes sense.
Right? Do we have any questions about this motion?
Not me.
Okay. Scott?
I think I got it. That was an issue that was discussed earlier.
Okay.
Right? So I think I'm good.
Okay. All in favor of no tandem parking in R1A, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those against, say no. Unanimous.
Was there tandem at all allowed in R1 in this?
I think
Looking
we
at that other image, that other page that you had, Sean.
Yeah, okay, let me go back to that one.
I just want to make sure that we cover that.
Was that one, Michael, 13?
it was 14.
Yeah. There is tandem there too. At least in the diagram.
Oh, there's one example. On page 14, that lower left. Does the commission feel it's a good idea to include the ability to park tandem style in the R1, as shown in that diagram on the lower left.
Sorry, which page?
Page 14?
14.
Yeah.
Page 14.
It's just, it's still tandem parking. Somebody discussed at some point 3-car parking
Yeah, so
with a double garage, and 2 of them could be tandem. This is not that.
I have that. That's not what that is.
That's not what
just
that
like
is.
One garage door.
That's right.
tandem.
That's right.
Correct. We actually don't disallow that as long
Right.
as they have
Okay,
the two
that's
side
fine.
by side. Yeah.
But this is the same as like the R1.
Yeah, we don't want that.
can we depict that situation then?
But it's already allowed.
That's already
So
allowed.
it's not
Already
an
allow
issue.
So
I know,
like
but
2
like-
and 1.
I know, but we're showing every configuration we already allow. So why don't we show side-by-side parking with a third tandem as an allowed parking
Well,
option?
it's to meet the parking
This is
requirements.
just to
Oh, I
meet
see.
So they are adding a third just
I see,
because
to
they wanted
exceed
to
it.
have
Okay,
a
okay.
third.
Okay, so here's the question. Are we ruling out 2-car tandem parking as the only garage parking
To meet the parking.
to meet the
Yes.
parking standards? So that is the motion. The motion is to rule that out, to rule out tandem parking
I second that.
And we want to do
Okay.
that because of what?
because, same reason as the first one.
And that is?
And that is you end up 40 feet of house being car, and people end up filling their garage with crap anyway. And
No one is going to, they're not going to
Nobody's
park in
gonna
the front, park
use
in the
it
back.
as parking.
Honey, I want to
Should
go
it
to the
not be an
store. You
option?
have to move your car.
We're
Oh,
taking it away
okay.
as an option.
No, they don't do it.
But shouldn't somebody examine their own habits and say tandem works for us?
They certainly are, and your vote can reflect that. How's that? But no, I mean, there isn't any confidence here that they're actually going to use it that
No
way.
confidence that the person who wants to spend $1 million building the house has any common sense.
No.
Yeah.
You want to make an alternate motion?
I think the alternate motion should be, the parking configuration should be up to the homeowner building a house.
Do we have a
If
second for
they
that
want to give up
motion?
interior space because they want to park tandem, and we did have a situation where it made perfect sense to do that, and we allowed it.
Do we have a second for that motion?
Seconded.
Okay.
God bless
Wait,
you.
did you have something?
I have a question. One question. Can we allow tandem one garage, but have some driveway requirement? Like, because if you have a 1-car garage with tandem and you only have one parking spot in your driveway, and that one, and it's tall and skinny, he made his driveway wide enough to fit 2 cars.
Yeah. So that's a good idea. So as long as there's room for 4, you can have tandem inside and 2 cars in the driveway outside,
That's my question. Can you do?
as long as they're not covered with
Yeah,
artificial
I mean,
turf.
Actually, we can do it in the R1A. For the single car garages, you can have a 2-car wide driveway. That's allowed in the R1A, but not in we don't allow tandem in R1, so.
Well, but this would allow it.
No, we
What's that?
decided not to.
Actually disallowed in R1.
I thought it was.
Well, our parking requirement is enclosed garage side by side, so it's not said it's not allowed, it's just not described as allowed, so we interpret it as not allowed.
So
So we need to clean that up.
maybe we don't. need to
And
have
right now, a
this.
driveway now has to lead to a required parking space,
Oh.
except for in that R1A condition. So we don't,
so the
we'd have to
answer's no.
change the ordinance to allow an extra parking pad in the front yard. That doesn't lead to required parking.
I don't like it that much.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. The motion is to allow tandem parking as described in here. No, he made another motion.
Wasn't there a first
Parking.
motion?
There was a first motion, and that was seconded.
Okay.
And there was a second motion,
Oh, okay.
and that was seconded.
Does
And the second motion is to allow
Got it.
the tandem parking, okay?
As long as there's also room for 2 cars in the driveway.
But that is.
You're saying that's not allowed.
That's not allowed. That's not how
We've already authorized that
They could recommend.
previously.
I mean.
That was R1A. In
They
R1.
can recommend that.
Yeah, you can recommend it.
You can recommend that.
Okay, I recommend that.
Okay, so his motion is to allow the tandem parking. Do you want to describe your motion?
I would, my motion is to allow tandem parking as long as there's room for 2 more cars in the driveway.
In the R1 neighborhood?
The driveway.
R1 zone.
In R1.
In R1. Did you hear the motion?
Oh, please repeat.
No, could you repeat it for Sheila?
No.
Okay.
She heard it.
Doug's tandem.
Okay, so we're going to take a roll call vote.
This is Doug's motion. Tandem parking in R1, if they provide dual parking driveway.
It's Doug's motion with a second by Scott.
Okay.
Okay.
Leaving it up to the homeowner.
Yeah, if they decide that the design of their house is best
Roll call.
when they
Roll
have their
call
parking configuration this way,
Commissioner
it
Lamb?
should be available.
Start at that end.
Most people are probably not going to take advantage of that, but it should be an option, as it has already been done.
Okay, roll call vote, please.
Sorry about that. Commissioner Lamb?
Abstain?
Okay.
That's a yes.
Commissioner Hensley?
No.
Commissioner Heiston?
No.
Commissioner Godek?
No.
Commissioner Boswell?
Yes.
Commissioner Barron?
Yes.
Chair Gaddis?
No.
Wins again.
Okay, so that one's ruled out. So we have Commissioner Hensley's motion, which is to make this tandem parking, to rule out this tandem parking. And that's been seconded. And let's take a roll call vote on that.
No tandem parking in
No
R1.
tandem parking.
Right.
Front, back.
Question, didn't I hear earlier that there is something that is allowed in terms of?
Yes. So it's, just to clarify, not allowing tandem parking in R1 as a way to meet the parking standards.
Meet the parking standards, right?
So remember the person mentioned, well, I have my side-by-side and I have one of those as a tandem. Well, that's not meeting the parking standard. These two are. They can do that. That's allowed. We allow them if they want to add additional parking, but they have to meet their parking requirements with the 2 side-by-side now.
That are not tandem.
Right.
Right.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, Commissioner Lamb?
Yes.
Commissioner Hensley?
Yes.
Commissioner Hazelton?
Yes.
Commissioner Godek?
Yes.
Commissioner Boswell?
No.
Commissioner Barron?
No.
Chair Gaddis?
Yes. All right. So we are 5-2 on that one. So what else do you have
Are
to
we
throw
on to
at
the
us?
next?
How long did you think this would take tonight?
What was your over-under?
I'm just glad we're getting through it tonight. We did not have any absolute votes on tonight.
I hope you weren't.
Other topics.
My flight is in 6 hours, so.
No.
Oh, geez.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry. Basements and mezzanine sloping lots.
And I think the question was
What's the logic
whether.
behind
Oh, I'm sorry.
restricting basements if you have?
This is the problem as I see it. When everyone spoke today at today's meeting, suddenly basements were all underground and nobody could see them. I'm not sure what city they described, but that's not this one.
Well, what basements can people see?
Every third floor garage thing, it basically makes a house look like 3 stories. That's the problem with it, is everyone says, oh, my basement is invisible. I don't know where that house is. I haven't seen it. The negative is that it looks like you have a basement, a first floor, a second floor, a mezzanine, a rooftop deck, and suddenly you're looking at potentially 5 stories. And somehow they're fitting it in 30 feet. I don't know how, but.
Matt, I have people visit my house multiple times and don't realize I have a basement. Not only can't they see it, they're in the house. They have no idea. They're like, you have a wine cellar? I'm like, yeah, you've stood on it many times.
Yeah. So they're almost talking about two separate things. Like what everyone talked about, if it's hidden, yeah, I'm in agreement. That's fine. If you absolutely cannot see any part of the basement, no problem. But that's just not what they're trying to resolve. They're trying to resolve the 5-story house. So they basically made you choose between top or bottom.
Kind of like on page 9, right?
Okay.
Yeah. So, but I think what I've heard from the design community and the feedback and where I would like to go with it, rather than doing that limiting, I would just like to have a more restrictive height requirement. Like, I don't know if we change it for slope lots.
Well, I mean, it looks like everything's 30-foot max on what they're showing here, right?
Yeah, but it's not in my opinion, these drawings provided are I'll call them generous. The setback is like, I don't say more than required, but like, again, if we had real life examples, we really try to stay away from that because we don't want to pick out particular people's houses. That's just not the way that they're actually designed. And then here, there's no mezzanine and there's no rooftop deck, right? Like, so, and they're showing you under the height. So that's the problem identified, and I agree with the problem, but I would rather just make a height restriction.
Right.
Than try to do the basement, mezzanine, pick one, roof deck, like whatever the choice is. So
is that your motion?
No, because I don't know how to do that.
Would it be that?
I have a question.
Okay.
But that's.
So Mr. Leach indicated that his basement was, you couldn't see it. So can we stipulate that basements are defined as rooms that are
underground?
Underground, 80%, maybe, or complete 100% underground.
And then it doesn't count to your FAR, because if you can't see it, who cares what's underground?
That's right.
Not many people, I mean, they're really expensive to build, but if somebody wants to put the money into it, shouldn't they be able to do it?
Yeah.
Didn't they do a whole thing where like before, if you saw 4 foot of the basement, that counted as a floor, and if it was less than that, then it didn't, and then they lowered it to 2 feet. That didn't solve anything. Like that didn't help anybody. Like
It's 4 feet. If the finished floor level directly above a usable or unusable underfloor space is more than 4 feet above the existing grade for more than 50% of the total perimeter, or is more than 10 feet above the existing grade at any point, such usable or unused underfloor space shall be considered a story.
I mean, if the whole thing is under 30 feet or at 30 feet, why is this a problem? I guess I'm trying to figure out.
Floors. It makes 3 floors.
So
why is that bad?
Because we have a 2-floor limit in Redondo.
2-story limit. Yeah.
So the basement counts as a floor.
Either the basement counts as a floor if you could see it, or if it's underground, it doesn't.
So what if you had
Let's make it
2
simple,
floors
right?
underground?
Let's make it simple.
yeah, many floors.
So, I mean, this one that they show on page 10, is that one underground or not?
No, you can see
Okay.
it.
No.
It's a 3rd floor.
We have,
The garage is the 1 floor, where they call it a basement. The first floor, the 2nd floor. Now add on top of that a mezzanine, add on top of that a rooftop deck, and you get.
You got 30 feet of fun.
Oh, the
I
page
think it
before.
precedes it.
Drawings are
But
terrible.
it just makes it look.
On 9.
And I think the problem with,
So we just pulled up, it's that sloping lot example. Here's the example that you have here. It's got a garage with the basement, behind it. And it's got the 1st story, the 2nd story.
So, yeah, and the problem as I see it is the 30-foot max is measured as it's shown in the picture from basically the 2nd story. So from the front, the 1st floor is 15 feet, or the basement's 15 feet, the 1st floor is 15 feet, and now you've got 30 feet, from the sloped lot up. So you're almost looking at, 60 feet of house.
so there's a number of these in the R1A, and you can tell that the standards were more strict in the 70s, 80s, because they had, it was 2 stories, and the garage and this lower one, right, it's the yellow garage, and the blue was all that was allowed. That was 2 stories, right? So at some point that changed, and you could see it in my neighborhood. You can look at probably tell the year, right? Then 80s, maybe 90s, the standard changed, and now you had these giant appearing three-story homes, measuring right at the lowest point instead of measuring at the highest point, right? They measure the 30 feet at the lowest point.
So Director Forbes, what if the 30-foot maximum was measured from the street level or some other number from the street level and not allowed to slope up with the slope of the lot? That's how I would envision to limit the maximum height. And within that envelope or space, they can have a basement, they can have a rooftop deck, they can have a mezzanine, but they have to be some feet from the street level. You know, maybe 30 feet's not appropriate, but.
So it's almost creating a different measurement specifically for the sloping lot.
And sloping lots needs to be defined, how it's measured, where it's measured, all those things still need to be worked out, but a different height maximum for sloping lots. And then with that, don't limit basements or mezzanines or rooftop decks. Let them choose how they fit it in the envelope.
I think it looks fine as is. I mean, it seems like kind of a big change, and I'm not. So, I think it's fine as
Is that a motion?
is. Yeah, motion.
Motion that things are just fine, just as they are here.
Yeah.
I second that.
I second that. Things are fine.
Any discussion of that?
Yeah, so I'll make a substitute motion to set maximum height of sloping lots with a different calculation than standard height, with the maximum height number to be determined later.
I'll second that.
Okay.
Kind of vague.
So we're going to vote on Matt's motion first. Let's do a roll call vote.
Commissioner Lamb?
Yes.
Commissioner Hensley?
Yes.
Commissioner Hazelton?
Yes.
Commissioner Godek?
Yes.
Commissioner Boswell?
No.
Commissioner Barron?
No.
Chair Gaddis?
No. Okay, motion carries 4-3.
Is there any way we can get a proposal of what that maximum height might be?
I think we're gonna have to look at that because you're gonna need to be able to allow what's, the development, like what people are generally, we'll have to look at it. Yeah.
Okay.
All right, what are you going to throw at us next?
Before we do that, I had a quick question. On an upsloping lot, on an upsloping lot, we had talked before, shall not include both the basement, garage, and a mezzanine. Was that captured in the last motion, or is that a separate motion to allow both?
There has not been anything about changing it to allow if it's within the height.
Yes, within the height.
If within the height, it should be allowed to
Yes, to
have a
have both
basement.
the basement, garage, and a mezzanine.
Yes.
Is the motion.
Well, so my motion was, if you change the height measurement, that you can allow, if they can fit it in that package, they can have there's no limit. There's no pick basement or mezzanine, basement or rooftop. Like
Stacks of air conditioners.
Yeah, they can fit whatever they want in that envelope, but the height measurement is different for sloping lots. Again, the ultimate goal is kind of the same as what is proposed when they had to choose between the basement and the rooftop deck, but it doesn't, what we heard from the development community was they like the flexibility, the owner should be able to choose, don't limit me in choosing one or the other, so, okay. And the other thing we heard is if height is your problem, limit the height. Don't restrict us in stories and floors, so, okay, we're gonna restrict the height. But again, I don't have any idea what that number is at this time.
So was that within that? Do you want to vote on that again? I mean, I don't know if that was a motion.
No, that was.
Within my original motion.
We voted
Okay.
on the motion, it passed.
Okay. Okey dokes.
Next.
Next.
Luckily, I packed my bags.
Porch not in front yard setback space.
Michael, where's that hiding? Front porches.
What is the question?
This is one of the.
That's the answer,
This
right?
is, this isn't under other topics. You guys had wanted to add it. I think
Currently, as
Gail,
proposed, they're allowing
I
the
think
front.
Commissioner Hazeltine added this one
Okay.
to talk about it.
Okay. Can somebody state the issue?
Sure, so currently you have a front setback of a house, 25 feet, R1. They're allowing a front porch to go 6 feet into that 25-foot front setback.
Okay.
So now you have 19 feet between that front end of the front porch and the sidewalk.
Okay.
I like front porches, but I don't think they should be allowed to project into the front setback.
Okay.
I think if we want to promote that or do something, the front porch should be at the 25 feet and the house should be.
Okay, so
And I
you're,
second that.
Well, but that's not a motion yet. But
Oh,
that's,
okay.
That's
So
not-
why
that's
don't we state it as a motion?
Well, but first let's get all on the same page and make sure we all understand what the.
Yeah, my concern with that, like, so my house, I've got the front setback and I've got the backyard, and I never hang out in my front yard, ever. So I think somebody else made this point earlier, if you start pushing things further back, it takes away from the space I actually use. That's my only concern.
And I think Commissioner Boswell has a question.
So what makes this piece of hardscape in front of your house a patio as opposed to just hardscape on the ground?
Porch and
And
patio
you
have
can
different
just, you
definitions.
could
Porch is
just, what if
covered,
you
it's-
cemented your front yard? Would that be considered a porch?
No, the porch, I mean, we actually just adopted the definition of porch, specifically acknowledging that it's a covered, that it's a covered space. So it is defined. I don't have that definition.
Okay, so it does have to be a covered porch.
Yeah.
So if you wanted to extend some area for sitting out in your front yard, you would just not cover it. And then it would be allowed, right?
Yeah, up to 6 feet, it can encroach into the front yard setback, no higher than 30 inches. So let's say your front yard slopes, you might have to cut it
So
up
your
or
front
step it
yard
down.
is flat and you put it right at ground level.
Yeah.
How far out could it go?
You can go 6 feet.
So after that 6 feet, then what do you have?
You got to have plants.
Landscaping.
You got to have living landscaping, plant
Okay,
material.
so grasscrete,
Yeah, you can.
Do that?
Yeah, we've seen some of that.
all right. I have a neighbor behind me, 2 streets behind me. The entire front yard has a little low wall around it and it's all cement.
Yeah, it's not allowed.
Can you write down his address?
How did that happen?
Back to the porch, if we have a 25-foot setback and somebody wants to have a porch, they can cut the porch out into the behind.
The living room.
Yeah, into wherever, as they do now. So now this is new where we want to cut into. to create a porch, whereas we can cut back to create a porch and get your porch. We don't have to have it in the front yard, because now what you're going to have is literally, well, on Hilberta, we do have a situation where I don't know how it happened, but everybody else's houses line up. And then all of a sudden there's one that's literally on this sidewalk. The garage is on the sidewalk, but nobody else on the whole side of the street is. So, you then create the situation where you've got, it's kind of nice being able to look down and see everybody's front yard, it's a cool process. But now you'd look down and see a wall, a 6 foot. So I propose if somebody wants a porch, they would cut back into the house, not forward.
So you're suggesting not necessarily to encroach on the backyard. You're encroaching, you're saying just bring the porch in and have less, whatever it is behind the porch, the living room typically, right? You just pull it into the living room.
Yeah, I don't think the front has anything to do with the back. We're just talking about the front yard setback, which is 25 feet. If you want a porch, you're going to have to bring it within the house.
Right. There was some comment about if you're going to keep the same footprint of the house, you would have to move it all the way back. You would move it into closer or encroach on the backyard and not in the front yard.
And I think
but
the other
you're saying
thing,
no.
Because I think the other idea that Brandy mentioned is that it's very friendly to have a porch where people are talking to their neighbors. I mean, when I sit out on my front step, you have a tendency to talk to your neighbors more. So that's really great, but it doesn't have to go into the setback. It can happen by going back into the house.
Yeah, so I think that, looking at what we have drafted under the front entry and porches, you could remove the first sentence and just keep front entry or front of covered porch shall be within 3 foot 6 inches of the front facing garage. That's something that we need to have for that. If they're doing the front facing garage, we wanted to have the entry up so like closer to it, so it's got eyes on the street, but it now would not be allowed to be encroaching into the front setback.
Right.
And Gail, you're saying it's more consistent with the neighborhood if you do it that way.
Well, as soon as you start going 6 feet out, that's not how the houses are set right now. In R1, they all, remember when we went to the one house, Sheila, on Avenue A? Mm-hmm. And I'm looking, I said, see how you can look out and every house lines up to the same thing? Well, they wanted to come out.
Yeah.
Right. So it would be that where everybody's now coming out 6 feet if they build a new home.
Right.
Okay. Can you word that as a motion?
I have a question.
Yeah.
The 3.5 feet within the front of the front-facing garage, is there anything special about 3.5 feet?
Yeah, it's so when I created an interpretation after we had the appeal that came to the planning commission on the front-facing garages, it was like, okay, let's really look at the regulations, and I did an interpretation where there was the shall alley in the lower avenues that we kept, but then it was if they are going to have if they're opting to have a front facing garage, they now have to meet these other guidelines, eyes on the street, and so it was really moving the front of the facade of the entry and or the porch, so that's going to be closer to the garage. And there's a lot of that give and take because this is a guideline. And where we landed quite consistently with the developers was in that 3 foot 6 inch distance from the front of the garage to the front. And it still keeps the eyes on the street, but it's not like being far set back. So that's where we landed on the interpretation. But I think we want to keep that in there so that we are keeping that same concept. If you're choosing this front facing garage, this is, we do want to keep that that concept of the eyes on the street and, not having the entry set 10 feet, 15 feet back, and then the garage is way up front.
Oh, I'm sort of completely lost. So you're going to pull the garage closer to the street?
No, he's asking a whole different question.
Yeah, why did you do that? Just
Because he
make a
wanted to know why
motion,
we were
will ya?
keeping.
I want to confirm because
Just make a motion.
So
My best
can
work.
I make
Or we won't have any motion.
make a suggestion?
Yeah.
To remove the first portion of the front entry and porches that allows the projection of 6 feet into the front yard area and excluding the porch, and only keep the front entry or front of covered porch shall be within 3 foot 6 inches of the front facing garage as the standard.
So the.
But you're only keeping the last sentence as the standard,
Oh, so
removing the rest of it.
the exclusion from FAR is removed?
Front entry or front garage shall be.
No, right? We want to keep. The second sentence
No,
says-
it's not excluding it from the FAR bonus. It was excluding it from the FAR.
Wait a minute.
Do you want,
Front
we're
entry.
keeping that area under covered porch shall be excluded from FAR calculation. Keep.
No,
Oh, you want to strike that?
I don't think you need it because you're no longer, the whole point was you were excluding it if you were putting it in the,
Ah, I see.
It's unenclosed area.
Okay. Okay, then I'll make a motion to edit the front entry and porches, is this R1?
yes.
In the R1 zone to only require the front entry or front of covered porch shall be within 3 foot 6 inches of the front facing garage.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Roll call vote?
Commissioner Lamb?
Aye.
Commissioner Hensley?
Yes.
Commissioner Hazelton?
Yes.
Commissioner Godek?
Yes.
Commissioner Bosma?
Yes.
Commissioner Barron?
No.
Chair Gaddis?
Yes. All right, so we have 6-1, the motion carries.
Okay.
What else do you have to throw at us?
I've got 3 more things that people listed. Just give you an expectation. One was FAR, adding FAR to the R1A, R2, and R3. That could just be a recommendation to council similar to any adjustments that you would want to make to the FAR bonuses. So it wouldn't be specifically in here. I don't know if you can make that recommendation at the time that you recommend the document to the planning, or to the city council. Separation in the document, R2, R3 separate from what were the other two?
RH and
RH,
multifamily separated into R2, R3, and all other multifamily.
yes.
Where's everyone else?
What was that one again?
Sorry. So currently R2 and R3 are lumped in with other multifamily,
Okay.
RH and RMD. So the proposal is to separate those. R2 and R3 should have their own standards, standalone together. R2 and R3 are probably the same standard.
Yeah.
And then other multifamily will remain as it is.
I second.
Yeah, I like that. Yeah.
I third that.
That makes sense.
You guys understand?
Yes.
Okay. Roll call vote?
Commissioner Lamb?
Yes.
Commissioner Hensley?
Yes.
Commissioner Hazelton?
Yes.
Commissioner Godek?
Yes.
Commissioner Boswell?
Yes.
Commissioner Barron?
Yes.
Chair Gaddis?
Yes. Motion carries unanimously. What's next?
The second one is FAR.
The last one is adding a compatibility.
Combative commission.
A compatibility section. And this was Commissioner Lamb's.
Yes.
Wait,
ahead.
sorry,
Go
before we move on, we only separated the R2, R3. I want to go backwards a second about the FAR question. What is everyone's thoughts on having an FAR in zones other than R1? So currently, we have no floor area ratio in R2, R3. You're allowed to build to the side rear setback up to 30 feet. that's your only limit. Whatever you can squeeze on the property is your limit. And R1A, same thing. There's no floor area ratio. You're allowed to build to all the setbacks, et cetera. So
I'm in favor of a FAR.
Yes, there should be a FAR.
Seems
Anybody,
like
any
that's an
discussion on
effective way
this?
to meet the
Questions?
massing issue.
Yes.
Other than I'm not in favor of imposing a FAR, which is an entirely new standard, and I think goes beyond what we've been tasked to do. And yeah, I mean, that's a big issue that we haven't dug into, and I can only, begin
It's
to
just
think of the implications.
Conceptually,
Yeah.
We're making a recommendation that they consider it.
yeah.
Yeah.
Any questions on this?
No, I think that's a great idea.
Can we have a roll call vote?
Commissioner Lang?
Yes.
You make it, you can't stop
The
it.
intention is to do what? To
is
reduce
to limit the bulk and mass and scale of the
That they impose a floor area ratio onto these other density designations.
But this is just a recommendation.
Right.
This is,
We're not
it's not
saying-
going to go
Recommending that
into
this-
the
yeah.
document.
Have the city council consider it, that we talked about
Recommending
it.
that the city council consider adding FAR to R1A, R2, and R3.
Yeah.
At the next meeting, are we going to be in some condition to make some proposal, what that might be?
If you do your homework.
My homework. My proposal's already here. I already made a proposal.
Okay, there we
so
go. Yeah.
I would like
Ready.
your and Commissioner Lamb may have other thoughts, like feedback. Doesn't have to be tonight because it's almost 1 a.m.
Yeah.
But at the next meeting, if they put it in or put in some recommendation or something, we should have some number because.
Or some argument for some numbers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
I think so.
Yeah.
Would that be next?
I mean, you just need to have it by the time we do
April,
the
May.
resolution in June. So.
That gives us a lot of time. Okay, so that's the motion, right?
So FAR for R1A, R2, R3, actual number for FAR to be decided later.
All right, can we have a roll call vote?
Okay. Commissioner Lang?
Yes.
Commissioner Hensley?
Yes.
Commissioner Hazeltine?
Yes.
Commissioner Godin?
Yes.
Commissioner Boswell?
Yes.
Commissioner Barron?
No.
Chair Gaddis?
Yes, so 6-1, motion carries.
Can we go to page 15 in the draft? Can you just add wherever you're talking about permeable surfaces, can you make sure that it says live plants? It says plants, but just make sure that, people realize we don't want plastic.
I second.
What about gravel?
That's not a
That's
live
fine,
plant.
it's permeable, and that's already stated in there to be 25%, so that's fine. It's the plastic that's so bad, so I just want to make sure it says live plants plus if you want 25% gravel, that's fine.
Okay.
So no artificial materials.
Right,
Okay.
and then I think that would be the same thing on,
Hit me again, hit me again.
that would be on like 16 too, Sean, wherever you're talking about it, you say plants, if we could just, because
Yeah.
I know people are getting around it all the time.
Yeah, put AstroTurf down.
Yeah, those aren't legal either, by the way.
And it's going in all over. It really is annoying.
So the question that Commissioner Lamb had was adding a compatibility section. I don't, do you want to describe that?
Sure. So as we know, compatibility is the biggest, or if not the biggest issue, close to the top, right? Within that first 5. And yet we don't clearly define what that means in terms of development. So the issues are, and we've talked about it, right? But we've talked about standards, but we haven't really sort of zoned in on the specific issues. So again, although we've talked about it and we've put some things into place. So the issues of privacy, scale, massing, shadows, also sun exposure, blocking of sun. And some of this relates actually to RH, the bigger, the bigger buildings that will be coming in, and who knows what is going to happen with the state coming in and allowing whatever type of development in whichever zones. We really don't know what's up ahead in front of us. So, so what I'm interested in is ways of using objective standards to highlight the idea of compatibility, including the subcategories of privacy, scale, and to offer, for example, there's been described in objective standards that you could use a checklist, for example, of the different types of I would call them interventions, but different types of modifications you could make. So for example, for privacy issues, there's on second-story windows or balconies, et cetera. One is a window placement shall avoid direct views into the private windows of the house next door. This is applicable certainly to the R1A. You could also provide, for example, a list, right? Louvers, lattice, or I think there was also something like a window that goes up high. There's a particular word for it. But this whole idea of addressing privacy, right? And giving developers, architects options on how to on how to address some privacy issues. Again, I'm thinking primarily the R1A. Privacy line of sight. Let's see. Here's a line I pulled from Los Altos. Where a new or existing primary interior residential space has an uninterrupted line of sight to windows of a primary interior space at the same floor level within a certain maximum number of feet, the glazing of the new building shall be offset horizontally from the existing glazing by a minimum of 12 inches. So that's very objective. So, I'm out of my circle of expertise here. But I think you're sort of gathering, so I don't have a lot of, I don't have a lot of, what should I say? Words behind me to sort of back this up.
It's almost because I'm looking at some of the other topics you have, like scale we've started addressing, massing we've started addressing with the standards that we've added, right? So it's almost like we're adding this privacy standard in addition to the other things that we have to address some of the other issues, and in that privacy standard now we have that checkbox, right, of the things that you were just talking about. So maybe that's where that's what we can focus on, is that privacy, and adding that as a standard, and having you can choose, you have to have this amount of points, and here are your different ways of
exactly.
I think that should be achievable.
I think we've addressed the scale issues for the most part. But here's something. You may or may not agree with this. Okay, project, this is in terms of compatibility with the neighborhood. Project applicant shall provide pictures and diagrams showing how the new addition or development is compatible in scale or architecture with the adjacent properties and the neighborhood. This, I think, is from Modesto. And I think part of it is this, I think what it communicates is to the architect or the developer is the relationship between the house that's being built and the houses in the neighborhoods around it. And the checklist would be, and again, the idea here is not to overly, right, not to overly restrict the creativity of the designer, but to help everyone see that the house itself is connected to the neighborhood and to the houses next door.
I think with that, the only thing that's objective of that is them providing the image that shows the comparison of the size compared to the neighborhood.
And it doesn't have to be necessarily size, but the idea is for them to think about how is this house going to be related? And it could be in not just scale, it could be a variety of ways, right? But this idea is to be thinking about how this particular house, this new development, or it could be, some other development, how it relates to the rest of the street. And
like an art jury thing?
Sheila, can you give a real world example of what you're talking about?
So for example, I'll tell you what I did see, and that was, and it's a sort of a negative example, and that is when I went District 5, north of Artesia, sort of north Artesia, I'm blanking on the name of the street. The north end, right? The northeast end, right? It's just a mishmash of all kinds of different single family, 8 on a lot, right? It's a complete, some are way back at the back end of the lot, some are way in the front. And it seemed to me that there was no awareness of how any of these related to each other, right? And it seems to me that it's natural for a developer to be thinking about just that one house, right? If I were a developer, that's what I would be thinking. But to make a requirement of just having them provide some pictures that they've seen some other houses and that there's some sort of relationship. Again, it doesn't necessarily have to be height or bulk, but just a sense that they are going to get that there's a relationship here, and that matters, right? That it does matter. And
so it's not that, let's say that there's a bunch of, not talking about the lower avenues because I read what was encouraged there, but let's just say there's a bunch of Spanish houses and then somebody wants to put in a modern home. Would that be all right?
Well, the point would be if there's no guideline, for example. I think the point is that you would, whether it comes to staff or the, planning commission, right? That there is some awareness that you would want to link that house in some way to the rest of the neighborhood, and I think the expectation here, maybe it's in a guideline. I don't know, but
I
expectation is that you're going to try to make some sort of connection.
Yeah, I think ultimately the one standard you could require is that they provide that drawing, right? That they provide that image so that you have the context, right?
Context.
But there's not much that we'd be able to do if it falls within all the other standards in the zoning. So it may make them aware, oh, wow, you know, like I didn't realize how out of character or like what the continuity has been of this block until I looked at this. Don't know that that's going to make them change their project. We wouldn't be allowed to make them change their project because that would be so completely subjective. That's the only thing I would note. Like you could go through that step just for an awareness, but it wouldn't. There's nothing that we would be able to judge off of that.
Right. And I think it's very similar. It would be like a guideline, right? Yeah. Like it's served the same as a guideline, whereas you look at it and you can ignore it. I think to Matt's perspective, guidelines are unimportant, but yeah, okay. So it could be, you know, similar to a guideline. And in that you're asking them to provide something that they're not required to provide, you know.
So what I'm hearing, just so we get in the interest of somebody who needs to get on a plane in a couple of hours and the rest of us, but somebody who really has a deadline, is that you want to include a standard about compatibility, certainly with privacy, that checkbox.
Yes.
And then as well requiring a drawing of how the proposal compares to the rest of the structures on the street in you know, variety, scale, massing.
Compatibility ways.
Yeah.
And do we want to vote on it? I mean, it's really up to this group.
Do we have a motion?
That was what I was hearing.
That was the motion. Gonna need that restated.
Oh, it's good. Motion.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So Sheila's made a motion.
Can somebody state the motion? Yeah.
Yes. So it would be to add a standard regarding privacy that has the checkbox options of what they'd have to do. We'll put that together. And then requiring a drawing of how the proposal compares to the rest of the structures on the street in scale and compatibility.
I love the idea of having an extra drawing in the set that shows the new building within the setting that it's going to be located in. I always find it frustrating when we're looking at design drawings that they show maybe the corner of the next building and that's it. And it's like, I'm not getting the whole picture here. So I totally see what you're saying.
Oh, great.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Is that a second?
That's a second.
Okay. Okay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those against say no.
No.
That sounds to me like a 6-1, I think, right?
Yeah.
Or were you a no too?
I haven't decided yet. It's, I mean, is this in some way, if we were to have this, does this by itself allow us to deny?
No.
Yeah.
So what's the purpose of it? It's just
To give
so that we
context.
see how that neighborhood's getting screwed.
Motion carried. Okay.
Sure.
He abstains.
So the motion carries.
More aware. That window doesn't, that's.
5-2.
But short of not being able to zoom in from space and look at the street in detail,
Yeah.
which we can also do.
What's the purpose of this after the meeting? The motion already carried.
Your flight already left.
All right.
You can
Okay. That was it on the list. So
That's
we've
good.
got the direction we need
Okay.
to move on. I appreciate all of you having patience with my perhaps impatience
All right.
earlier.
Let's see,
you're fine.
items for discussion prior to, huh? Oh, no.
The chance of being murdered. I have two points I'd like to get feedback on
Okay.
for the next meeting. I'll try to make them quick. R2 and R3, we've established they're going to be separate zones in the thing. I have two ideas to improve the current design of what I see in R2 and R3. Number one, currently the front unit in an R2 and R3, usually you see a garage with fake windows in the front and the door is somewhere around. We have seen designs in the 80s and even some of the new ones in the 90s where the front of the house was the front and you saw the front door, that's what faced the street. The garage is usually behind that.
Yeah.
Generally, I think it's a much better design and I would like to implement that as a requirement that the front door must face the street or attach to the street or be X distance of the front setback in R2 and R3.
Oh, that's interesting.
And I think we had that in the multifamily.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I can't even think of any R2s that are as
bring
you
you pictures.
described. Because I mean, all the R2s I know, you have to go past the first house and go around.
Maybe this is
the
a
garage.
North Redondo
This is a North
thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
North Redondo's full of side doors.
Second, okay, so I'll double check the result. Second thing real quick, cantilevers, second floor. Yay, nay?
Nay, I don't think.
I'm not, so cantilever means the second floor goes out over the.
I know, yeah, our front house on my property is a
So currently,
cantilever.
they basically go all the way to the, setback, whatever the maximum they can. I don't think it makes it look like a house. I don't think it makes it look like a good design. I think they're okay in the back unit, whether that's the second one in R2 or the third one in R3. Bulk mass, 2,800 square feet, yeah, okay, put it in the back. But I think the front house and the middle house in R3 should have some limitation of cantilever, so.
Just some limitation of.
Yeah, again,
cantilever.
I don't have any strict proposal. Like, you can either do 5 feet over the first floor, you can do 10 feet from the side setback. I mean, there's multiple ways to tackle that, but, if there's an appetite.
Want a tunnel.
Yeah, and also it just doesn't look like.
Well, essentially it is. I mean, the property I live on, essentially you go under the front house to get to an area which is the driveway where you have garages into the two disconnected houses, from this central area. So from the street, what you see is a house with a driveway that sort of goes underneath part of the house. But it actually makes a very fine presentation from the street.
Yeah, I think there's certainly some good examples. The ones I'm thinking of are the ones where it's like they build two of them separately, and then all you see is box, and they hang over, and the houses are this far apart, straight up boxes, and the driveway is underneath, each garage of the. So you basically have 6 units in R3.
Yeah.
There's very different interpretations of the current standards.
Yeah, I don't see those in our neighborhood, but we have a lot of cantilevered houses in our neighborhood, mostly because, they want the cars to go underneath so they can go into the garage and stuff.
So maybe at the next meeting, and again, we try not to pick out people's houses, but can you maybe find some good examples of good design? And I'll try to pick ones that are for sale or not owned by people so that we don't identify things, but I'd like to identify what I'm trying to fix. Then we can talk about good design and.
All right.
What did the design community respond in terms of cantilevers? Do you happen to recall?
I don't think they, so it's not in the proposal, that's just my proposal. There was no proposed change.
All right. Items, let's see,
There's
any other
nothing-
items continued from previous agendas?
No. We are on to items from staff. There are no items from staff.
Okay. Commission items and referrals to staff.
Nope.
No. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
Okay, so we're adjourning to what date? I don't even have it in front of me.
The April 20th.
Oh, April 20th, there it is. Adjourn, motion to adjourn.
Wait. Just wanted to thank our audience here for coming and staying tonight. Really
Likewise with
appreciate
the presenters.
your input. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Likewise, thank you for the presenters, the staff, and the
Yes,
subcommittee.
thank you very much. And the subcommittee, terrific work.
Yep.
Motion to adjourn to April 20th.
Before we do, I also want to say thank you to Doug, who's back there. We see you, we appreciate you, and
Yeah.
hope you're still awake.
Are we good?
Do I have a motion to adjourn?
Yes, oh yeah.
In a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those against say no. We are adjourned.